writing. Frontal figure arty, foot pointed to the floor and angled slightly outward with weight on ball of foot elf heel touching arty, heel and foot pointed left arms form a diagonal with body right above head and in line with left at waist height, hands palmer and open with fingers outstretched and together, head erect.
Into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness, and I behold Pan.
The snows are eternal above, and the perfume smokes upward into the nostrils.
Perhaps Manuel wants to chime in, but quickly, if I understand, if I understand your question, you're asking what is the solution to change the regime without mass killings that as a result of the strikes and the war, right? If that's your question,
okay, bro. What the red Indian stuff, like the Native, like the Aztec Mayan shit, bro. Like, how do you
okay, this is what I'm telling you. The accent the line makes is funny because it's an Indian person that learned English, right?
They were fighting back. It was these brown Jews. Well, for whatever reason, I think the brown Jews are kind of cooler than the white Jews. For whatever reason.
What does it have to do with the color of the skin, bro?
Well, because they come from different regions of the world and they have a different culture.
Monica, hi. Can you bring this guy who has his hands up to the stage, please?
I mean, are you guys going to tell me that the Jews that have remained in the Middle East
working with you and your tools,
to be fair, like, they have different selection pressures and they have to operate in different ways.
They're rich as fuck, bro. They have all the companies in there. They have
You
to be,
just can't go sleep without making an anti-Jew comment tonight, Pepe. Like, you can't just...
No, that's not an anti-Jew I'm literally complimenting the fucking Mizrahi Jews.
I wasn't listening, so you're complimenting. Never mind.
Yeah, no shit. And so, but if anything, I would say, like, they are more comparable in a weird way to
But
a lot of people.
fucking
A lot of people in the West.
Brown Jews are more softer, are a pussy group of...
No. The opposite. No. I said the opposite. Oh, you fucking faggot. Shut the fuck up.
Listen to them, PP.
No, what I was saying is those brown Jews tend to be the more patriotic, tough, and proud Jews. They're like, and I'm gonna be honest, if I was gonna talk shit to a Jew in the United States, if I was like an anti-Semite, the brown Jews would be the ones that I think, like, in other words, the Mizrahi Jews in particular, they would be the ones more likely to kick my ass.
I'm going to introduce you to my relatives that are in the U.S. Army. and they're not from Mizrahi countries, and they're badass, and they're in the U.S. military. So, as well as past family members that were in the U.S. military. Like, I don't buy it, but I think you just,
Let me guess.
Persian Jews in LA, a community, very, very patriotic. The ones that live in my city, very patriotic, but I don't see the way to distinguish.
I absolutely do. So I would say, I'll just use the term Ashkenazi Jews. And so, like Italians and like the Irish, they had rough and tumble upbringings. They had to fight in wars. They were, their life was not easy. Now, what you see today is their life is easy. Now, what you see is a more recent.
Life is easy?
What
do you mean their life is easy?
Okay, comparing Jews, Ashkenazi Jews who had to grow up in the early 1900s, let's just say first half of the first 25 years of the 1900s, versus a Jew today there's a remarkable difference. Jews had, if you were a Jew, primarily they were Ashkenazi, they had to fight in wars, they lived in ghettos, they had a rough and tumble life. No, Jews have done very well. Their children, of course, have reaped the benefits of that. When it comes to a lot of the other people who lived the very similar, they had very similar history in the United States, such as like the Irish or the Italians. Their children no longer, they were not brought up the same way. They're a lot softer. When it comes to the Mizrahi Jews, I do see kind of a difference where these are people that are more used to living in kind of like hostile environments. They don't have the generations of success that a lot of Jews, or you can even go with other ethnic groups.
They have great success in Iran. They have great success in Syria. Very wealthy, incredibly wealthy communities in Syria. Until they were thrown out, and they came to the United States and kind of I don't know what kind of jeans you wear, but I'll guarantee that we came from a Syrian Jew. I can go through your brands. But anyway, do we have to stay on this?
No, we can move on.
I'll take you on a field trip, and you can see the different communities, and then you can decide for yourself.
We do not have any problems with the Jews.
Just shut the fuck up.
Iranian people, we do not have any problems.
You, as an IRGC member, need to shut the fuck up.
Okay. So, Abby, you're talking about a different topic.
Yeah, Edward. What are you thinking about?
Well, right now, the largest AI technology landmass is going to be built in Texas. It's going to be opening up a lot of jobs, a lot of opportunities for people. We're going to begin the process of the data centers here in the United States soil. Might be something that we have to do as a country to get ahead of this, so that we are AI game. I think is very, very important for us.
Ed, you're absolutely right. And one of the big things that's going to be changing, and Musk has talked about this, he just gave a speech about it, as a matter of fact, is a lot of this is going to be going into space. And in space, we'll be able to build much larger data centers and much larger sources of energy.
Do you guys, I'm just curious, this is one of the biggest things I worry about, is that like 2 or 3 years from now, do you guys think that I would hear people like Musk and himself like basically say, things can go very wrong. I guess what I worry about is like the disruption to the economy, which has always happened throughout history when it comes to, I guess innovation. But I do wonder like how much. I feel like it could be that a lot of jobs will be, if not a majority, could be rendered like kind of useless, and then I don't know where we go from there.
Well, Pepe, there's a couple of things that I share with individuals. I'm 62, and throughout our history, technology have come, and people thought they're going to lose work and everything else. Even now with AI, there are still going to be just a different function. I'm sorry? Okay. I just think there's going to be a different function. Right now, you have all kind of data scientists now. You got people who are building infrastructure. You also have a lot more hardware because the robots are coming. When I went to CES, which is the largest AI convention in Vegas, 135,000 people came from all over the world. And what's coming down the road here is things that's going to make our lives easier, but at the same time, it's going to give people more opportunity. See, I always think AI is not going to take over the world because AI is built by people. What we have to do is allow the people to get retooled, get retrained, and learn something different. You know, we're moving from the Industrial Revolution, we're moving into technology and everything else, and I think it's important that people embrace it because the rest of the world is definitely embracing it.
I get it, but you don't think they're going to put guardrails on it so that like people are not a threat to I don't know, like how I can picture this possibly playing out is that of course we have a lot of lobbies here in the United States, and AI is a threat to a specific industry, and then they kind of end up, you know, just I don't know, making a law where AI cannot help them in that area, or help the average person in that area. And this is weird because it's not necessarily a freedom of speech issue because it's a machine at the end of the day, and you're having access to it's what it can tell you. I mean,
You're correct, Pepe. I think
and like when it comes to like if I was to ask them how do I build a bomb, I'm guessing they probably already have like safeguards against telling you how you can commit a bomb. And so like I think I can imagine this just like being. I don't know. I have all of these questions. I don't know how this shit is going to work out. But I can.
Well, Pepe, I'm going to ask you a question, Pepe. Do you think that you can trust anyone other than Pepe?
Yeah, some people.
Okay, so Pepe, this is what I like.
Edward, I mean, he probably trusts his wife. What are you trying to ask? Are you trying to bait
I have
him?
a fucking wife.
No. What I'm trying to do, what I'm trying to do is explain to all of us that the only person you can really trust is yourself outside of any central government. People's motivation, I don't care if they're an elected official or they're the president or a king or some type of monarchy. Guys, at the end of the day, the person that's responsible for our lives is us. And listen, I would hope that there would be enough people in the world that have enough courage to do what's right. But unfortunately, man has failed us in so many ways, so much destruction, because this is just Edward. This is the verdict that Edward's come up with, that there's light in the world, that means there's good, but men like darkness better than light because their deeds are evil. People like bad crap. People like doing bad things. Sex trafficking, drug trafficking, whatever you want to call it, embezzlement. Men just like to do this kind of crap.
It's almost like there's this dilemma that like where people do bad things and they profit off of it, or they to get off whatever their vice is, whether it's drugs or prostitute. Okay, who the fuck is this?
Yeah, this is me, Pepe.
So, yeah, these people exist, and I don't think anybody's figured out a perfect way. How do you incentivize people to? Because I think a lot of people's brains are wired in a certain way to where their default is that they're going to skirt the system, do whatever is best for them, whatever makes them happy, they're just going to, or wherever they think there's going to be a reward, that's what they're going to pursue. And throughout human history, we've never found like a neat way of solving this problem.
If each individual would hold themselves accountable for their own
candles in a spiral on the floor, chalk lines, symbols on the door, robes hang heavy, velvet red, old words burning in my head. Silver smoke crawling on my skin, hear them whisper, let us in. Black moon hanging, hardly moves, every shadow starts to move. You got me under your spell tonight, in the circle of the crimson eye. I can't remember what used to feel like mine. You just flick your hand and steal my mind. Wizard of the dark design, you say sleep in my willow woods. I fall in the circle of the crimson eye. Cards cut clean from a crooked deck. Gold rings cold on the back of my neck. Clock hands spinning, time runs thin. Your voice curls like a serpentine. You say my name and the walls all bare. Truth and terror start to blare. Thoughts like marionette strings. You tug once and my body sings. You got me under your spell tonight, in the circle of the crimson eye. I can't remember what used to feel like mine. Just flick your hand and steal my mind. Wizard of the dark design, you say sleep in my willow woods. I fall in the circle of the crimson eye. Snap of your fingers, colors crash past life's surface, futures
We just wanted to
flash.
say that we're having a
Another
great night.
weapon
We're at
or
the
the
beach.
prize was
We're living.
casting
We're living.
blue
We
inside
just
these
executed.
eyes. Take
Now
back
we're
the
still
fire you
living.
fed in me. Break your chains or set me free. But every time you say now rise, I kneel deeper to your love. Candles in a spiral on the floor, sharp lines, symbols on the door. Robes hang heavy, velvet red, old words burning in my head. Silver smoke crawling up my skin, hear them whisper, let us in. Black moon hanging, hardly moves, every shadow starts to move. You got me under your spell tonight, in the circle of the crimson night. I can't remember what used to feel like mine. You just stick your hand and steal my mind. Wizard of the dark inside. You say sleep, then my will unwinds. I fall in the circle of the crimson night. Cards cut clean from a crooked deck. Gold rings cold on the back of my neck. Clock hand spinning, time runs thin. Your voice curls like a serpentine. You say my name and the walls all bend. Truth and terror start to blend. Thoughts like marionette strings. You talk once and my body sings. You got me under your spell tonight, in the circle of the crimson eye. I can't remember what used to feel like mine. You just pick your hand and steal my mind. Wizard of the dark inside. You say sleep and my will unwinds. I fall in the circle of the crimson night. Snap of your fingers, colors crash. Plastic surface, futures flash. Am I the weapon or the prize? Who's casting who inside these eyes? Take back the fire you fed in me. Break your chains or set me free. But every time you say now rise, I kneel deeper to your lies. You got me under your spell tonight, in the circle of the crimson eye. I can't remember what used to feel like mine. You just pick your hand and steal my mind. Wizard of the dark design. You say sleep and my will unwinds. I fall in the circle of the crimson night. In Illinois. Candles dripping on a marble floor. Silver symbols carved into the door. You said, watch my hands, don't turn away. And the whole room bent when you said my name. In the circle of eyes, you pull the sky inside my mind. Every color obeys you. I can't tell your truth from lies. You're a storm in a villain disguise. I'm falling deeper into candles dripping on a marble floor. Silver symbols carved into the door. You said, watch my hands, don't turn away. And the whole room bent when you said my name. In this circle of eyes, you pull the sky inside my mind. Every color obeys you. I throne, the supreme master and commander of the known life universe.
But you, who have defied the law, you who have conquered by subtlety, your force, I am the God who giveth all. 20 I ask you to sacrifice. Nothing at mine altar. I am the God who giveth all. 20 with light, love, force, fantasy, fire. These 20 mine hands are lovely.
All over the world, okay? And the scripture does say there is a time for war. Matthew 25 says there be wars and rumors of wars. Why? Because men within themselves want to have power. I like purpose. Okay? There's a difference. Okay? I believe in purpose. I believe in helping my fellow man to the best of my ability. And everything I do, Brian, is just trying to help people, and it's not in vain. I know most people don't want to subscribe to that. That's okay. It doesn't make what they're doing any different than what I'm doing. At the end of the day, all I'm trying to do is to let people know there's a lot more abundance in the world than negativity. The world.
Again, it's a philosophical utopia version. It's not grounded in reality. It's not there. You can have hope. I mean, I hope the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Like every day. I hope I wake up 6 feet above ground. I hope I don't die in a hospital bed having to be fed tapioca with my pills crushed in it like Alan. I don't want to have a day where I shit myself because I'm in diapers at 90 years old in a nursing home. Like, we all have hope. Everybody has hope and prayers. We hope we strike the lottery. We, what was it? Women hope they're not pregnant. Women, like whatever. You hope you don't get cancer or AIDS. You hope you don't get injured. Like all sorts of hopes that exist out there. But the reality is that's not always the case, and hope isn't a prevailing way to govern one's life. You don't even govern yourself by hope. You govern yourself by the set of laws determined upon you by an empire that decreed, hey, we're going to kill everybody in this land and we're going to take it by force and allow you to build up. And even then, you don't even own any part of that in theory because you still pay taxes. And if you don't pay those taxes, the government comes and takes it by force. So all of that utopia doesn't exist. It's not a philosophical, it's not personal responsibility about balancing your checkbook and paying your bills. That's not how the world operates. There are people out there that would love to have that first world problem, but they don't. They have to worry about whether or not they can get up in the morning and find a safe route to go hike and get water. And in a war-torn country like Congo or wherever else is going on, or one of the 39 open armed conflicts that are going on, FARC hopes they're able to overthrow their government and get into power. And they're doing their shit. So, I mean, it's not going to start anything. And if you're asking for like some kind of everybody just take the moral thing, we can just be perfectly fine. No, like there's bad people out there. There are wolves, there are bears. And then you have to have, if you could say I'm a good man, I'm not a good man. I'm not any type of man at all other than just a man. I'll do bad if I need to, and I will do good if I want to. It's a choice I make, but at the end of the day, sometimes that choice is forced upon us. And you're going to do bad when you are put into the corner and you have to now figure out, should I do good or should I just go without or should I let my kids starve? No, you're going to go fight for that. You're going to go commit whatever you need to protect what you have. And I just, I don't know why people deny nature in itself in favor of something like Utopia Peace Revolt that just doesn't come to reality. It never has. It never worked anywhere, not even in the Bible. It never occurred. Even in the Garden of Eden, Adam and Eve still fucked up and still caused problems. So, I mean, you can't even get it right from the onset.
Even alluding to the Bible as the foundation of the laws of nature and nature's God. Obviously, you and I both do know that when we violate, because what is it called? You were in the military, deployment. They deploy people to do certain things. Right now, you and I both know that it's better to deploy people. Okay, and you're correct. There's conflict going all over the world. But is it the people that's causing the conflicts or their governments? You know, it's still people. But we got a lot to depend on, like you said.
Depends on the
conflict. Yes, it depends on the conflict. But again, if we the people in the United States, which we're supposed to hold true to be self-evident, if we relied more on the people of the United States, then our elected officials would actually be more beholden to the people. But because the people have decided, Brad, not to take their own responsibility seriously, they're leaving it to someone else that they never met and don't really care about them at all. That's the lobbyists. That's Big Pharma. That's all the things that we always talk about. But in reality, if anybody's going to take care of your house, and I know, Brad, you're pretty good at taking care of your house, take care of your family. You know why? Because that's what Brad does. So, Brad, when we talk about responsibility, there's no utopia. No one talks about that. There's pain everywhere, man. You and I both know that. I bury people every day. So I know, and some of them did naturally. Some of them OD'd, some of them got murdered, homicide, all kinds of crap. I just buried a man and his two boys died in a car accident. I live in the real war, guys. The real world every day.
Are you just trying to prove to us that you have personal responsibility? Because honestly, as a guy who's been ranting and raving, like, just constantly, you don't seem to have very much, like, inhibition.
Hey, Andrew, can I ask you a question? Hold on.
What he
Peter, one second. Peter, one second.
Peter, دهنه تو ببند.
Go ahead.
You're good. So Andrew, I just want to know, do you have any discipline on the mic at all?
I would have more discipline than the woman whose face I just took a shit on.
You're so interesting.
Okay, Andrew.
The woman in your profile picture.
Okay, I moved him to the audience just because.
What did he say right now?
The woman, he has more.
I'm so sorry, Edward, that you said that. Edward, I'm so sorry.
Did he say, like,
It was
guys,
Yeah, he's trolling.
he's trolling, but nobody has to apologize to Edward.
Exactly. Does apologize for me. You guys don't worry about it. Listen, people tell you who they are. I don't care about that. The guy's having his own issue. Okay? Listen, guys, you don't have to believe anything Edward says. Edward's just giving you his opinion. Does everybody move by what Edward said? It doesn't have to. Don't worry about it. Don't adapt to the ideology. Don't worry about it. It's okay.
Edward, I agree 100%. Like, I have a differing opinion than you. But at the end of the day, I actually think you're a very nice man. You're actually a lot more conservative than I am. What's really funny is it like 3 years ago or so, when I was talking to some people I knew on Discord, it was like, you know, I encountered this man, and you know, he kind of held my feet to the fire, and but he was doing it from a very conservative perspective, where it was like, it's like, oh shit, like wow, I have to get all my ducks in a row. This guy's, you know, he and I understand you want people to hold themselves accountable and all that, which I largely agree, and I would say that when it comes to individuals, they absolutely should hold themselves accountable more than anybody else. Now, if we're talking about things like geopolitics, or we're talking about groups of people, that's where things kind of change a bit. I mean, because we are talking about groups of people. We all can religions. We come from different countries, have different morals and values, and all of that shit. And so, at the end of the day, we have to coexist. But if I'm being realistic, all of our values are not created equal. And you're obviously well, I won't say obviously, but I'm guessing, would you consider yourself a religious man, a Christian man?
Hey, I just want to hop in for a second.
But no, hold on. I wanted to. No, and Anthony, I'll let you go after me. I just wanted to ask, like, you do consider yourself Christian, right?
It's mentioned 3 times in the scripture. I'm a kingdom citizen. I believe in the kingdom. It's a form of government that happens on the earth. I live according to the laws of God, according to the kingdom of God, not according to the natural man. There's a big difference.
No, absolutely. And it's obviously where there's like a fundamental difference between us. And I get it and I respect it, and that's fine. Go ahead, Anthony.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Pepe. So, a lot of us have been on this app for a number of years, and it's been a while since I've seen Edward in any spaces, and I'm happy to see him. And I genuinely like Edward. He's a good guy. He means well. The issue that like I've had in the past with Edward is my humble opinion, right? He comes across a little preachy. Listen, everybody's entitled to opinion and their worldview. God bless them. The more I learn, the more I realize I know nothing. That's pretty much my perspective. I'm not. I don't feel compelled to impart my religious worldview on anybody. I'm not saying that that's the right way to be or the only way to be or the best way to be. I'm just speaking from my perspective. I don't know how conversation developed. I wasn't, honestly, I've been trying to figure it out, and I'm not latching on to it. But, that's my little contribution. I don't know if it's germane to the topic at hand or not, but, that's been my thing with Edward. Good guy, but a little preachy, my humble opinion.
The good part about life is you don't have to be Edward. You can be Anthony. That's the beauty. And it's so funny that I come on Clubhouse. And Anthony, correct me if I'm wrong. Do you think people are here preaching their ideology, all kinds of different things? I think everybody's preaching, man. I think everybody trying to tell you what they believe and why they believe it. That's why we have gender rooms. That's why we have race rooms. That's why we have all kinds of stuff going on. You know why? Because this is what people do. So if one guy comes and says this is ideology, what we decide to do is say, hey, I'm going to ask you, Anthony, and just correct me if I'm wrong. How many times have you said that to men who do not get involved with the women that they have children with?
So, okay, so this is a great point. This is a really, really good point, right? When I make the point about out of wedlock births, and this is typically, I'm not really getting on the men, I'm really getting on the women. I'm talking to a specific group of people that are pretending that they're looking for solutions. So I'm offering solutions to people that are looking for solutions. And I'm interested in seeing their reactions to my perceived solutions. I'm not trying to come from, like I'm standing on the mountaintop and I'm holding the tablets and God just whispered in my ear. I'm not saying that's what you're doing, but I'm just giving that as, an example of how certain things could be perceived. So I think there's a subtle difference between someone saying, listen, I don't know jack shit, but this is how I feel about it. And someone that comes across as, I figured it out. I've got it all figured out. And this is how we get to to the promised land. You know, that I think there's a subtle but profound difference between those two perspectives.
Anthony, I want to 100% agree with you there. It's when the one thing that makes me I would say cringe the most is when somebody, and of course a lot of these people they're con men. They are even if they're religious, I would say they're still somewhat con men. They have the answer to all of life's problems. Just follow their simple solution and do what they say. And I, like, personally, I am so allergic to that. Like, it is fucking disgusting. And somebody who is like raised Catholic to where like I'm like anything that's like not Catholic is kind of. Actually, I wanted to get into it. But holy shit! I'm sorry, I was reading something. I forgot what it was saying. But like I've never heard somebody that's had the answer to all of life's problems, except for people that were literally just like fucking con men or charlatans.
Anthony's too nice, but he was trying to say that you're a condescending, pretentious asshole.
No. Let's no. Shut up. But Edward.
They said that.
No, but Edward, he is a nice man. He's a man of faith. He's a man that I think that.
Yeah, but he's a condescending.
You know what I've said. No, shut up. What I've said, and I've said this about Anthony before. Anthony is, if you look at like conservatism in the United States, Edward is somebody who's like, probably close to being 99 or 100% conservative. He's more conservative than the vast majority of people on this fucking app. I mean, that's my opinion. Like, he's absolutely somebody he's consistent. I've never heard him make a talking point that was not conservative. And you can look at him. He talks about his life. He's very open about it. He's a successful man. It sounds like, him and his wife and his children have all of their ducks in a row, and which is good. He raised his kids the right way with the right values. He's a conservative. Like I said, and I've said this many times before, I'm not a conservative. I'm somebody who's voted Republican since I've been of voting age, but I don't classify myself as a conservative. But now, just be realistic. Imagine if every father in the United States was similar to Edward, our country would be a better place. Now, I'm somebody who so happens to believe that Edward is, special. And I don't think most people are capable of being somebody like him, and that's kind of where we'll disagree.
And this has nothing to do with Edward, but oftentimes with people that present this, this perfect life, and I've got it all figured out, and my family, everybody's we're just paragons of virtue. The closer you look, the quicker it starts to fall apart. And that's where like a lot of the low-key hypocrisy, comes into play. You ever have those friends that, like they're more interested in presenting an image to people than actually living the life that they portray. That's and that's my pet peeve. That's my little trigger. I honestly, I really don't care, but it is something that hurtful. It could be annoying. The more I think about it, it's one of those situations where. And like I said, this has because I think Edward's been super since I've known him on this app, super duper consistent. And there's nothing that there's no smoking gun with Edward that I could point to and be like, yo, this guy's full of shit. There's nothing I can say. But you have a lot of people that are heavily invested in presenting this pristine image. And, you know, like, to me, we all live in glass houses. You know, I'm not perfect. I've been married for, you know, a number of years. You know, me and my wife would go through it. You know, my kids, you know, shit, man. Anyway, listen, it's don't have all the answers. I'm work in progress, and you know, I'm just trying to figure out one day at a time. And I hope God continues to give me the strength.
So, everyone else, that you all said that Edward is condescending. But yet, I don't think I've ever addressed any of you personally since I've been on Clubhouse. Ever. Do you guys know that we see the world as we are versus as it is? I don't know any of you. Never met any of you. But it's quite interesting that you guys have all determined that you know
roast that motherfucker.
and you know
You
my
getting
intention.
roasted now?
So, you all know this. I will apologize to all of you if you ever thought that Edward was trying to be condescending to you in any way, because that's never the goal. I want to be at peace with all men, no matter who they are, if at all possible. Sometimes it's not possible, because some men don't want to be at peace with Edward, and that's okay. And Anthony, I've been married, my son just turned 41. I've been married a long time. And my wife and I don't agree on everything. You know, we've been through it. And you know what? We also worked through it. And you know what? She's still my wife. You know why? Because we believe in adaptability, not compatibility. We believe in working stuff out. It's called covenant. This is so interesting that you guys think that just because someone is quote unquote presenting something. I don't know if you guys know this, but there are people on planet Earth that are actually living correctly and trying to do the best they can every day for their life. Everybody's not wilding out. Everybody's not falling apart. Okay? I grew up in a home where my grandpa was married to his wife for 49 years. Okay? My dad was married to his wife for 58 years. And I come from a good stock of people who know what it's like just to try to do right. I'll land on this. My dad taught me something at 12 and a half years old. He said, son, no substance, no abuse. Never taste alcohol in my life, never smoked a cigarette, never did drugs. Doesn't make me better than anybody. And my dad also said this, and that includes women. So what I am not trying to do is present something to you guys, because I have to live with Edward every single day. You guys don't get to do that. And every problem that Edward's ever had is the ones he caused in his own life. So you guys know what I look at sin as? S-I-N, self-inflicted nonsense. Every time Edward had a problem, he self-inflicted it himself. I'm not blaming anybody else for anything that Edward's ever done wrong. So I land there, and Anthony, again, thank you, because I know that you did not come from a place of hatred. So I appreciate it.
Thank you for taking the spirit that it was meant for. And, you know, like I said, I'm happy to see you on the stage. You know, listen, y'all. As far as the question of the room, is this war necessary? I'm going to go out on a limb and say, yeah. I know there's definitely people that don't agree with that concept, but I think that I think that when all is said and done, we are going to have a favorable outcome from the situation. I think it's going to be better than the way we found it. It's going to be better than, you know, the alternative, which is to not go to war. That's my take on it. And I understand the pushback, but, you know, my humble opinion.
Well said, Anthony. I'm with you I'm on the same page as you when it comes to the war. I think a nuclear armed Iran provides a lot more problems for us than good. I mean, that's the other question you can ask yourself is, what good has Iran done, like the government apparatus, for the well-being of human beings? I mean, it's just an apparatus of terror, in my opinion. So you got to start somewhere. And real quick on the Edward thing, I've never heard Edward ever try to convince somebody to be him. I've only heard him say, I have these questions, feel free to answer them or not, and move along. So I've heard preachers, I don't think Edward's preaching. I think he's just stating his truth and what he feels, how he wants to live his life. And I think a lot of people don't do that. I think it's foreign to us. So it seems like Edward's like preaching to us or lecturing us. So just wanted to throw my 2 cents in there on Edward.
So Matt, I go into certain corners of Clubhouse. Just real quick, Edward, and I want you to respond to this as well. It's going to tie in what Matt just said. So Matt, I'm in sorts of corners on Clubhouse, and I'm in some spaces where it gets really, really rowdy and really, really crazy and really, really buck wild. And Edward came into that space and started preaching. Well, not preaching. He started being Edward. And eventually, it pained me to see it happen. Eventually, they kicked him out the room. I don't know if he remembers this, but it's like that. He was in like it's not Sodom and Gomorrah because it's not alphabet people, but it's just one of those rooms where everything goes. It's not a safe space, and Edward came in and was trying to, I guess, be that ray of light, and it wasn't the group for that. He got drop kicked out of the room. So it's that's kind of one of my lasting memories of Edward.
And real quick, in that spirit,
I remember that space. Space, Anthony. But the funny thing, Anthony, is you said this is a room that everything goes, except someone trying to be reasonable. It's kind of funny.
The irony of that, right, Edward? Go figure, right? And by the way, I've seen you kick down plenty of times, so that would be my first rodeo on that front. So carry on, Edward. Go ahead.
Correct me, because guys, I don't mind growing. I'm 62. I don't know everything, but KK, she's correct. I always try to come and ask a question. I want to lead with a question, and I do have certain ideologies that I stand by. That's all. But other than that, I think we all have BS. And what I mean by BS, guys, so you guys know it, I call it belief system. We all have our own belief systems that we subscribe to no matter what they are. But why would I not stand on my own belief system and you guys just get to hear a man in contemporary time just telling you what he believes? That's all.
Well, Mr. Edward, what I've always experienced with you for the past probably 4+ years is you lead with a question not for yourself. You lead with a question to gain insight to the person you're trying to engage with. And then you shift to determine what type of conversation you can have with this person to make it authentic, right? And that's why I couldn't come up and talk at the time, but it's irritating when people say, oh, he's trying to say he's perfect. He's never said he's perfect. If anything, he's always said, I'm a man of God. I am fallible. We all are fallible. And to give grace to ourselves and grace to each other. But if it's like, oh, he's trying to say he's perfect, well, that says more about you than him. Then are you recognizing that maybe you are not to a standard and you recognize that this man is to a standard? But he has not changed. He always asks a question, not for himself, but to learn and to be able to have a great engagement with the other person. And I think we all can take a lesson from that. But I totally felt like Sarah when I blocked that guy. I'm like, I'm going to block you. And I'm like, oh my God, I sound like Sarah.
It's okay.
Yeah, I don't know, like if you were referring to anyone specifically on stage. I did mention the word perfect in one of my submissions.
Oh, no, not you, Mr. Anthony.
Okay, cool.
Absolutely
All
not.
good. I just want to make sure. Okay, thank you, Kate.
No, I was talking about someone in the chat, and then I was talking about.
Kate, thank you.
Yeah,
I just wanted to say,
of course, sir. Of course, sir.
Thank you.
And I appreciate that you can ask me that.
Anthony, you knew my shot wasn't at you either, right? I just want to make sure.
Yes.
It was more of a general thing.
Yeah, Matt. No, Matt, come on. Matt, you're my brother. Yo, Matt, I can't thank you enough. And I'm just going to say it right now, right here. Matt, you hold me down so much in the chat in so many rooms, bro. Yo, you're my partner in crime, brother.
We got it. We got it.
Yo, you know how many times it's just me and you against the whole room, bro? It's crazy.
For hours, too, by the way. Not just 20 minutes, 10 minutes. It's just constant. Yep.
Anthony,
I got you.
You're so patient in those rooms. I don't know how you stay that long. I'm like 3 minutes in, and I'm like, oh, my God, I can't.
Bad, KK. It's really, and it's so funny to see the hate, man. It's like the literal, and here's the thing. I'm like, when the conversation stops, the guys like Brad take over. You don't want the guys like Brad taking over.
Oh no.
That's what happens when the conversation stops. Those guys get on your ass, and you got these cats that think, we're ready for whatever. You don't want those guys. Those are nightmares. You're not ready for that. It's like, please, let's keep the conversation flowing.
We had a couple nightmares tonight in this room with the bike.
Yeah, I will always say that.
Edward, what are the 4 R's?
Oh, that's right, Beaver.
I get them for you 1 second. Now you just threw me off. Give me a.
I always defend big, beautiful ladies against Brad. So.
Thank you for defending me, Necro. Do you like them plump? Are you a plump and dumper, Necro?
Absolutely.
Did you like that, Bima?
I did. That's my boy.
Plump and dumper.
Hey, quick question to the room. I just need just a yes or no if you think this is a fair question. Was the U.S.'s attack on Iran in 2026 necessary to keep the U.S. safe from an imminent threat from Iran? Would you agree that that's a fair question? Is it phrased? Is it not? Is it loaded? If I wanted to find a determination, is that a good question to ask?
It's definitely loaded. Because imminent is subjective.
Yeah, exactly. That was my point. That's going to be the key word. That is going to be subjective, because that's the issue.
Beaver, I meant to change the poll. Sorry, my bad.
That's cool.
But yeah.
So yes, thank you. But that is what we're determining, whether Iran was an imminent threat or not whether it was a threat. I think everybody agrees that Iran was a threat, but whether it was an imminent threat, because that's what the United States president, that's what Trump said to us.
I mean, you can flip it and say, is Iran currently... Oh, I just thought about it. Sorry, I had a glass of Pinot Noir to wind down. Hold on.
I mean, you could whittle it down to, does Iran have their finger on the button to fire the nuke? That's imminent. Or are they close enough to developing a nuclear weapon in a few months? Like, to me, that's...
Yes.
You could argue that's imminent. I mean, It's just...
Is Iran a threat to the U.S. today?
And KK, by the way, and I mentioned this earlier, I don't know if I'm repeating myself, I don't know, it was like 2 days ago. Iran doesn't need to use nukes on neighboring countries or the U.S. or, the great Satans of the world, as they say. They could just use the nuke as a hostage leverage, you know what I mean? For the Strait of Hormuz, they could just own that because they have a nuke, you know what I mean? So it's not like they have to use a nuke. You got that, right? I think maybe you've heard that before.
Yes, and that's the issue, is the threat and then the lack of accountability with the IAEA, which they're supposed to have access to. That was agreed upon how many decades ago? So they're playing that game. Well, you can't, because I have something. So when is that something actually going to come to fruition? That should be the worry, and it's just been pushed down the road. But I get what you're saying, Matt. I hope that helped.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Emma, I think the threat has always been imminent. I think I put this in the chat. It's been imminent since 1979. It's just a matter of how imminent and how mature an operation is at any given time. But the threat has always been there. It's measured in degrees at any given point.
Yeah, can I answer that question too? I'm Stephen Powell. This is my first time in the room. I'm a retired military veteran.
Hi, Stephen. Thank you for your service, and thank you for your family to sharing you with us.
Yeah. So I went over there. I went to Iraq in 2003, and I was up near the Iranian border. So I saw a lot of things that was let me see, how can I say this? Very disturbing and diabolical, right? Meaning, their mindset and how they live over there is different from how we think in America. And my whole point is this, is that the war is a preventive measure for what can happen, right? Because if you understand the mindset and the historical context of what they've been doing, and if you read in the Bible, even if you look in the Bible and how and where they came from, there's always been a threat, and there's still going to be a threat. So what's happening is, from a military perspective, you want to put preventive measures in place so that if you don't want to wait to respond to something that's already happened, you want to respond with a punch first. Let me say it why, because how many people would get hurt if we were waiting to them to respond to us, and we're having people getting, unalived and everything else. And so from a soldier's perspective, yeah, it's hard being away from your family, being over there, but I'm protecting the very thing that I value. And that's how I live in the country. You have to, whatever you value is what you're going to protect, right? And so for me, when I was over there and I saw how the mindset of the people, yes, there are good people over there, but there are some evil people over there too also. And let me tell y'all, folks, I'm going to tell y'all something. It's a different mindset when you're over there. I'm talking about when you're seeing things, Saddam Hussein was very evil too. He bombed his own people. There were a village there that he had took these nuclear gases, and he had put them on the people because they were resistant against him. So you have to understand how the mindset of how people who wants to think this way, they get in power. And so I don't believe every person in Iran is evil. I believe there are some good people over there.
Steven, what's your MOS? Or was your
I2 Alpha. I was an I2 Alpha.
Okay. Because you said nuclear stuff. It was mustard gas you used on the Kurds.
It was. I couldn't think of it was a Scud missiles. It was a missile, actually. That's what it was. It was Scud missiles because we had Scud alarms. So he used Scud missiles on, I can't think of the town. It was up there near Fallujah. Actually,
is it Basura? Oh, so you were in Fallujah 2003. So you were there, Fallujah 1, that when they put the Blackwater bodies over the bridge in Fallujah. My late husband was there too as well with the Marine Corps Infantry Unit.
Yeah, he was. Matter of fact, your husband's unit was with us, 1st Marine Division out of San Diego, correct?
He was out of there, yes, sir.
Yeah, so they actually saved us because we were having a hard time with Fallujah because they were attacking our main supply routes and stuff. So we were trying to get water and food to the other, camps that we had over there. And so they would attack our main supply routes. And so, because we had to go through Fallujah. So the First Marine Division went over there and they cleaned house. I mean, they literally cleaned house.
Knock, you're dead.
Yeah,
is basically what they did. I'm just not going to share.
Yeah, it was, but my whole point is that when my whole point was, I'm very patriotic when it comes to this country. And when I say if there's problems that we have, of course. Do we have an ugly history? Of course. But when you look at the freedoms that we have and what we can do, look how we're having this conversation on this app. Do you know in North Korea and other countries, you can't talk about the leaders and be free to do that? You understand what I'm saying? So we have to value what we have and what we're doing now. And we may disagree on things, but this is what I fought for. This is what I joined the military for. And of course, when I was over there, I said, man, I said, I'm glad that I could defend my country. Was there a possibility that I could have lost my life? There were many times I could have did, but, because of God's grace and his protection, I came back to my family. But my whole point is this, is that it's a preventive measure so that we can stop from what's going to happen or what can possibilities happen. And you have to understand that when you see the enemy trying to plan something and you see a threat, from a military perspective, we get it. We get at it first because we'll say, hold on, you're not going to do this. Because if you wait until they attack and then you respond, you might not be able to respond. So I hope this might clarify some questions and everything about people, about what's happening while the war is happening. Of course there's going to be disagreements, but at the same time, man, listen, we have the freedom, we have the opportunity to have our voices, and that's a good thing, and I'm going to land there.
And the goal is to corner China, because at the end of the day, Venezuela and Iran was their top two oil kingpins that they was running oil barrels from.
There you go. I was going to get to that.
Stephen, I added you, sir, and thank you for your service.
Yes, sir.
Stephen, were you in Ramadi?
I was near Ramadi, so I was. It was an airfield up near Al-Takada. It was called Al-Takada Airfield.
Yeah, it's still in Al-Anbar, right?
Yeah. Okay. So we were up there near the Iranian border, and what we were doing is we were supplying some of the units that was pushing Saddam, some of the forces up north back into the Iranian border. It was a very difficult situation that we were in because we had to supply all the infantry units and all the light infantry units because I was with the 82nd Airborne Division when I was over there.
Good to go.
So we were, so we replaced 3rd ID. When 3rd ID went over there, 82nd Airborne Division came over there and we replaced them. And so we were in Balao, I think we were in Fallujah, we were in what other parts we were in, but we were servicing all those infantry units and stuff. We were supplying them, plus we were helping out special forces. So
Al-Qaim.
Yeah, Stephen, I always ask that question
just
about.
A second.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Sunset. I'll give it to you in just a moment. You know what's interesting? Yes, I'm sorry, guys. I just want to make this point. Maybe a lot of people may not understand, but anyone that's served in the area or whose family is served in the area will understand why we have more of a disdain for terrorist groups and the countries that fuel these terrorist groups by proxy than anything. So Stephen was up there along the Iranian border. Why? Because you wanted to shut that actual flow of terrorists coming in that aren't even Iraqi. Right? So then also when it comes to not just Iran, but then also Syria, that was an infantry battalion's whole job is to hold that line of Syria, not let the Syrians to come in to make it more of a clusterfuck than it already was. So it wasn't to battle the actual Iraqis all the time. It was always to battle people that actually wanted to benefit from the Iraqi community, country, to the detriment of the actual Iraqi people.
They would come in, they would slaughter, they would use their women as children as shields, they would use their mosque, hospitals, and school kids or schools to harbor all their munitions, their terrorists, and everything. So it's sometimes people don't understand, like, well, Hamas is nothing, Hezbollah is nothing. No, those are the ones that they pop around that whole Middle East that causes more harm than any other country, just one military group. So when you were talking about that, Stephen, I'm like, yeah, you guys did it along the Iranian border. Then 2 years later, it was along the Syrian border. So they had to go all along the Syrian border. They did a 9-city sweep, non-stop of clearing out, knock, knock, get all the bad guys out, you bad, you dead, go on to the next one, separate the women and children to find out who are the friendlies and who are not. So I think people don't understand the gravity of why there's a disdain for them and why a lot of military families can't stand Iran for harboring and letting those groups, those terrorist groups, come in and ruin their country, but also other countries in the area. Go ahead, Sean.
Oh no, I was just gonna say when I was asking him his MOS, this is because last time we had a guy come up here and I asked what his class was in the Navy, and he come to find out he was a chow hall cook on a ship. He was telling us how World War III was going to play out. So I always ask everybody's MOS.
Oh, no. I have a question, Stephen. Yeah. Stephen, I have a quick question for you. Because I was over in Israel when those Scuds were being shot. I was visiting, and I remember seeing the Patriot operators that were over there. Who is that? Army that was operating the Patriot, or were the Marines doing that as well?
So in the Army, the Army usually has we have what's called an 88 air defense system, right? And so these Patriot missiles, I used to be in a unit that used to order these missiles, right? All these radar units. So you have a radar unit that identifies any type of Scud missiles or any missile that's coming towards where the United States might be camped at or where we might be serving at, right? So these missiles, matter of fact, they have them in Korea right now. So if a missile goes up in the air, it's going to automatically identify it, and then they're going to automatically be able to shoot a missile to deflect that missile from coming over. So that's called air defense. And you have the thing about the air defense is, they can see those missiles coming. And that's the reason why they were over in Israel, because the reason why they had them over there is because they can intercept those Scud missiles from either hitting the target. That's why
that was the first of the, was the beginning, the birth of it. But it was weird because, I was over visiting and I remember something very distinctive that now you don't see, but when you had to go into a shelter, they had gas masks because of the fear of what was in those Scuds. And they actually had, I don't know about the accuracy, but they hit a very wealthy suburban town where the defense minister lived in a really nice neighborhood, and they hit a home right near his home. It was interesting what they were aiming for. But for some reason, there was something with those missiles back then that had an agent in them or a fear of a chemical agent.
Yes.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
That's what they were trying to do right then. It's a nerve agent.
It's a nerve agent. Yeah, it was a nerve agent. And this is what Saddam did. Actually, I can't think of the town right now that we went to. I'll find it later. I have to ask my buddy. But we went there, and this is from 91 when he had sent those Scud missiles and hit that town, and the people were showing us where they had burn marks from where the nerve agent had hit them. So you have to understand how, when they're looking at Americans, a lot of these terrorist groups, they look at us as if they can unalive one of us, they got it's like a trophy to them because of what they believe. They are very radical when it comes to what they believe, right? You have a lot of the stuff that's happening over is because of this war of the Sunnis and Shiites, right? These are two Muslim groups that are fighting for power. And this has been going on in the Middle East for so long. And so this is why you have so many people, so many wars that happen over there, because somebody needs to be in power. They want to control everything. So my whole point is this, is that when I went over there and we saw these things, number one, it makes you grateful for what you have in America and why you're over there. Number two, you want to protect, because I got children. I want my children to be raised. I don't want my children to be unalive because we're not protecting our country. And so this gives me the passion to say, hey, look, yes, we can have compassion on other countries that don't have the same thing, but I believe also that you have to have standards and borders, and you have to have things so that we can protect what we have. If we don't protect the value of what we have in America, then it won't be America anymore. And in my opinion, this is why I don't believe in open borders. I don't believe in things like that, because you're taking the value of what this country, and it's being devalued by allowing other people to bring cultures and mindsets that's going against American culture and saying, well, this is America now. No, this is not how we operate. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to land there.
Sean, did you want to chime in? Sorry, we were a little bit long, Sean.
Damn, I didn't.
And thank you for allowing me to share. I appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Oh, no, thanks for sharing, Steven.
What the hell was I about to say?
We were talking about border, Iran. Is there an imminent threat? Bima asked the question.
It was definitely an imminent threat. Threatening the petrodollar. Anybody that threatens the situation of that needs to be eliminated immediately. Indefinitely.
Okay, I like it.
Hey, brother. So I want to ask you, who got control of our ancestors' treasure box?
Wait, what?
Check that out.
Sponsored by Richard. I'm sorry. I don't.
Man. The goal is to corner China. Because at the end of the day, the ultimate showdown is when they try to take Taiwan. Then we need to make sure that Korea and Japan. May I finish? When it comes to Korea and Japan, we need to make sure that they have enough weapons. Japan has bought $60 billion in weapons. And Takaichi last year has scaled up $250 billion in defense. You have Korea that's literally both quality and quantity when it comes to the situation of military production. Korean defense stocks has been up 192% since last year. So once the ultimate showdown happens, then we can see essentially a complete boom, industrial boom. Then you have $18 trillion that Donald Trump has essentially then raised from both CapEx, foreign direct investment, and trade deals on military production. Respectfully, President Trump needs to scale the defense budget from $1 trillion to $3 trillion by the end of his term.
Over the edge,
and
bro.
Damn, man.
Yeah, man, keep talking. Nigga, you trying to put us up in some shit that we ain't gotta be. Nigga, when the last time you ever...
Who speaks, John?
Dude.
Okay, my bad, bro.
All this drunk ass babble, man.
At least he apologizes. Let's give him that. Keep going, Sean.
Like I
He's
said,
just excited.
Man, when it comes to this situation, you're still talking. Dear Christ. Like I said, when it comes to that situation, military defense needs to go to $1 trillion to $3 trillion by 2028. Scenarios when it comes to China, we destroy any capabilities of Iran getting a nuke, and need to be able to make sure that we can keep on competing in space. Because most of the situation that we see in Iran has been done on what? The air, the space, different altitude, photonics, military robotics, defense systems. Essentially, we need to put that brown noise where anyone tries to come into scenarios of certain protected zones, they need to be bleeding from their ears. Like how in Venezuela, how literally the security guard said, shit, I want to fuck with the United States. And now it's because of what? That machine then turned literally stomach inside out, bleeding from the nose, shitting their pants, and literally destabilizing them without essentially dropping a bomb on them.
Damn, you getting dirty.
Because at the end of the day, when it comes to the military defense, nobody can't really out-thug us. Nobody can't really bang with us. Because $1 trillion of investment, $3 trillion, hell, Japan has spent over $250 billion. China is literally someone that we can take out based off their radar, can't even track our B-2, our stealth bombers, our jets. And essentially, we need to make sure that we are the ultimate apex predator on Earth.
Clown. You sound like a clown.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you for your comment, Sean. I think one of the most interesting things about the Iran situation is the imminent threat phrase, the imminent threat package that we were sold. A lot of people disagree with me, and that's okay. You could disagree. I think this is coming down to really just opinion, but it's very interesting. People get very frustrated with me. Welcome, everyone. I'm Bima, the most hated and dumbest person on the app. And if you were to describe what you mean by imminent as... I love you, A-Check. I understand the truth. I might be dumb, but I do tell the truth. Thank you, A-Check. So the imminent threat phrase is very interesting, right? And that's what I think is a lot that's being debated around this. If you were, I was so interested, and I was like, this is the first time I've done this, by the way. I just did this within the past 30 minutes. I went and I created tabs of all the best AIs, the best AI chatbots. And, Perplexity, ChatGPT, Gemini, Cloud, Grok, Meta, DeepSeek, Cursor, Gemini, did I say that? Venus. And it's so interesting because I phrased it exactly as I phrased to you all. I gave the same exact prompt to everyone, and not one of them have come back and given me a yes indicator that yes, Iran was an imminent threat to the United States. And I asked them all to explain and give their own, to give supporting evidence or whatever. And we're talking, I'm not saying AI is everything, I'm not. But I also know that I'm not crazy, right? I've become under fire for pressing the room to explain what you mean by imminent threat, imminent nuclear threat. What is your criteria? Explain the criteria. And people seem to get very frustrated with that. So I think we can admit that. Was Iran a threat? Sure, Iran was a threat, but was it an imminent threat? I don't know. I still, I guess I'm empowered by AI agreeing with me. Of course, I'm sure somebody else, we can do a different prompt. If anybody wants to offer me a different prompt to then run through all of these, I'd be happy to do that with your own question. But Pentagon tells Congress, no, Iran wasn't a threat. There was no, imminent threat. And your assessment on what we consider imminent threat, that criteria was not met. Not saying it's right, but just to open up discussion. Wondering, those of you who still believe that it was an imminent threat, I challenge you, create your criteria or provide your criteria. What do you mean by imminent versus, I guess here's an extra thing, and I'll end here. A lot of the chats, they admit that it was a preemptive, and that's what I also admit that it was a preemptive strike, but not a strike because of an imminent threat. Thank you.
Bima, I think you're asking the wrong question, personally, and we've went over this, 2 days ago, exhaustively. But perhaps you need to ask the question where it's a threat, first of all, and second of all, is it a good thing that we went into Iran and we stifled the ability to have nuclear capability? Whether the threat is imminent, why don't you take the word imminent, and with your AI and your Google, for me, I take out a big thick thesaurus and find all the different words similar to imminent. But why don't you focus on threat as opposed to imminent, and then decide whether it's a good thing that their capability was stifled and stopped from possessing and developing nuclear proliferation.
Yeah,
Perhaps look at it that way.
Yeah, I'll do that. Would you, Abby? Would you like to give me the phrase? I'll type it in exactly word for word.
Do you have a book? Do you own books? Just curious. Does anyone in here own books?
Yeah, I actually
do you have a thesaurus?
Abby, do you know what I just signed up for today? I'm really excited.
I don't mean to be in a disparaging way. Like I'm just like the old-fashioned way of looking.
It's the Libby app. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it, which is an online your library. So when you go to your local library and you get your library card, this is now a online. So you can think of the massive amount of books that you're able to.
Do you have to show your ID to get that?
You need to provide your local library card. You do.
Okay. So if you pick up, and I'm old-fashioned, I like thesauruses. So if you look at a thesaurus and you look at the word imminent,
well, I'm like,
play with it if you want, or play with the word threat. Those two words.
Threat was what was sold to us.
Okay, but it doesn't. It's not a question. Threat is what is sold to us.
Well, no, we all agree that it's a threat.
Okay, so getting rid of it is getting. I'm going to be Socratic. I'm going to be Socratic with you.
Is North Korea a threat? Well, I would like that. Sure, yeah.
Okay,
but we have to have a back and forth, though. I'll answer your questions, but you have to answer mine. Fair?
Go ahead.
Okay, no, you could go first. I just want to know if that's fair.
Is
you answer mine? Yes.
Is a threat something you should be concerned with?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, and if the threat elevates to a higher level than basic threat, define the levels of threat. At what point should you be concerned?
Well, that's, I think, what imminent threat, that criteria was created.
I'm sorry, I should have said this to you. Answer it without using the word imminent. Use every other word but imminent.
So you escalate it when you can verify that the threat has escalated to a specific. It's mobilized into a specific and verified threat that's going to happen, right? Because before that, you're guessing, and people get mad and say things, and countries say things all the time and whatever, but it's not. They don't always follow through, right? So the idea would be to verify, to confirm, to verify what type of threat it is, to verify the time, location, place, to verify the threat is actually a legitimate threat.
So legitimate's a good word. All right, so are we looking at something approaching? Is it forthcoming? Is it on the horizon? Is it, what immediacy? Is it unavoidable? Define this threat in another word, and maybe you're stuck on the word imminent, but look at all the other words around it, and now you're sitting in a position of power, and you're assessing the vulnerability of your country and the world, because you sit in a position of a world leader, and you weigh all of those words around the word threat, and you have to make an assessment. So being stuck on the word imminent, because that was the choice that day that was used in a speech. I mean, you could have used a lot of these other words that I just said, and I haven't, just sit with a thesaurus and come up with something brewing. Is it on the way? Is it inevitable? Is it pending? I mean, there's so many words to define where that threat, what level that threat is when you do an assessment. And I think that's an important process that someone or our intelligence analysis had to go through and come up with a decision.
Would you agree that if there was an imminent threat on the United States, let's say a country, let's say tomorrow, a particular country says that they are going to attack the United States with a nuke that they got from the black market, and they let us know. They say it's incoming, and in 24 hours we're going to attack. This comes from the top of a country saying that. Would you say that in that moment, that we would need a formal declaration of war, or a formal declaration of war would be justified?
I mean, there's so many facts to that. What did our intelligence discover? What black market? How do you buy a nuclear weapon?
Yeah, it's all been. We're gonna steel man it. We're gonna steel man it.
I hear you, but I would look at all the circumstances surrounding it.
But we're gonna steel man and say that it's
assessment. And you have to make an assessment. That's why you have a whole huge department.
Right, but don't focus on that. Don't focus on that. You're missing my point. My point was, would we need to, at that point, get a formal declaration of war? Or could we
what do you mean by a formal declaration of war?
Yeah, well, a country is
what do you mean by a formal declaration of war? Can a president make a decision?
Through Congress.
Well, no, I don't think we need a formal declaration. We haven't done one since 1941. When did it actually pass through Congress for World War II? We haven't had a declaration of war with all of our battles since then. So do I think we need a formal declaration? No.
Yeah, I don't need one now.
Bima, let me ask you like this, Bima. I want to ask you this.
Go ahead, Mike. You take.
When it comes to the imminent part, like let's say like there's an abusive husband, right? And he only beats his wife when he's drunk, right? And he doesn't beat her when he's not drunk, but only when he's drunk. And let's say that the wife's brother, right? The brother of the wife, one day just comes over and just fucking beats the shit out of the dude, breaks his jaw, puts him in the hospital. He's like, nope, you're not going to beat my sister anymore. Like, you're done. And then they're like, well, he wasn't drunk, so it wasn't like imminent. You know what I'm saying? So, or another example, a school shooter. Let's say a kid is stockpiling weapons and threatened to shoot a school in a month. Then it's like, now it's only a week out, and we arrest the kid because he's about to shoot a school up. Was it imminent? Now it seems like, Bima, you're arguing for like, the problem would be we'd arrest the kid on weapons charges. We wouldn't be able to get him on murder. So the problem would be the kid would only go to jail for like a couple months, maybe a year, and then he'd get out, right? It's like you want to wait for him to do the crime so we can have the problem. Imminent is this kind of weird thing, right? If it's a threat, it's a threat, period. And they were posing a threat.
Yeah, I think that you moved away from your first example because you realized that wouldn't be justified. We wouldn't be able to justify someone going over and beating up a person if they're not actively or about to commit. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. We both know that there's no law that's going to protect that person, that initiator. Now, if the husband, right, said, I'm going to, after I get off work, I'm going to come and I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you after work, right? Now that changes, okay? That changes everything. Or, with the school shooter situation, yes, imminent threat, yes, you have the criteria that's met. You have the tool, you have the time window, you have the plan. That is what an imminent threat is. But we didn't have any of those things with Iran. We didn't have a time window. We didn't have a particular threat. We didn't have them saying that we are going to do this. We didn't have none of that criteria was met.
How do you know this?
I mean, like the Pentagon.
Why are Americans feel that we deserve to know everything all the fucking time before it even happens when it comes to our national security? That's idiotic. That it doesn't work like that. The other thing is, Bima, when you're talking about all your AIs and everything you put in, and you worded the perfect sentence you thought to be able to get a better outcome, you had some information holes. And the information holes is exactly what I talked about, is what you don't know or AI doesn't know or AI will never learn because it's classified. You're talking about military strategy, you're talking about intel, you're talking about military history, you're talking about present conditions right now that are changing every single day. So when you have those holes, you're only going to get a top level, not an actual organic level information to get an authentic outcome, because you're missing some data points in that question.
Yeah, so I agree. I understand
point,
with that.
KK.
Yeah, I understand with that. But would you agree that if anybody were to know that, because I'm not asking for I want the time, date. That's not what I'm asking for. I'm asking the to our intelligence, was that criteria met? Because you said it's met, so I'm just asking, was that criteria met? And would you agree that more than anyone, that the Pentagon and the intelligence agencies of the United States would have the best idea of whether or not Iran was an imminent threat? Yes or no?
Yes, but you know when they do that and make that determination. But wait, ma'am, do you know when they do that and make that determination? They always provide it at the post-action brief. They've got a pre-action, then they got the shit going on, and then the post-action. They can't actually and offer actual, let me see. Oh no.
You guys.
Okay, sorry, you can hear me still.
Is necessary.
They can't formulate what that is going to be until post-action. We're still in the middle of it. We literally are still in the middle of it. So they can't actually say like, oh, well, this is right, this is wrong. We don't know what the next plans are going to be. You have to understand, this isn't something that the Pentagon just said willy-nilly, oh, we fucking bored, let's flex a little, go America, we're going to do this. This has been planned out, trained for decades. Decades. That's what a lot of people don't understand. It's like they have role played this with every scenario, with every Ayatollah, with every family member, from the first son, second son, third son, the uncle, and the uncle's goat. Like, they role play this stuff out so much, and the CIA and their intel kind of helps to kind of develop how we're going to go forward, but we're still in the middle of it. Now, when the major operations are done, and the Department of War can offer a debrief of the actual actions, then we will have a better idea, and the truth will be beholden and show. But until that time, if we pressure our military and our intel to reveal it, now all we're doing is putting our military and our war fighters, our analysts, our agents that are out there in the field at risk. So after this is done, absolutely, they should be able to provide a brief, but not during.
We can't keep being reactive. Like,
Right.
we can't just keep waiting for shit.
Right. Hey, Beaver.
Well, I was curious with Bima and her intellectual exercise. Bima, what's the opposite of imminent?
The opposite of imminent.
Non-imminent.
Non-imminent. I know that.
What do you think the opposite of it is? And don't go Google.
Not immediate. It wouldn't be immediate.
You think that's the opposite of imminent? Would it be remote? Would it be far away?
No, I wouldn't say remote.
Well, how about this? It's called the axis of resistance. It's called structured threat. And the structured threat's been like what KK said. The structured threat's been going on when they fund all of the terrorist groups.
Thank you.
They're getting intel the whole time. It's called a structured threat. They know the structure. They're watching it real time.
It's constantly imminent, right?
Exactly. No. It's just structured, guys. Listen, you don't know that the thief is coming, but the thief is coming. Okay? You just don't know when. We all know on the what's going on? They are bent, and we all have to know this. They are bent to destroy countries with a nuclear weapon. That's the actual threat of the theocracy. Okay? This is the imams, because they believe that in order for the imam to return, that there has to be a fiery explosion. Okay? Most people don't know that's the ideology. So when you hear access of threat or aspect of structure, that's what they're talking about. Okay? It's just a complete difference because we're going from a different sheet of music than they are.
And you also have to understand, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful or anything like that, Bima, but I do think there might be a gap in just kind of like where your knowledge might be as far as what Iran, especially what Edward was just talking about, right? A structured threat. So somebody earlier brought up if there's a man beating a woman constantly, but let's just say this man hasn't killed anybody. He's beaten his women in the past, right? He has a pattern of this, but he hasn't killed anybody. Your logic would say, let's wait till we actually see him progressing or escalating to that point. Then, we'll do something to stop it. Now, you back a little bit and you were like, well, yeah, if we know that this man is abusive, then he does pose an imminent threat, right? Because you're familiar. I'm not saying you experienced it, but we're all familiar with like domestic violence and where that thing leads, right? We've read stories about it, we've heard about it, experienced it adjacently or personally, but we know these things. There's not an information gap that you have with that.
He
right
can
now
snap
with
it
Iran.
He can snap it anytime. Yep.
Right, he can snap it anytime, and you know this, right? We got stories, we got movies now with Iran, however we want to say it. You're just saying, oh, they didn't pose an imminent threat. And there's like a gap there.
Say
Like, wait,
I ran to Canada and you ran to uranium.
right.
Excuse me,
So
Mr.
there's...
MV, shut the fuck up and get out of this room. Mods, throw him out. Bye. Goodbye. We're not going to play with you anymore tonight. You disrespected Mr. Edward. We don't play that shit. So no. Bye. Leave. Thank you. Keep going, Sean.
So, Jerry, thank you. It's good. So when you say like Iran they don't pose an imminent threat, that kind of displays there's a gap there that, there's not like a lot of knowledge. And I mean, hey, we're all learning, some people know more than others, but to say that they didn't pose an imminent threat, that's literally equivalent to saying, hey, the abusive husband doesn't pose an imminent threat to the person that is abusing the wife or whatever, right? People will look at you like, what? You're crazy.
What comes after the threat? Violence. What comes after the threat, though? If the threat is taken upon, what happens? Violence. So do you want the threat or do you want the violence?
Right, and then look how it escalates, right? We could still keep it on the domestic violence, right? Because then what happens if the man or the woman, whoever is the aggressor, right? They end up doing something horrible, right? And then we look at the pattern. Oh, the wife had been calling the cops. She got a restraining order. She had been doing this, that, everybody been trying to help. Nobody did anything. And this happened we knew it was going to happen, right? Your logic says, let's wait until something happens. When do you know it's going to happen? You don't. So are you going to be proactive? Are you going to be preemptive in the situation? Or are you just going to wait until the worst happens, and then you're going to try what can you do once the worst happens? Once the cat's out of the bag, let's just say Iran does get a nuclear weapon. Then what? They're getting a nuclear weapon. To what? Not use it? They're going to use it. Now it's a totally different situation, right? That you're saying, hey, let's just wait and see what they do. Like that's not really logical in the scenario.
Anybody else want to chime in for Bima's brain thought?
Bima's thoughts are the typical liberal thought. It's like, is it imminent? What's your plan afterwards? What are you gonna do after that? Are you gonna send American troops in? What are you gonna do? It's gonna be another Iraq. Okay,
Why did you call it more sour?
Sarah, to be honest, when people are talking, I didn't even talk. None at all. It's a typical liberal talking point. They're like, what's your plan afterwards? Civilians are dying. The people of Iran don't want this. It's all the same rubbish, The people of Iran want freedom, like everybody else. Imminent is like, oh, am I 10 days away from nuclear bomb? Oh, I have a nuclear bomb. The same thing happened in North Korea in the 1990s when President Bill Clinton did deal with Kim Jong-un's father at the time, you know. And they kept making deal after deal. They kept giving him billions of dollars. And what did he do? He just lied. And eventually North Korea was like, oh, anyway, we just took all your money and we make a nuclear bomb anyway. That's why you can't do anything about North Korea at the moment. Can you imagine a nuclear-armed Iran with that shadow over themselves? That'd be like death to everybody. I mean, they shot a missile at Diego Garcia, and their president said it was like, what? They limited to 2,000 kilometers. Turns out it's more like 5,000 kilometers. You know what I mean? The U.S. has to dismantle this government. Not the Iranian people, obviously, but this government's got to go. And I'm sick and tired of people that never got off their couch. Tell President Trump, be like, oh, well, this is what, he knows exactly what he's doing. You know, it was so funny 2 days before they fired Diego Garcia, the BBC was saying, oh, but the Iranian president Pezeshkian said, like, they limited to 2,000 kilometers, and then they fired a ballistic missile at Diego Garcia. And the U.S. had to shoot it down because Britain doesn't have weapons to shoot it down. You can reach London, you can reach every capital. I don't think the only one they can't reach is Dublin, you know? So if that threat is not imminent, I don't know what the hell it is. You are dealing with like an Islamo-fascist government. These people want death, they want martyrdom. Give them death and give them martyrdom. They can go with the 72 goats to, you know, Ali or whatever they call it. But I think like it's about time. We've been talking about this for 47 years. I mean, President Trump said this in 1980, 1 year after Ayatollah Khomeini got in power. He was like, you think Khrushchev is terrible? But you have to talk about Ayatollah Khomeini. So he's been talking about this for a long, long time, way before he got into power. So those retards also that say, oh, Israel made him. He's been talking about this for a long time. And it's in videos, it's in magazines and everything. I'm just glad they're doing something about it. And then after that, they can do something about Cuba. But yeah, I just think in times like this, don't listen to liberals. I mean, it's the same liberals that have just gone over to Cuba, closed the fucking blackout to have a fucking concert in the only 5-star hotel in the entire country. It's like the worst optics I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. But I think what America and the state of Israel are doing, I think is terrific. They gotta go till the end. I have a lot of Iranian friends that are worried. You know, they're more worried about America stopping because it means the regime stays in power. They're more worried about the repercussions because if the U.S. stops, it's liberation. They call it a liberation mission. They don't even call it a war because these people have been fucked up for like so long, you know, terrible situation. And yeah, I just pray to God that President Trump doesn't listen to retards. He doesn't stop the war, and he topples the government. What comes after Kanye West and this evil bastard government that they have? Cheers, KK.
Well, it's like the concept of like, you know, you hear people saying, you know, oh, well, if anyone ever fucking touches my kids, I'll fucking kill them. I'll fucking bury them. I'll fucking kill them. And you're right. If anyone ever touches my kids, I'll do the same thing. But if you could stop it before they do anything to your kids, wouldn't you rather do that? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you got contractors in your house, I don't want to leave the contractors in my house, even if I'm going out front for a second. It's like, well, if they fucking touch my kids, I'll kill them. Yeah, no shit. But if I can stop them from touching my kids, you know what I'm saying? Like, you'd rather stop it than wait for it to happen and then react to it.
And I stop violence.
I mean, can we say someone like Saddam Hussein for 20 years terrorized the world and was evil, and the thought that he would have had nuclear weapons. So when the Israelis went in and took out the nuclear facility or the reactors, whatever they were building. Wait, can I like finish what I was saying? What the fuck is that? It was necessary. The thought of Saddam Hussein having nuclear weapons to the world and what we would have faced. I mean, we stopped it and there are times the United States has gone into bad regimes and stopped them from, before it got to the point of threatening the world. I mean, Libya, Gaddafi, and what Gaddafi was to the region. Some of these, there are historical references where a country has gone in and stopped a cancer from growing. And whether you like military action or not, sometimes it's necessary.
But did we really stop cancer in Iraq?
Well, we did. We definitely stopped communism with Che Guevara, but I think you love him, Necro, if I remember. You're a fan.
He does have. He's someone who I think does have principles, but
yeah, as he brutalized a population, murdered people in the population. Do you want to?
Necro, you would agree that after Saddam was taken out, there was people there pulling down his statue. So, we weren't.
Yeah, I would agree. Saddam Hussein was a dictator, but the people.
And should he have had nuclear weapons?
Well, sorry, what?
And how would you feel if he had nuclear weapons?
He didn't have nuclear weapons.
But he could have. He was developing them, correct?
No, he wasn't.
What do you think? Israel went in and took out. What year did they go in?
No, it was in 2003.
No, you're confusing nuclear with mass destruction. Two different things. The nuclear weapons that he was building and the reactors that he was building, they took out. Someone remind me what year they went in.
It was 1981. Menachem Begin. It's called the Begin Doctrine. In 1981, the state of Israel bombed his nuclear reactors, which he got from France at the time, and President Reagan actually sanctioned the state of Israel for 2 years, I think, at the time. Yeah, don't take away the nuclear reactors, but it's called the Begin Doctrine.
Thank you. I can remember the year.
We should just be clear, it wasn't about nuclear operations, it was about stealing oil.
No, I'm talking about 1981.
Yeah.
1981?
I'm talking about 2003.
No, I'm talking about in Iraq. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, I'm talking about a strike on the nuclear reactors.
In 1981, Menachem Begin, the Prime Minister of the State of Israel,
this is before Desert. He's talking before Desert
Storm. That was given him by the French. And at the time, you don't even know.
I'm only talking
President Reagan in 1981 told the state of Israel it was a dumb thing to do. And 8 years later, he apologized. The state of Israel bombed the nuclear reactor in 1981, and also in 2007, when Assad had a nuclear reactor. The state of Israel blew it up because they were getting it from North Korea. It's two different fucking things, bro. Get it correct.
Yeah,
no,
I'm not talking about the U.S. I'm talking about the state of Israel blowing it up.
J-Check. Yeah, I understand. I was talking about Iraq, so.
I am talking about Iraq.
Yeah, I'm talking about the.
He's talking about the WMD thing, bro. He's talking about the WMD.
I'm talking
totally
about Iraq in 1981.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about nuclear capability now.
That's what we were talking about when you and I were talking. So.
No, I'm talking about Iraq, bro. When the state of France gave Iraq a nuclear fucking reactor, and Menachem Begin blew it up. It's called Operation Orchid. Look it up. They had to blow it up in 1981.
A-Check, he's talking about the invasion of Iraq in 2004.
But I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about nuclear reactors and the idea
I wasn't talking about that.
Of Saddam Hussein having nuclear weapons. I asked what he thought of Saddam Hussein and what we remember of the 20 years plus that we were terrorized in the world by him, and the fact that he lost the capability of nuclear proliferation. That was the point I was trying to make. This isn't any different.
Dude, have y'all seen that shit of Saddam when he took power? The first day he took power, he walks up into the big meeting and he sits down and he fucking starts calling out the people that were dissenters, and they were literally escorted out and executed right then.
Yeah, I have fantasies about that. Doing that on Clubhouse with people that I hate.
It's fucking nuts.
Do we have an assassination room, Peter?
Such as who, Beaver?
Well, that's what's wild, that we don't kind of fully grasp as Americans. That's how it just works over there. I think somewhere in the 80s, I don't know what the country was. I want to say Bosnia or some weird shit. But they they like arrested the husband and the wife, the leaders, and they arrested them, had the trial, took them out back, and executed both of them. Like bang, like all on the same day. It's like, that's crazy. Can you imagine?
The husband and wife leaders of I know what you're talking about.
I want to say it starts with a B. It might not be Bosnia, but it was something like that.
Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Are you talking about Saddam?
No. It was like it was this couple. It was the guy who was the leader. He was a piece of shit.
You're talking about the Romanian one. You're talking about the Romanian one when they saw
Romania. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, Eastern European.
Yeah, Romania. It was Romania.
You're talking about the Romanian one. They got
that Romanian dude, bro. They arrested him.
It's a dictator.
Yeah, they arrested him, put him on trial, took him out back, and shot him and his wife like that. Boom.
Yeah, fucking camera. Yeah.
Like that's fucking crazy, bro.
Abby, the operation you were talking about in 1981 was Operation Babylon.
That was the name. That's a great name for it.
Yes.
Even the Russians, like you think about the Tsar, the Tsar Nicholas or whatever, like I think it's like 1917 or 1918. Like they overthrew him. They took him, all of his kids, his wife down to the basement and just shot them all.
The Romanovs.
The Romanovs, right? This is like this is like less than 100 and something years ago. This isn't even that long.
Are those the ones that had Rasputin as like the family friend?
Yeah.
Did you see that TV series about it? Anyone see that? The Romanovs?
Yeah, but can you imagine like the leaders of your country, their entire family and their kids being taken down to the basement and just executed with machine guns? Like that's fucking nuts.
It would be like Trump,
like, crazy
reading off names. Like, he would say
how
like
they operate over there, bro.
Caitlyn Jennings stepped forward, and they would come and get Caitlyn and take her, or Caitlyn Collins, and take her away. And Jim Acosta.
It's just crazy. Like that's how your regime, that's how your leadership changes. They execute them. They just like shoot them all with machine guns. Like what?
I mean, Nicolae Ceausescu was pretty bad for Romania. I mean, he led the dictator. Have you seen videos of Ceausescu in like the 1960s? One President Nixon goes there and everybody's like waving like fucking communist flags and everybody's having. He was a brutal dictator. I'm not surprised they took him at it's on video. He's dead. You can actually Google his death on video when they killed him.
It's just different over there. Look at how Saddam died, bro. Like Saddam got overthrown and they gave him to his people. They took him down to some shady ass basement and they just hung him. Like it's fucking nuts.
Too.
They just fucking hung his ass. Like, can you imagine, like, our president gets overthrown and some radicals just take him somewhere and just hang him on video? It's fucking crazy. Like, it's just different over there. And this, like, happened in the 2000s, right? What's Saddam, like, what, 2006, 7, some shit like that?
2006, yeah.
They just fucking, these people took him and just hung him. In some crazy makeshift fucking gallows. It's fucking nuts.
It's not
safe for you. Actually elected though.
Yeah, if it is not nuts if you live under their dictatorship.
Oh, right, fair, right. Same to us.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
To you guys, yeah, but
yes,
because I know if the supreme leader of Iran was arrested by the people, they would tear him in pieces, you know.
And nobody would do nothing. They'd be like, all right, word. It's nuts. Just how it is.
The rage they have from those guys, you know, is unimaginable. I mean, they have the right as well. Just look how many people they killed. They executed, killed, and tortured, raped. God knows how many people.
Big brother, can I ask you a question?
Who's Big Ron?
Minister.
There's not a minister on stage, sir.
I say just ask it and see what happens.
That's a good.
I mean, what practice? Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Like, yeah, thanks, sis. Yes, ma'am. How you doing? But yeah, I was just trying to see, when I was up in Jam, right? I was up in Jam, and when Thomas, he was kind of like spooked. What did you say? I'm gonna get that. Well, scared.
You talking to us or Mike?
You guys,
I don't know.
it's like the movie Airplane. I'm sorry, I'm just having that moment here.
Question you ask a question.
We need an old woman to come and translate the guy.
Wasn't that Beaver Cleaver's mother or something?
Oh, that was a great scene. Do you remember the scene where they show they give A-Check a basketball and he automatically knows how to alley-oop?
Yeah.
Put it behind his back.
I picked the wrong dates. Sniffing glue.
I didn't know you liked the sun.
You guys are fucking pricks, bro. I think you were killing it, dude. What's up, man? God, you guys, you're so rude.
Hey, misguided me, man. Hey, man, what's going on, y'all? Hey, listen, man, John, it's the book of John.
I think this is our friend who is the theater teacher.
Minister. How you doing?
Douglas?
The book of John?
We don't know what you're saying, bro.
Do you think I'm right, Douglas?
Can you hear me now? Yeah, true.
He said the book of John. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Hey, man, so...
I'll be your drunk translator. Go ahead.
No, don't come here with the book of John, the book of Isaiah, the book of Daniel, and everything else like that. That's terrible, bro. Don't do that. I don't want to become a Hebrew Israelite today, bro. I'm sorry.
Be careful, because you might be entertaining angels.
He said, "Be careful
I
because
know
you might be entertaining angels."
I know it's your truth, and you can live the life you want to live, but we're not talking about the book of Daniel, bro.
I would go in where? But listen, hold on. Let's start where? Let's start right there with Thomas.
Okay.
Let's start there with Thomas, he said.
Yeah, no, we're gonna start right there. Let me sit down first. Go ahead.
Actually, we usually start with Genesis, Exodus.
My wife's an immigrant, so her English is
like in chronological. We start with chronological order, bro. Genesis, Exodus,
Hey,
Leviticus.
stop it, man. You're getting off his train of thought. We're at the book of Thomas, which is like Jesus is. Here we go.
I just want to thing. So I found some really great evidence to support and to support everybody's argument that scientific evidence about the threshold and how specifically the time that it would take for their the 60% to be turned into an actual weapon. And now I'm steelmanning with the utmost, like I'm using the best information that I've come across, which by the way, nobody here has given me. Thank you. So clearly I would like, I'm not happy with my level of free stuff, and I'm expecting the quality of the argumentation to get better. But I digress.
Why would
and so I'm not done. Hold on, wait a second. So I've been able to find excellent by steelmanning, by making your argument, okay, which again, I would like to say for a second time, nobody has been able to deliver as wonderfully as I've been able to steelman it myself. Okay. I mean, like, I'm actually convincing myself over here. I'm like, oh shit. Now I'm like in a heated debate with these. Hold on, wait a second. So I'm in like a heated debate now.
Just say
and I'm like, no, you don't understand. Like, this could have been 1 to 2 weeks, okay? Like, you don't understand. Like, the science, the Institute of Science is saying that this capability, and you know, and of course, hold on, Mike Allen, if you interrupt me one more time.
Why would they need to get
I'm
to
so
60?
excited. I'm so excited to share this. Do you have to keep interrupting? Would you like to talk first? Do you want to talk first and then I can finish? Because it's really long. Go ahead, Mike Allen. You finish.
For a dirty bump.
No, it's not. It's the 60%. Listen, I'll finish once Mike Allen gets whatever he needs off his chest.
You're right. I'm sorry.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Okay, so now I'm in this heated back and forth. I'm like, no, you don't understand. Like, Iran isn't going to give us the necessary criteria that we're going to need to be able to terminate him in a threat the way that the United States used that same operative, like, operation to just attack. It's the element of surprise, surprise, right? And all this other stuff. And I'm going back and forth. And it doesn't matter how I'm moving and how I'm arguing this and how quickly, if even the capability is proven, if even the hostiles, there are things that are missing to prove that it's an imminent threat, and it's still saying
just
that
say
you are.
your threshold is when it hits LA
Hold on.
or television.
No. Even if the capability is there, because the hardening capability,
You can't attack anybody until they.
What I'm specifically arguing was the imminent threat claim, and no matter how hard I'm arguing, all right. What is wrong? Rich? Do you want to go?
You've done this since
Go ahead.
journalism.
You go, and I'll finish when you're.
Honestly, just a little rich fucking idiot.
Oh, thank God. Okay, wonderful. So, thank you. I appreciate it. So, I'm going back and forth, and even giving this information, like the last thing I said, this is one of my arguments. I said no, and I was like, you're wrong, because Iran wouldn't deliver and give us the necessary criteria in order for us to determine that there would be an imminent threat in order to respond in time. It's similar to what the United States did. We didn't tell Iran that we were coming. They would have done the same thing. So the fact that they were weeks away from a nuclear weapon, the fact that they support multiple terrorist proxies, there is reason to believe that they would have used them and coupled it with the same surprise technique that the U.S. used on them. And the U.S. got one up on Iran, essentially, and that was the imminent threat. We had that very small window, access window, to be able to remove this threat. And so they're like, you're making now a very serious strategic argument. Bill doesn't provide the claim that Iran pose an imminent threat to the United States, right? There is specific criteria, okay? There is a recognizable argument for preventative and preemptive strategy, which is very clear. But those are not the same thing. A state can be approaching dangerous capability without there being enough evidence that an attack on the United States is so imminent that the force is necessary. Article 51 of the UN chapter preserves self-defense if an armed attack occurs, and if broader anticipatory theories are usually judged against a strict necessity standard, not merely against danger. So where the critic is strongest, so I'm the critic, right? And which is, you guys are the critics, right? So in this particular way, the critics is strong. Now here, pay attention, because this is your best talking points, because clearly you guys couldn't come up with. Sorry, I'm just picking on you. The critic is strongest in this way. Waiting for a nuclear adversary to announce its intentions is unrealistic. States don't typically send formal notice that they're about to cross the line. And the Institute for Science and International Security, this was the part I was just like, geez, that's really good, has argued that Iran's breakout time for producing enough weapon-grade material had become so extremely short that the estimates ranging from days to about a week or two for the first quantity of a weapon-grade material. So the critic is right that the timeline for I don't know what fissile is, FISSILE, fissile material production, was compressed enough to alarm any serious strategist, but why this still is not sufficient. The problem is that you're treating surprise as though it automatically satisfies the imminence, and it does not, right? So that would erase the legal and analytical boundary. Boundary between self-defense and preventative war. The mere fact that Iran could have used surprise does not establish that Iran was about to attack the United States. Under the stricter public law framework, the issue is not whether Iran was dangerous or deceptive or hostile. The issue is whether the threat had become sufficiently immediate that it was necessary to justify at that moment. So the hidden assumptions that we're making, right, you guys?
Do you want me to give you the definition of fissile?
Abby, can I say one quick thing?
Hold on, do you need the definition of fissile?
Not you off the hook. Go Abby and whoever that other young lady was.
It's Jane. Very, very nice.
But let's
Jane, hold on. Do you need the definition and understand what fissile is?
Yeah, that would be. Thank you, Abby.
So it's atomic isotopes, and it's usually an element of uranium, plutonium. What's capable of sustaining a nuclear fission chain reaction, which would then have enough material essential for a nuclear weapon.
Now that we know that, can you go back to that Fissel sentence and read that Fissel sentence?
Yeah, read the sentence again now.
Okay, give me just a second. Let me find it.
It was like 4 minutes ago.
Yeah. You're not going to find it. That's what I was thinking. But I think we remember.
I believe you.
Good addition. But
it was like 3 sentences ago.
I'm going to do
it. Was like 4 sentences about
they're like
Shift F. Fissel, Fissle. Fissle, why? Oh yeah, this was a word. Why does it still not prove imminent threat? Because there are still several steps. One, enough fissile material quickly, or because there are several steps between A, enough fissile material quickly, and B, an imminent threat to the United States. Those steps include, at minimum, a decision by Iran's leadership to actually build upon conversion from nuclear weapons capability to natural terrorism.
The sentence before the word fissile.
Stop. Hey,
Jane, let us go through this exercise with her. Just chill for a second. Go ahead, Bima. What's the sentence before? I'm not just doing it.
I want to go to bed. I want to say.
Well, it's okay. We could, because we'll be up. Go ahead.
Agreed.
Great. Thank you. There's a whole thing with Trump that I think is getting missed. If anyone has grown up in or near the New York people who are like Trump's lawyer, Roy Cohn.
God. Why are we going down? We're in the middle of talking about
this is
nuclear issue.
You're overcomplicating it. He's gonna go.
You want to talk about Epstein? Is that where you're going, Jane?
It's not, Abby. It's really nice of you, though, to let me try to get out a statement that's actually supportive of Donald Trump. He doesn't give a fuck. I think people forget that. He will hit first. It doesn't matter. That's how it is. It's just a rule. It's an ethos.
America.
So you don't really have to go through all these histrionics about, what was Iran worth hitting first? Of course.
But Jane, what do you think Rubio was thinking? Do you think he had any expertise on this? Do you think he came from any background that could have made an educated decision? Our Secretary of State? What do you think, Jane?
Yeah, Abby, I would imagine so.
Would you guys all agree that it's about fucking time we start punching first and asking questions later?
When you say Rubio, Abby, are you talking about his
time in the Senate with Foreign Affairs, and he was specialized in the access of evil, and this was the area. This was the area when he served as a senator that he concentrated a lot of his efforts on, and he spoke very often, a lot of public speaking about it, and it was if you look at the Senate and who had the most expertise on the subject, he would be in the top 5 on it. So when I ask, you're talking about Trump just shooting from the hip, and as if it doesn't matter what Trump knows or doesn't know. So I asked about his main advisor, who sits in he has 2 hats on, or 3 now?
He has 3.
Okay, so he sits in a pretty high advisory position to our president. Do you think he had the ability to make an educated decision on that?
He was talking about this 5-10 years ago.
Thank you. I'm taking this off Trump for a second. No, exactly, KK. Take it off Trump. Everyone's got the spotlight on Trump. Let's talk about who else was a decision maker on this. So the first person I could think of is Rubio, who was in his ear and was wearing 3 hats on advising on this. National Security, Secretary of State. So Jane, what do you think about Marco Rubio on
Jane, you got anything else, Jane? So I'm about to tear apart Bima.
Go. Be nice. Miss Jane?
I'm good. Nothing else.
Okay, just wanted to...
Great submission, Jane. Welcome to the stage. Bima, what the fuck, Bima? I hope your plants are doing well, but this is crazy, Bima. The idea that they're like, well, they're just at 60%. You don't need to get at 60% unless you're making weapons. They're talking about what they want to have it for their people, their electrical shit and blah blah blah, energy and shit. You don't gotta get to 60% to fund to do your energy. There's no need for it. And then now it came out their missiles can go, 4,000 kilometers? Everyone really said it can go 2,000 kilometers. Now it turns out a dumbass Iran, that's how dumb they are. They're like, well, watch this. We're going to shoot it 4,000 kilometers. Ha ha ha. Guess what that means?
So what does that mean?
They've been fucking lying to us.
Exactly.
They've been lying to us the whole fucking time.
That's the reason why, Bima, all of your information is based on what is shared as actual truth. We do not know what the actual truth is. And the assumption it is X, Y, and Z, knowing that we are not playing with a good faith player in Iran, it's not wise to do. So that's why the IAEA was not allowed to go in there for how long, and they push it off, and I'm sorry the UN is worthless for that, but there's data points that you're giving your sources to formulate this overall schematic for you to understand it and say and validate it if it's true or false, it was imminent threat. We don't know for sure what the timetable is, and now we don't know for sure what they actually have, because what they shot at Diego Garcia, that was a flex. That totally was a flex. Like, okay, we know we're hurting. You took out our top tier leaders and whatnot, but we still got something. See, here you go. We're still flexing. And we didn't think they could go that far. That made France react. That made the UK react. So we don't know what actually that they have, or to actually what level. I'm sure they're going to hold some cards true. And then on the other part, excuse me, just 1 second, please. And then the other part is, what I said before is, you don't know, nor does the chat bots or AI know exactly what the actual intel is, and it ever going changing. But like they lied. We need to always assume that they're going to lie, because that's all they've done in regards to this whole scenario with these missiles and nukes. We need to assume they're lying, because that's what they've shown us in action.
Let me just, that is called tapir, okay? So if you're familiar with the term tapir, you'll know what it is. As you're dealing with a regime that lies to its own people. They shoot down the plane. You all, I think, remember the Ukrainian plane that they shut down? And for 4 days straight, in the TV, in the state TV, they were saying that it was not us. They were lying to people, and at the end, with the satellite images that the US and Israel released and showed that the missiles were launched from Iran, then after 4 or 5 days, they finally admitted that, it was us, it was a human mistake, blah, blah, blah. But before that, there are videos that the foreign minister of Iran came to the TV and said, no, it was us, it wasn't us. If it was us, we would have said it, blah, blah, blah. The high-rank IRGC came to the TV, the experts of the military and missiles and flights, they brought everyone to the TV and denying the fact that they shut down the plane themselves for 4 days. They look straight into our eyes and they lie to us. It's been going on. That's just one example. I have many, many more of these examples to tell you that how they fucking lie to their own people, and now they accept that when they are not honest with their own people, that you guys accept that they have like a honest foreign politics and they don't lie to you guys. That's just a stupid.
Well, and Bima, I wanted to end here with Bima real quick. And look, I love Bima. We've talked a lot. I sincerely hope your plans are well. If me and you would have a great time in the real world. We go to Dave and Buster's. You talk to me about plants, which I know nothing about. I talk to you about sports. It'd be a fucking blast. But I'm telling you this right now, Bima. You're so off base right here. Is that imminent threat? This is what I think Adam's trying to get with you. Like, okay, if me and you were to walk into a room, and they're like, hey, everyone who thinks Iran's a threat, just a threat, go stand on the left side of the room. Me and you would both walk to the left. Now, if they're like, well, who thinks they're an imminent threat? Now, you would walk to the right. I would still stay on the left, right? If they're an imminent threat, go to the right. If there's just still a threat, go to the left. You would go to the right, but that means we both agree they're a threat, right? Because we both go to the left if there's a threat. Now you use the word imminent. This imminent shit is what you're getting tied up on. And it's not about Iran. They fund other organizations. So the more the powerful they get, the powerful all these little cells get, right? The Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, all these other motherfuckers, right? So then they fund all this other shit, right? So now the Houthis get more powerful. All this other shit gets more powerful, right? It's not about Iran. Iran's like the epicenter of this whole thing. And like I said, so it's time we start punching first and asking questions later. Like, I don't want to bring up movies, but you see in movies where it's like a war movie, they're like, what's the rules of engagement? Oh, we can't fire until we're fired upon. And they're like, God damn it. Enough. Like, enough of this reactive bullshit, bro. Like Iran, stop fucking being dead to America. Stop attacking embassies. Stop kidnapping Americans. Stop fucking attacking us. You don't gotta attack a mainland USA to attack America. They've been attacking us. Our way of life. Like, we can talk about the oil and all the other nonsense. But Bima, bro. Like, come on. Now they're pissed off because they're losing, so they're gonna start shooting down civilians in the street?
Mike, do you really think you can change people's, thinking in this age? I actually think the video...
Bima's an awesome human.
Yeah, just let her be. Like, the day that I was talking about...
I mean that,
the number of people killed and everything, she's an awful person. She was asking me for evidence. She wanted proof that people had died, and I'm not going to even talk about that. But I picked the video on the top, guys. It's on X. Please try to go look at this video. So this is one of the first protests that broke out in Iran, 1999. This was not an anti-regime protest. It was the students. This was the students in Tehran University. It was Tehran University. The students were complaining, about why don't we have free press. Ghalibaf is the guy that's believed. You know how Trump says even within this government they're like moderate people. So there is intel that Ghalibaf is the guy who Trump is making negotiation and deal with. So this video on the top, that's not AI. That video was taken in 1999. That's why the quality is bad. But the guy that Trump is negotiating with, the good guy in IRGC, is the guy who ordered this video. So which was his way of handling the protesters, the students asking for free press, was to tie their hands and feet. Bima, make sure you watch it because you love evidence. So this is evidence.
Don't tempt Bima with a good time.
So he asked to tie their hands and their feet and throw them off the university building. This is 1999, and this man is Ghalibaf. This is the guy that Trump is talking to right now. So when you guys see someone like me or Donna, or people who are very sure, they're like, there's no way Trump would do this. I love Trump. I know Trump is a good man. For me to believe Trump would make a negotiation or put some fucking filthy ass guy in office like this guy who tied people's hands and feet and throw them off the building, for me to believe that, I should first have TDS. Does that make sense, guys? Like, listen,
Sarah, can I ask
we
you a
didn't
question?
have... Yes.
Okay, I don't want to ask your age, but I want to...
45. I'm 45 years old.
Okay, so you're 80, what, 80? 80, 81?
80, exactly, 80, 19.
All right, I'm 84. So my brother was born 79. Okay, but whatever. So, tell me when I'm wrong here. Melchizedek? What's his name? The guy in the 50s. Melchizedek?
Ahmed Bishop? You're talking about Moshe. You're talking about Mossadegh. You're talking about Mossadegh from 1953.
What's it?
Mossadegh.
Okay. All right, so stop me when I'm wrong. So Mossadegh had this thing, and they had the British, this oil thing. It was called the Anglo-Iranian oil or Anglo-Persian oil thing, whatever. So Mossadegh or whatever, he nationalizes it, which pisses the Britons off. So then they throw this coup which gets him out, right? And then installs.
Can you just stop there? When you say coup starts from top to bottom, right? Not from bottom to top.
Whatever. It was an outside force that overthrew or started the overthrow. Wrong there. So whatever. So they get him out, and then the Shah goes in, right? So the Shah goes in, and then the Supreme Leader was exiled at this point in time.
There was no Supreme Leader at that time.
Okay, so then in 1979, they kidnapped the hostages to get the Shah out. And you know what else I heard? That Jimmy Carter was running for president, and Reagan, who was also running against Jimmy Carter, Reagan negotiated a deal that would not allow the hostages to be released until after the election. Because if the hostages got released before the election, it would help Jimmy Carter. So Reagan negotiated with the Ayatollah or whatever to, okay, go ahead.
No, actually, it's because Jimmy Carter, don't forget, he sent U.S. Delta forces and SEALs to go rescue the hostages. They all got killed and they all got crashed.
Right.
President Reagan said, "We're gonna if you don't release our hostages, we're gonna kill you all." And then they were like, "Oh well, we'll release it when you come to power." And don't forget, Reagan was the first American president that sunk the entire navy of Iran.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that there was a deal to release them under Carter. They would have.
There was no deal.
Hold on,
AJ. Talk to Carter.
This is a conspiracy hole I went down, but they're saying there was a deal to release them under Carter. I know they had the botched mission or whatever, but it was even before the botched mission. Reagan promised the new ruling regime, which would be the Supreme Leader, I guess, after they overthrew the Shah, right? He promised a new regime with Israel weapons in some type of power. So they wouldn't release the hostages until after the election, because releasing the hostages would help Carter. So once Reagan got in power, then they released the hostages, which made Reagan look like the hero, and they funded the new rulership, which is the guy, the Ayatollah guy, right?
Ayatollah Khomeini, but that's not true because in 1980, Saddam Hussein attacked Iran. He invaded Iran, so Iran was already at war before even President Reagan took the power.
But
so
did we help put the Ayatollah guy in?
No. Yeah, under President Reagan, you did, because President Ayatollah Khomeini was in exile. He was in exile
you just said
in
no.
Iraq, and said, "Wait, I'll just tell you something." But Ayatollah Khomeini was in exile in Iraq, and even Saddam Hussein said to President Jimmy Carter, "I need to kill Ayatollah Khomeini. This is a terrible person. I have to kill him."
When did he go into exile?
And he went to exile in the 1960s, and then he went to Iraq first, and then he went to France.
It was like 17 years.
When he landed back in Tehran, he landed on an Air France flight. That's why the French were the one that really put him in power.
I remember the airplane. Yeah, I remember the video of the airplane.
The French screwed the Iranians, and Carter was a weak, like the worst president ever in the history of the United States. But a combination of Jimmy Carter and a combination of the French, they're in charge. And then after that, he called it the Red-Green Alliance.
Wait, pause, you're going too far. Wait, so the Ayatollah comes back. We're there. That's where we are. The guy comes back. They overthrow the Shah, right?
The Shah was overthrown already when he came back.
Okay.
Because the military stood by the people's side, and they joined the Iranian. I mean, they did like some kind of a coup against the Shah, and
Right.
so Shah left.
I heard the coup was started by the CIA to overthrow the Shah now. So they overthrew the Melchizedek guy to have the Shah. Then they overthrew the Shah guy to get the Ayatollah guy in there. And then now it's like we're going against the Ayatollah guy. So like, where was it in the 90s? Let's go to the 90s. The 90s, the Supreme Leader's in charge, yes?
Yeah.
No? No
Yeah,
president.
Carmen is in charge now, not Khomeini.
And then what happens throughout the 90s?
Of 80s.
Yeah, and Khomeini came. Then the second supreme leader.
And so what was it like in Iran throughout the 90s and the early 2000s?
What do you mean? What do you mean? This video I posted on the top is in 1999.
Just watch the video. Iran has been held since like 1980.
Bima, did you watch the video I pinged on the top? Because you always ask for evidence. I want to make sure tomorrow you don't say, "Oh, I wasn't there. I didn't hear it. I need to see evidence."
Yeah, I'm gonna just respond to that really quick. Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, I'm gonna look at that. But I just want everybody that is listening, because I know it's a sensitive topic, and I understand that. But
no, it's not about being sensitive. It's about.
Can I finish?
You sound like a Holocaust denial when you ask for evidence.
Well, right, and I understand that that's how you feel, right?
It's not
right,
how I feel.
But a substitute, right? But what you're doing is what you're doing.
We have a
okay, I'll let you go first.
We have a fair election in America. We're not under dictatorship. Voted. We have a president, right? He was briefed by CIA, by Israel. They put evidence in front of him, and he came on TV multiple times. He said 36,000 and more people were killed, and you were asking me for evidence.
You know, if they said the same, you know what's funny about people like Bima? If they said the same thing about Gaza, he'd be like,
That's what's
oh, it's terrible, this is horrible, this is the worst that ever happened in humanity.
They're just trash. That's what they have in common.
She would take people like Bima would take the people of the Gaza Ministry of Health 100%. If the Iranians tell you 30 to 50,000 people kill people, it's like, oh, where's the evidence? If a Gaza terrorist blows himself up, she's like, oh no, such an innocent journalist was killed. I am so sick and tired of leftists. I'm actually writing to them. Sick people. Honest to God. And they always ask for like evidence and everything else. But when the Iranians tell you the 30 to 50,000 of their own people were killed, you don't care. You don't protest. Not a single protest has come out in London, in Paris, in Berlin, Washington DC, whatever. And you have more evidence of that that's happening. They killed 30 to 50,000 Iranians. None of you bitches protest. They killed like one journalist in Gaza, quote unquote journalist, that was a suicide bomber. You're like, oh my God, the Iranians fired a bomb at their own school. You're like, oh, the United States blocked 266 girls, and you talk about it for like a week and a half. You know what I mean? Without any fucking evidence. What? These people, sorry, I have to learn something. These people are sick people.
When I told her my brother was shot in the neck, she said maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. I guess
she doesn't give a fuck, bro.
Don't lie. Don't bear false witness. That's disgusting, Sarah. That's not fair. I never said that to you. I never said that to you. That's not nice. I would have never said that to you, Sarah. That's disgusting. Don't do that. Sarah, I would have never fucking said that to you. Sarah, that's really wrong. That's really wrong. You know that I've never said that to you. Stop. Don't lie. No, you're a liar. You're a fucking terrorist, Sarah. You're bearing false witness. That's horrible. You're just making shit up. And I'll tell you, yeah, that's what, exactly. Right. Let me know when I can go.
Freedom fighter, you don't get to talk. You already did a lot of talking. We listen to your words.
Well, you're IRGC, born and raised. I'm not surprised. Go ahead, it would be just like, go ahead, Iranian. Censor me. Go ahead, censor me. I'm sorry, bitch, you're in America.
Wait, what is Bima called?
IRGC. Listen to this Iranian. This is what she wants to do. She wants to censor.
What does Bima call them off? Freedom fighters, right? She hates them.
Another bearing false witness. I've never said that. Sarah just wants to lie. False misinformation campaign. That's what Sarah does. Sarah, that's wrong, dude. You're fucking wrong, man.
I don't know if your brother was
you're wrong. You're wrong, Sarah. It's not right. I know you're losing, but what you're doing right now is not right. It's not right.
Sarah, I want to ask another question. Hold on. I don't want to get into this whole thing they killed. I know they're a horrible regime. But what I want to know is how's the government work? Like an Iranian wants to open a business. How does it work? Do they pay taxes? What do they do with the taxes?
Everything, all the money goes to the military, to stealing. They steal money. They just fund the fucking Hamas, Hezbollah, all this bullshit things. They don't they fund like, I don't know the exact percentage, but it's something around 90% of all the money of these terrorist proxies that come from IRGC.
Dana, are you there? Are you Iranian?
Yeah. Why do you keep running, Adam?
I heard somewhere that people were like, Iranians, we just want to make a good thing.
Why do you keep running?
You're talking to me?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Why do you keep running?
What do you mean by running, Donna?
I don't know, my English is not very good, but Alan keeps saying Iran, so I'm just wondering where he's running to.
Why do you run?
I don't get it.
That's a joke.
It's Iran, you call it
Iran.
He's like, why do you run?
Alright.
It was a joke, I didn't get it.
Oh, yeah, because I speak American.
Iran.
Iran, he's like, it's Iran, why do you run?
Well done, sir. So I heard one time
so what was the question?
One time that a guy was like, the people that live in that place, they just want to make a good paycheck, right? We should make a good paycheck, and we want to and then they kind of said some other shit. But how's it work? Like, you make a paycheck. What happens to it?
What do you mean by making a paycheck?
Ask him how much tax you pay.
Oh.
Yeah, how's it work? Like, what's the government do with the taxes? Like, how's the Ayatollah guy? How does he live? Does he live in a state-funded?
He lives in a multi-million dollar incredible property that when we take over that country, it'll be an amazing casino. It's like a gorgeous palatial mansion.
And I hear they have great public education.
So Dana, what percentage tax do you pay?
It's about it's depending on how much you earn. It's between 20 to 35.
And what does it get you? You don't vote for your politicians, right, so to speak. So, I mean, I assume the politicians are getting a paycheck also, but you don't really decide who's there.
Exactly. But that's the thing. To see where the tax money and everything's going, you have to go through the, what do you call it, the budgets that the government gives to the parliament to, it's like every year they have like a budget that they give to different institutes in Iran. And they send it to the parliament to vote for it, and of course it's going to be accepted. So basically the majority of the fund goes to first is the state TV of the regime. It's got a huge fund that goes to that one.
Like media?
Exactly. There is no free press or free media in Iran. It's just a state TV.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So.
Let me add this, Donna. This state TV guys, they're so political and such a bad people. They're going to be one of the first peoples that the Iranian. They're probably going to hang them in the streets. They're going to cut them into pieces. That's how terrible these
just so you.
People been.
Yeah.
Just like the worst, Mike. They've been the worst people on the planet Earth.
Exactly. Just so you know, the head of the state TV is elected by the supreme leader directly.
Oh, well, there you go. So, Dana, not to put you on the spot, and again, like, I don't know background or anything, but let's just say, maybe you have, I don't know. You have an idea and you want to open a business.
Yeah.
How does it work? Like, how does that work?
Well, it depends on the business. If it's a small size business, like you're just getting like, I don't know, a couple of grand a month or something like that, and you don't expand your business and stuff like that, then it's okay. They leave you alone, and you just have to pay like taxes. Maybe you have to give
normal
like
stuff, right?
normal stuff plus some additional stuff to the government forces, so they don't bother you so much.
What do you mean bother you?
Yeah, well, they make it like they do bother you in many ways. Like if for example, you have a company. In the company, the staff doesn't wear hijab, they come and just give you shits that like why the woman in your company is not wearing hijab. So you have to pay them some money to leave you alone, or from the So those are the kind of exactly extortion.
What happens if you get too big?
If you get too big, then the IRGC, which we call them SPA, they're gonna take over your business by force. For example, we had I think it was a Canadian couple, not Iranian Canadian couple, that started this app called Snap. It's like Uber in Iran, but it's called a Snap. Okay, so when they started, at first it was they were expanding it. It wasn't big, and then the taxi drivers started striking, and then after a while they also made them quiet, and then when it went on, as soon as the app got started to expand and grow, the IRGC started to blackmail them by, for example, the one story that went viral was that drivers raped a woman. One of the staff drivers raped her, and that story went viral, and they said, this app has security issue, blah blah blah, and they shut it down for a week, and they made them to sell it to the IRGC and government institutes, with very low price. And once they got the clearance, once they got the ownership of that app, then they started, all the stories went away, like all the security issues went away, all the strikes that taxi drivers had went away, so we knew that, it was them just causing problem because the business was private.
That's crazy.
I know.
I'll give you another example. They made my uncle, they forced them, well, their excuse was the sanctions, but medical devices, because he did like heart medical devices, he had like the import. He had this business for a long time, but he was like doing really good. So when Obama placed those first sanctions on Iran, whenever those Obama sanctions were, they forced him to sell his company because they were like, oh, there's sanctions, and he kept saying there are no fucking sanctions on medical devices. What are you guys talking about? So they basically threatened him. So they took his company from him, though.
Yeah, that's the way it goes. I mean, any business that gets start to expand and gets big.
Yeah, and his business had because it was like import-export of medical devices, but it wasn't just in Iran. It was in UK, Dubai. They forced and took the whole thing from him. They did pay him well, though. I'm not gonna lie. I know they paid him what was worth the company, but he didn't want to sell. They forced him, basically. They forced him to sell it.
Yeah, they do. Even with Digicala, they did the same thing with Digicala. It's like Amazon in Iran. They call it Digicala, and they did the same thing to them as well. So any app, any business, anything that start to grow or be big, I mean, they gonna take over. That's why I think about 80 or 90% of the Iranian businesses and economics is running by IRGC in Iran.
I just wanted you guys to have a little bit of like idea, like why, for example, I personally don't see it possible that after all this bombing, all of this, I just don't see it possible for Trump to make a deal with someone who's done something like this. And not that he's changed, because somebody was saying in the chat, well, that was 1999. No, he's gotten worse. This guy has become more powerful. He's done more evil things. It's not like, oh, maybe he's changed his mind or he's became moderate. No. He's not even a reformer. He's part of the conservatives, like because the reformers are supposed to be a little bit less religious and all that bullshit, but my point is, like, I just don't see this happen. It's not what I want, because sometimes people say, well, we understand that's not what you like, but this is what's going to happen. It's like, it's not about what I want. There is a reason U.S. President Trump, there's a reason when they realized, oh, any second we're going to have a civil war in Iran breaking out after they killed 40,000 people. There was a reason he said, stop, help is on its way. Like, whether you guys like it or not, Iran is not Syria. There's the Strait of Hormuz. There's all these oil. There's all this other stuff. We just can't have civil war in Iran. We can't have instability in Iran. And then making a deal and putting someone from inside the government on power, it doesn't matter if Trump likes them or not. The only way that can stay in power is if they do the exact same thing, meaning people are going to continue protesting and they have to kill hundreds of thousands of people. Like, I don't think that would even look, it doesn't make sense, because it's going to be another civil war. I think Trump has a plan.
I actually think you're right, Sarah. Like, I read on Israel Hayon, I think it was 2 days ago. Do you remember when Bibi met Trump? I think it was early January or whatever, and then after that, the first 1 hour of that meeting, I don't know if it's true or not, but this is what the reporter meets a girl reporter is. And the first 1 hour of that meeting was literally Bibi showing Trump video after video of Iranians dying. And it's reported by him, I don't actually believe it, that Trump had to walk out of the room 2 times because he was so disgusted by the death that was going on. You know what I mean? I don't think he's going to make a deal with a savage like this. I just think it's one of those things to calm the markets and whatever. But I think he cares about markets. I think he cares about things and stuff like that. But I think the United States is going to end this regime. I don't think you deploy all this machinery and weaponry. And then after that, it's obviously Cuba after that. And then I think it's going to be done. But yeah, he's not going to make a deal with this savage Sarah. So I really wouldn't be too worried about it, honest to God.
We hope so.
Yeah, I think, when I talk to my Iranian friends, they're literally more scared of the U.S. ending the war than they are of the bombs.
Exactly.
Yeah, so, but I think Trump will do the right thing. I don't think he's going to be like, oh, well, yeah, we just had an excursion there, and we're just going to end the war, They're going to get rid of this government. It's been too long. It's twice now. It's been 50
Fuck you,
years,
Sarah.
so
You're a disgusting piece of shit. You're a disgusting piece of shit. You know I know that shit to you.
Wait.
No, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, because you talk shit on me too. And Sarah, you're a piece of shit.
I didn't even say anything.
You're a piece of shit, Sarah. You're a piece of Iranian shit. No, shut the fuck up, bitch. Shut the fuck up. You don't understand. No, you're a piece of shit, dude. You're not. You're a piece of shit, Sarah.
Go to the fucking goo, you racist piece of shit. The funny thing is, the radical left is like the racist motherfuckers. I'm American born, U.S. citizen, you fucking piece of shit, bitch. I'm a born U.S. citizen. Did you hear me, you fucking anti-American little cunt who racist piece of shit telling me like IRGC born. I'm as American as you are. I don't even know if you're American. You probably have a felony, bitch. You probably can't even vote. You're probably not even as American as I am. I wouldn't be surprised if you had a fucking felony and no rights to vote in America. You fucking piece of garbage, low-life, welfare, unemployed leech of this society. Here, this is what you get for saying racist crap to me, you fucking loser. Why don't we do this? I'll post my tax report, you post yours. You don't have a tax report. You know why? Because you're on fucking welfare. I pay for your fucking food stamp, you piece of shit garbage loser. Sarah, just say call her a black bitch. Say it. No, this bitch, I'm like a born U.S. citizen. She fucking white bitch racist. She calls me like an IRGC born. Like she tries to like say I'm like what? Say racist shit, thinking she gets away of it because she's a fat white lefty cunt. No, bitch. I'll post. Why don't we post it? Why don't we post our tax reports? Bima, you don't have a tax report.
Black
I pay for your fucking welfare, you cunt. Why don't you shut the fuck up? Post your tax report, I'll post mine. I know you're on welfare. I know you're on food stamps. Black people cannot be racist, sir. Remember. That's what
She's
not black.
Say. Oh, she's not?
Oh, is Bima black? No, she's not.
Yeah.
She's some lefty white bitch. No.
No.
She's a fat white lefty typical.
The test is you
Dad,
have
shut the fuck up. Like, why are you yelling in my fucking ear? Like,
you leave the room if you don't like it.
Shut up.
No, leave. If you don't like it, fucking leave. Well, even if you're black, you've identified as a white till today and I haven't seen a picture of you. So you're gonna be white till you post a picture of your fucking fat welfare ass, and then I will accept you're black. Because until today, the last couple years I know you, you've claimed you're white and you're not black. And I don't give a fuck if you're white or black. If you're racist and you're fucking racist piece of shit, trying to tell a U.S.-born citizen that they are some IRGC born because you told them like fucking other racist Holocaust denier fucking type of words. I told you my brother was shot by IRGC. You said, well, I'm not saying he wasn't, but I haven't seen your brother. Fuck off, you fucking cunt. Food stamp cunt. Why don't you show your tax report? Fucking bitch. At least 10 times this cunt has told me, go back to Iran. If I go to Iran, who's gonna pay for your food stamp, bitch? I apologize to the room, but I really, really don't appreciate, I just can't appreciate, like, someone when they're so fucking racist. Like,
Sarah, can I say something?
Of course.
Sarah,
I apologize to the room.
At least, Sarah, you have somewhere to go. The blacks have nowhere to go. They're living in a country that don't want them. You have somewhere to go, at least. They don't.
Who has nothing to go? I don't understand.
You have a country that you belong to. The blacks have no country.
It's fucking America, yes. My country is America.
Exactly.
So what are you saying? I did not fucking understand what you're saying.
Oh, no. If you ever want to go to Iran, you can go to Iran.
No, I don't want to go to Iran. I'm fucking American. I'm not going anywhere.
El Chorizo, what are you over here talking about blacks for with your fucked up accent, bro? Shut the fuck up, bro. You need to go back to your country, wherever the fuck that is. El Chorizo, what the fuck is wrong with you, bro? Mind your fucking business, bro. Mind your fucking business, bro. Like, what are you over here just talking about black people for?
Racist as shit.
The niggas are racist as shit. Shut up, dude. Like, what would you sit up here and say something like that for?
Very disappointing.
No, answer the question. Answer the question. What would you sit up here and say something like that for? Sarah has a beef with Bima.
Sean on this.
Sarah has a beef with Bima, and you just want to look at her and say
Exactly why I want every illegal fucking Mexican in every
fucking illegal Hispanic out here. You guys are joking. Hold up, motherfucker. Hold the fuck up. Because I had to come up here. This is exactly why I want every last one of these fucking Mexican-ass illegal, Hispanic illegal motherfuckers and the rest of their racist-ass families the fuck out of here. Like, this is exactly why I align with Donald Trump 100 million fucking percent. And this is why I make it my business every fucking week to make a report to fucking ICE to get every last one of you illegal motherfuckers out of here. Because you want to know why? Let me tell y'all something right now. Y'all know for one good reason that I don't fucking race bait, but the one group of people who I cannot fucking stand are these fucking Hispanic pieces of shit. Real quick. I want every last one of these fucking Hispanics fucking deported out of this motherfucker really quick. And I am not joking when I say that. They want to be white so bad. Like, it's so funny. They want to be white so bad.
Let me tell y'all something. One of the most racist groups of fucking people are fucking Hispanics. And these fucking... I cannot stand these motherfuckers. If you guys have been here to LA... Hold up. If you've been here to LA... Yeah, so you're gonna go to the fucking audience until I'm done. You fucking... Ooh, I swear to God. Listen, I literally... and y'all are gonna hate me for this. Personally, I don't really give a fuck. Y'all know I don't race bait. I talk shit about black people, white people, but the group of fucking people who I cannot stand are these fucking Mexicans. Like I'm not fucking joking when I say this. Or people who align with this weird ass motherfucker right here. I literally cannot stand them. Like they are some of the most group of fucking people that I've ever come across. When it goes on his fucking tirades, like I align with him because you know what? He's funny with his shit. You can tell he doesn't really mean any malice at all. Like he's just going on whatever fucking rampage he loves. He goes on. But people like this son of a bitch right here are fucking absolutely racist. And I can't stand people like that. And this is exactly why I want every last one of you motherfuckers deported. Even if you're fucking legal here, I know it's goddamn not legal to do, but that's how bad I can't stand you fucking people. Like, if I could get rid of every fucking Mexican in this fucking country or fucking world, I would. Like, 100%.
You sound fat.
I literally cannot stand you fucking parasite, roach motherfucker. You know what?
Before there's your response.
Let me mute up. Yeah. Because I'm gonna start saying some real disrespectful fucking shit.
No,
but
for real, you sound fat.
Before you motherfuckers need to be fucking deported immediately. Every last one of you.
They need to deport
There's
them
any
snacks
quick
you've been
response?
hiding under your bed.
I don't want to take it back to where we were. I do want to say this real quick. Sarah, I have no problems with you. However, I do want to say this. I cannot vouch for everything you said about Bima. I don't know about the go back to Iran stuff. But I will say this, Sarah. And again, Sarah, I love you.
We just chat right
hold on,
now.
Sarah, hold on.
Enough in the
Hold
chat.
on, Sarah. Let me
There
finish.
should be enough
Sarah.
in the chat she wrote right now
Okay.
to justify the way I
You're a gaslighting piece of shit, Sarah. You're a gaslighting piece of shit, Sarah.
No,
You
get the
start
fuck out of
shit.
here. Don't talk.
This is what I get.
You don't get to call people this stuff that you called me in the chat after the way you've been acting
Sarah,
and
can I
after
finish
the
what I'm
shit
saying,
you
Sarah?
said to me.
Sarah,
No, she doesn't get to say
Sarah,
that
I didn't say
shit
anything. Sarah, let me finish.
and then
Here's what I'm
come
saying.
talk more shit.
Sarah, I think you're crazy,
I
but
know
I'm
I
not
didn't
taking
bring this, but this is not even cool to keep bringing her on the stage.
No, Sarah, I think you're crazy, but I dig it and I like it, and I think you can get it, and also you can get it. Bima, I like Bima also. I don't know about any of the other stuff you laid on her, but I'm willing to bet my entire paycheck. I swear to you, Sarah, there's no chance in hell she said about the brother thing. All the other stuff.
On my dad's grave, this cunt said that.
I would
Why would I say that?
for Bima. I'm willing
So
to bet
I'm
the entire one
lying?
of my paycheck.
Fuck
There's
you.
no way.
Fuck
There's no way she said the thing
You're
about how
saying
your
I'm
brother
lying,
was
right?
killed.
Fuck you.
I've known Bima for the 8 years.
Fuck you.
There's no way. I think there's other people on the stage that would also do the same thing here. The other stuff, Sarah, look, the Iran stuff and the other stuff,
There is a reason I talked
But
to
the
her
brother
like this.
thing,
Listen,
there's no
Mike.
way.
Listen, Mike.
There's no way she meant it like that. There's no way.
This cunt said that, and you want to say no way, so you're saying I'm lying. I don't give a fuck. She was telling me that I need to show proof that people in Iran were getting shot and going to hospitals. And I told her, I said, Dima, my own brother was shot and they didn't take him to a hospital because they were killing people in hospitals. To not give credit to my point, she said, I'm not saying your brother wasn't shot, but neither you or I was there to confirm what happened. This is the cunt this little cunt is.
Well,
Mike, and if
earlier you said my brother was shot. Dima said whether he was shot or not.
If you want to defend this cunt,
I'm not.
you
Sarah,
can, but you and I will never talk again.
Sarah, earlier you said.
Ignore you forever.
Sarah, earlier you said.
There is no reason for me to lie to you. You know this cunt is capable of saying that, and she did. The fact that she's pretending she didn't say it, that's enough for me, to be honest with you. At least I know she's somewhat a troll and not a real fucking anti who would burn this country to the ground just because she fucking hates it and she doesn't have a job.
Sarah, earlier you said, you're like, my brother was shot in the head, and Bima goes, well, whether he was shot in the head or not, I don't care.
Though. The day that I heard about this, knows about this. Listen, there are people who know about this.
She doesn't care.
I said Nick.
Okay,
I never said she didn't care. I said she doesn't care.
Okay.
I said she told me I need to prove it.
Well, that's different. That's different. You earlier
I never said she doesn't care. She said I need to prove it. And you know what? If you think that's different and it's okay for her to say, then fuck you too, Mike.
Sarah, earlier you said, you're like, my brother was shot in the neck, and Bima said, well, whether he was shot in the neck, I don't really care. And I was like, whoa, there's no way Bima said something like that.
Mike,
where she was like, I don't care.
You literally just said, I don't think
well,
you're
now
listening.
you said it's that you need to
No, I think you're not listening.
No, she
because
said...
you're the one who just said, oh, you said your brother was shot in the head. I never said he was shot in the head.
My bad.
And I never said what you're claiming. I said she asked for proof. It's in the fucking chat. Why don't you go read what I wrote?
Yeah, she said, I don't know if...
I'm going to screenshot it. I'm going to screenshot what she said that I put in the chat, and I'm going to put it on my PTR. Stop, fucking rubbing it for her, dude. I know what I said. I'm not a piece of shit liar like her.
Yeah, and then Sarah said that she said that she doesn't know if her brother was shot or not.
These people that have said I remember Bima when people were shot at Bondi Beach. When people were shot at Bondi Beach in December in Australia, we were in a room with Bima, and we were like, terrorists just shot at Bondi Beach.
Was it at Bondi, right?
Bondi Beach or something? And she was like, I remember that day in Bondi Beach, and I lost my shit because it was like, these Islamists just shot up fucking Australia in Bondi Beach, and that bitch Bima said the exact same thing in that day, and I got over it. I 100% believe Sarah. It's the same time as the Coco. There's a reason why I love Coco, that dumb, disgusting, Kusumkum hoe. Because when Jake was murdered on October 7, she asked to celebrate October 7, and she was in a room. She was in a room with all those other...
Yo, Ishik, shut the fuck up, you dirty ass Somalian.
Sarah, can you please do me a favor and just drop this?
Look, I might have misheard it. I thought you said Bima said, I don't care whether you're...
Do me a favor while I get this done.
I was like,
Somalis have no place in America.
I remember the day. When Bondi Beach was fucking shut up.
No, Somalis have no place in America at all.
Wait. No, shut up for a second. When Bondi Beach was shut
up. Hold on a second. Look at my PTR.
Don't do that.
I even typed what I said. So only because you've changed my word to, oh, Sarah, you said she doesn't care.
That's what I thought you said.
Because you changed it from that to what she said, it doesn't make it less important. This piece of shit wanted proof that my brother was shot. She wanted proof that people were killed. She's a fucking piece of shit. Anti-American on welfare. And today, go read the chat and see the comments she made to me.
Yeah.
Go read the comments she wrote to me.
Sarah,
to be honest, I also have...
Fuck your mentality, Beaver.
I want to ask Beaver a question. Beaver, do you remember that day when me and Koala were in the room and those people got shot to death in Sydney, in Bondi Beach? And Bima was talking shit. And remember how we lost our shit? You
you remember that day?
Yeah, I remember.
The way she diminished it and everything else, like the way she laughed.
I agree with her. I agree with her point that I told her it was now was not the time because you guys were obviously very upset. And I told her
she said a terrible thing that day. Remember when she was diminishing it all? You know what I mean? And me and Koala lost our shit. That's why Koala blocked her.
Yeah, well, it was. I agree. Let me make this clear. I agree with what Bima said, but it wasn't the time for her to say it.
It was a fucked up thing she said. It was a terrible thing she said. It was a terrible thing she did. And when Jake died, and Coco laughed at Jake's death, I blocked Coco. She's the only one I ever blocked in my entire life. So when Bima is going to come here and say, oh, she never said something, I remember vividly when like 15 of my fellow Australian Jews were shot, and she was making a mockery of it.
She was not making a mockery of it.
Do you remember how me and Koala were pissed off?
Yes, she got mad at you because you said something about all Muslims and this and that, and she took exception with that. I told her to back off. I said, back off. Now's not the time for this.
So when people get shot to death, she can just be like, oh, this is what happened. Oh, so terrible, and everything else happens, and everything else like that. I actually don't mind Bima, but I think she's a horrible, terrible person sometimes. She's not a fucking angel. You were there. There's a reason why Koala blocked her and everything else like that. This person is sick in the mind. She's not well. She has problems.
Oh, you're gonna let me
on a day of a Jewish, on a
Would
day.
you believe it that she hasn't even apologized? She's had the chance to say,
apologize
look, Michael, did I apologize to you last night or not? After we talked shit to you, I was like, fuck, I'm sorry. I didn't know you're not that Michael. I would have never made these comments. I apologize. You said, fuck you. I said, I still have to do my apology. When you say something fucked up,
I can't lie, she did.
You man up and you fucking apologize, Bima. You disrespected me. My fucking brother was shot for a whole week. I'm not trying to play victim, but this is what I went through. Matt is my witness here. For a whole week, I didn't know if my brother was alive, if he was dead, if he needed surgery, how was he shot. I knew nothing about it for 8 fucking days. And you just felt the need to say, well, I'm not saying it didn't happen, but I wasn't there, neither was you. So we don't really know what happened. So yeah, you didn't apologize. So fuck you. And playing victim in the chat. Oh man, you're gonna let them abuse me? You're a cunt.
I don't even know what's going on. What happened? I actually crashed out.
Read the comments in the chat. You'll see it.
Nobody fucking crashed out.
She's keep deporting me.
Just like, oh,
this fucking
like,
man.
oh,
Hold on,
it's
A-Check.
like, she's just
This
like, oh,
piece of shit, racist, white, fat lefty who hates America. She keeps trying to deport me to IRGC. She's like, go, you fucking IRGC terrorist. Go back to Iran. She keeps saying that after I reminded her that I'm a U.S.-born citizen. So yeah, she's a piece of shit, and piece of shit, racist piece of shit. So I just reminded her that everybody can be nasty like she is.
Wait, how's she racist?
I don't think she's white. She just likes white guys.
She claims she's white. She said it herself. I don't fucking care. I don't have like a fucking, I don't know how to read the future.
Or guys, please say one to the team.
She's a white bitch, so I believe she's a white. That's what she claimed. And I don't care. Now she says I'm black. I don't believe it because she claims she's white.
Alright, let's dial it down.
You know what they say?
Can one of you white guys please take one for the team back?
What's that?
Can you one of you guys, white guys, take one for the team? Because I remember that day in Sydney when that bullshit fucking happened and what she said makes me sick to my fucking stomach. Horrible person, same as Coco. But I came around because people was like, oh, she's not so bad. Maybe she's not terrible, and I spoke.
You can shut the fuck up. Nobody wants to hear from you. We're listening to Sarah. We're not listening to you. We don't give a fuck about your opinion. You want to jump in for
I don't even talk to you, bro. Like, I
Beamer's very
I don't like you. I want nothing to do with you. Stop talking to me. You weird cunt. Like, shut the fuck up. I never even mentioned your name, you weird cunt. Every time I speak, this weird cunt just wants to say my name. Shut the fuck up.
I'm saying something else. I don't even mention it because you're fucking irrelevant. Like a fucking cockroach. Shut the fuck up. But all I'm just saying is like, I believe Sarah.
Biba said she's not a leftist, she's an anarchist. Anarchist is a fucking radical left. That's exactly what this bitch is. She's an anti-American, fucking lefty. She's like a fucking, she's not Muslim, but she acts like those terrorist Muslims who wants to fucking blow up U.S.
Bima is very controversial, no doubt. I don't know anything about what she said. I didn't see any of it yet.
I've never seen her say anything nice about America or anything. She hates the government. She hates America. She hates conservatives. She hates the people. She hates everything about the U.S.
How come she's, can't she clarify what happened if I'm here or no?
Sarah keeps moving her down.
I want to hear what she has to say. Hi, Key.
Go read her message. Go read her.
I don't want to do that right now. I don't care about that.
I want you to go read the comments that she wrote in the chat. I like you to go read the comments that she wrote for me in the chat.
That's all
I want her because she's still she wrote 5,000 times in the chat that I'm a terrorist born Irish.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, Sarah. Shut the fuck up.
You again.
Shut your fucking mouth.
No, I want to hear what she has to say. Don't remove her.
I'm not done, Matt. I was talking to you.
No, she was
Sarah's killing her. Sarah's killing her.
No, Matt.
You're steamrolling her.
Matt, go read her comments because she said I'm lying about the shit that she has said.
Sarah, shut the fuck up. Everybody has heard you for the past 30 minutes. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, Sarah. Shut up. Shut up, Sarah. Shut your fucked up, drunk ass, dumbass mouth. Shut the fuck up, you stupid bitch. Shut the fuck up, you drunk, dumb Iranian. Listen, this is the fact of the matter. This bitch will abuse.
I send her back down to the group because people listen, Matt. She doesn't get to call me Iranian.
What?
Matt,
So we're fucking openly racist in this room?
Matt, Sarah's fucking crazy. She shouldn't be a moderator. I can't. This is impossible.
Yeah.
Why? Because you love Bima?
It's impossible.
Because you love Bima?
No, if Bima did something wrong, she'll address it.
She'll have to own it. Yeah, exactly. I gotta hear what's going on. I don't know what's going
I'll
on.
send you. I'll
Man,
send
you
you
always act like you don't know what's going on.
I don't.
It's such a smart position.
The
Really
Palestinian
I think we
guy.
fell asleep. I
The
don't know.
Palestinian guy. The other guy who hates America.
Put Sarah down so we can actually hear what Bima has to say.
Of course you're gonna defend her. Of course you hate America.
We just want to hear it, Sarah.
Let me hear it, but don't. Hey, Bima, if you don't, I don't know. Don't direct it at her, but just direct it at me. Whatever happened, you know. I don't know. Okay. Can she come up for a second or no? I'm gonna get her up.
Yes, she can, but you should control your stage so someone doesn't say fucking racist bullshit shit.
Okay, she's coming up. Hold on. I think.
Matt.
What's up?
Sarah has mental issues. She's fucking sick in the head. I never disrespect Sarah, ever. I don't disrespect her. She constantly verbally abuses, lies on my name, and then moves me down. And I'll see her, and I'll go into the room after she mod abuses me, and I forget about it, and I come back, and I'm friendly with it. Okay? She's fucking sick in her fucking mind. Okay, today she lied. We're having a great conversation. She lied like she normally does, makes up entire scenarios that absolutely never happened because she's literally fucking insane in her brain, literally fucking fabricating false conversations that never took place. They never fucking happened. Never, Matt. They never happened. They don't exist. She fabricates them. How am I supposed to fight somebody who's literally lying, making up scenarios that never fucking existed, okay? Never happened. She started to talk today. How did it happen? She wanted to talk about some shit about me asking for proof and evidence of the $35,000. That's how it started. And I wasn't going to direct it to her, but I was directing it to the room to talk about how we're in an age of misinformation and manipulation and campaign and all this other shit, and asking for evidence isn't cruelty, and asking for evidence isn't denying anything. Asking for evidence is the right thing to do in a fucking age where we have fucking crazy shit, okay? But before I was able to get any of that out, this crazy, stupid bitch started saying that I was saying some stupid shit about her brother, which I fucking never said. I never said anything about her fucking brother.
I'll have to look at everything, obviously, but that's strange.
Look at my PTR.
I'm not gonna,
Look at my PTR, man. Look at my
I'm not gonna let it
PTR.
get you right down, Sarah.
Just look at my PTR. I want to see if she's gonna deny calling me a terrorist. IRGC bread.
Well,
Yes,
like,
Absolutely, Sarah, because I believe you are. I believe you are. Do you know why? Do you know why, bitch? Because you can't have, you're not civil. You're literally crazy. You're fucking crazy. You insult my personal character. You insult my personal character. You've threatened me before. Sarah, exactly. You've threatened me before. Do you know what? You're a verbal terrorist, Sarah. This is what you do. You insult people constantly, and then you're gonna gaslight everybody and lie to an entire stage about whatever. That's not true. I don't ever initiate anything. I never initiate anything against you, Sarah. I say, do you know what? Sarah's fucking crazy. Everybody says that, and so I just let the fucking Sarah just be fucking crazy.
Just kidding. This is the thing. Like, Bemis, we all do this. We all have like very controversial. You know me. We say very controversial things. I still didn't see the brother thing, Sarah. I don't know where that is in that PTR.
It didn't happen. It didn't happen. Just like the other thing with A-Check didn't happen. A-Check likes to lie because he's a fucking disgusting human being. And the shit that's come out of A-Check's mouth, just along with Sarah, the shit that A-Check has said about other human beings and the things that he said about Palestinians, right? And he gets pissed. Shut the fuck up, A-Check. Shut up, A-Check. I'm done with you. I'm done with you. You're disgusting. You're disgusting. A-Check, you're disgusting. And by the way, I'm the one who blocked Flawed. Flawed didn't block me. Again, a liar. You're a liar just with Sarah. I'm not surprised. You guys don't get politics. You lie on my name. I'm a liberal. I'm this. Everybody just lies. You have no fucking honor. Both of you have no honor. You're disgusting. You're disgusting. You're disgusting.
Stick your Palestine up your hole.
You know what? This is actually all my fault. I should have let you.
Up your hole.
What do you mean by
You can stick your Palestine. Stick your Palestine. Stick your Palestine up
That's
your
what people
hole.
say about everybody
Nobody
that's
gives
murdered
a fuck
A-Check.
about
Innocent
Palestine.
people, right? Exactly. But Palestine is not a place. We're talking about people. We're talking about human beings, A-Check. Right? And you know what it's like to use a human being to
Deport every illegal.
to speak that way against other people. It's disgusting. It's despicable.
Deport every fucking Somali and every illegal Mexican in this country.
Stick your Palestine up your hole. You can stick your Palestine. Stick your Palestine. Stick your Palestine up your hole. Don't give a fuck about Palestine, babe. Fuck off with your bullshit.
Okay, you done? Hey, come on. Okay. Listen, Bima, you would never really say that you don't care about Sarah's brother, right?
It wasn't that she doesn't care. Can I tell you now what happened?
First,
Now,
yeah.
this is when she was asking for
I think you
proof.
left.
That she was asked. I probably have screenshots of it. I'm gonna go bring it. There was a reason I started calling her cunt and had her blocked, Matt. I unblocked her because you modded me here. I was like, she wants to come in the room. I'm gonna unblock her. You know me. I try not to like keep people out of a space.
Thank God, yeah.
The only reason I had this girl blocked and I never had called her cunt before that was because when we were talking about Iran, she said there's no proof that 30,000 people were killed. And we talked about it, right? And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, there are different sources. President Trump said he's seen the evidence. You know, like there are multiple sources that says this. I gave her a source. She's like, oh, this Iran International, they say it's not a good source. They say this is not a real source. This is a Pahlavi, pro-Pahlavi source. So she denies everything. Othello, can you mute up, please? So she denies the source. And I'm like, listen, my own brother was shot. They didn't take him to the hospital I told her they didn't take my brother to the hospital because they were saying, like, because of the police going to hospital and shooting people and killing them. She never said, "Oh, I don't care." She didn't say that. She said, "I'm not saying I'm not saying this didn't happen, Sarah. But what I want to say is that neither you or I were there, so we don't know exactly what was happening in Iran. And so just the way Palestinian people try to deny the stuff that happens." She said that, and it's funny that she's like trying to say she never said that.
Right.
I probably have screenshots. This was a couple weeks ago. I'm gonna search her name in my chat, in my pictures. I'm probably gonna find screenshots. And this is what she said today.
Hello, my name is
And
George
yes, I'm
Steenhead.
very,
Welcome to
very
Politics on the
sensitive
Prairie.
to
We have a
racist
great guest today,
piece of
Congressional
shit
candidate.
people. She telling me typical Iranian IRGC born and bred terrorist, which I wrote her that long response, right? Which I said for the, and then she writes another comment for the record, Sarah's a liar and bears false witness up in her neighbor. I'm like, yes, I'm a liar. You said it before. I didn't show you proof. IRGC killed 35,000 plus people, nor I proved you, nor I showed you proof. My brother was shot. Go fuck yourself, anti-American. I hope every person who wishes bad for America dies. And then she lost her marbles. She got mad because I said, I hope anybody who's anti-America dies. This is so fucking funny. I can't wish for people who want to destroy America that they be destroyed themselves. That's when she fucking lost her marbles.
Well, we all say things that we've read. When I've done it.
I don't regret of what I told her, though. But she never apologized of what she said, and now she
Well, I was
denies
just going to
it.
do that. I don't know where she went.
Now she denies it. How is she going to apologize? She denies it, Matt.
Yeah.
She's calling me a liar.
If it didn't happen, it's hard to, like she's saying, it's hard to even like do anything with that. But regardless, she can still apologize to hypothetical and move on. It doesn't really matter. But I'm just saying, like sometimes people bundle. Like what she probably did was bundle your incident, not little. Sorry about that. That incident with the overall theme of what she feels is wrong. What was wrong with in Gaza and Palestine. So she sometimes in the goo we can't get out what we're really talking about.
Don't care about Gaza, bro.
Huh?
Don't care about Gaza. She keeps mentioning it.
I know, H. I know how you feel. Anyway, so things get mixed up. I don't think she would ever say, "Oh, I don't care about your brother. I'm glad he's dead," or all that.
When did I say she?
No, that's
didn't Mike say that?
I never said that. It's in the fucking screenshot. This is exactly what I wrote in the comment before we got into the fight. And this is exactly what I repeated. And we had this argument just in the last 7 days. We had another argument over this. Last time, she didn't deny saying it. She just started like acting more of a fucking fool and an asshole. She did that last time, but this is today she completely denies it. Why would I lie about it? I don't even understand.
That's what I'm saying.
There's so much things I hate about
this. I think it's a miscommunication.
There's no reason for me to lie. I can just say she hates America and she wants to destroy America. I hate her fucking guts.
There you go, Matt. What's that, Mike?
I think this might be a little bit of misunderstanding here. That's what I think is happening here.
Yeah, I think there's a little cross. Obviously, you don't have to like the person either. So as to, I don't think Sarah likes her too. I mean, that's fine, but because she does say very, controversial. She has different, definitely different opinions on things.
Yeah, I would say the whole she was saying Bima said, we don't know what's going on over there, and there's no sources, blah blah. I don't doubt any of that. I thought that people were saying Bima was like, well, I don't care whether your brother got shot or not. I don't care. I was like, well, there's no way Bima said that.
Yeah.
But now I'm saying that that's not even what the issue was.
So you think it's okay
Sarah,
for her to say?
I misunderstood. Sarah, I was wrong.
So you're saying it's okay for her to say
Sarah,
that
I was wrong there.
we don't know what my brother went through when he was
wrong. No, I was
couldn't take him to the hospital. Really?
No. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Sarah. I'm trying to
this is like you're just acting like her. The fact that you're just like trying to like
Yes,
to
like-
analyze what she said is insane.
No,
He's screwed up. He's admitting it right now.
That's
right?
all I'm
No,
doing.
Matt is saying, so it's okay that she said we weren't
No.
there, so we don't know if they were really killing people in the hospital or not.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
you're
what
right.
I'm
That is true.
That's all I'm saying. I'm saying I don't doubt that she probably said some shit like, well, we don't know what's really going on over there. We don't know. Like, no one knows. No one's there. No one's there. No one's there.
That's what they all say. It's not just
Yeah, I
her.
don't doubt that.
There's a whole group of people.
Yeah, I was just vouching for Bima on that. If the claim is that she could give a fuck less whether your brother was shot, I was being like, there's no way Bima said that. Now, if she's saying the other stuff, yeah, okay. But I'm just saying, like, I highly doubt that Bima was like, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I can't even hear that in her voice. You know?
Yeah, and if that's not what we're disputing, then that's fine. Like, Sarah, I'm with you on that, Sarah. Okay, I'm with you on that. But I do want to know, Tiger, how do you feel, Tiger or Alyssa? How do you guys feel about Mexicans, illegal ones? Tiger, you there, buddy?
Tiger's a communist.
Fuck them.
Tiger, Alyssa, Mikhail, Anthony, any of the new people on here? How do you guys feel about illegal Mexicans?
Ask Bima how she feels about them. She says this is a stolen land and this is their homes and everybody's home.
Fuck out of here. No one stole their
So
fucking
much thing
land.
I hate about that woman. I don't need to like lie about something that she said to my brother. She's already like.
Oh, Alyssa's there. I was gonna say if Alyssa want to answer, I'd like to get.
I was trying to tell you guys to read her profile. I don't want to talk about people, but read her profile. If you're not awake, not the woke type. Sorry, I was just sick of listening to it. I was about to leave. If she would be here, I'd not be here. That's all I said.
Zero follow-ups there. If no one's gonna answer, Liddy, do you want to expound upon how you feel about illegal Mexicans?
Well, I think I've already said enough about how I feel about these motherfuckers. I can't stand them. Honestly, if I had, like, my choice, it would be them and those fucking Somalis that would be out of here immediately. Every last one of those motherfuckers would be.
You have so many big booty Latinas.
Like, I literally can't stand those people.
Yeah, like, tell us how you really.
If I can drop a fucking. You know what? I shouldn't say that because, you know what?
No, okay, talk like we're in the 90s.
No, I shouldn't say that. I was going to say if I could drop a fucking nuke on Mexico, I would. But that wouldn't be fair because all of them are not actually like some of these motherfuckers over here. So I'm not going to say that. But yeah, they need to be gone. Like 100%. I can't stay them. Like illegal, and I'm saying illegal Mexicans and Somalis are like my two just worst people that I cannot stand. I can't. I don't like them. I just, y'all know I'm labeled a coon on this app because of what I say about the black community. They call me a coon because I'm black, blah, blah, blah. Y'all know I don't give a fuck about, you know, the race baiting and all that shit because I don't believe color really matters too much, but when I can sense that you are actually a fucking racist, like a genuine fucking racist, like fuck you. You know what I mean? Like I can't, no.
I just lost brain cells listening to this guy.
That's fine. You can say whatever the fuck you want to, but at the end of the day, you probably want to house an illegal, don't you?
I'll never get those brain cells back.
Good. You know.
Othello, what part did you disagree with, Othello?
I mean, he didn't even make a statement. He just gave his personal.
Yeah, I made a very good statement. Why don't I like them? It's because I just fucking don't. They're racist. They're fucking parasites. They're roaches, and they don't fucking belong here.
So
it's very fucking simple.
Illegal Mexicans are racist.
Yeah, absolutely.
Illegal Somalis are racist.
Absolutely. And they're parasites, and they need to be fucking removed. I mean, is that not too direct for you? Like,
what way are they racist?
I've already given you many examples. They don't fucking like black people. They're here to fucking pillage the fucking community. They're here to fucking gentrify the community. Every fucking thing that you guys claim white people do, that's what these motherfuckers are here to do. And they're disgusting groups of people, and I just don't fucking like them.
You're
Point blank, period. And they need to be gone.
You're disgusting.
Right. And then the black fucking liberals, the black liberals and black Democrats can go right along with them. We should send them to their. We should send black fucking Democrats and black liberals to the same fucking countries that we're going to deport them to. And Othello can be on a first round trip right home with them. Right. I don't give a fuck about what spirit you feel. The spirit that I have is that you motherfuckers can go like right along with them. You black bitch. You black motherfucking Democrats can go right. Hold on, Sarah. These black bitch ass Sarah. Hold on. Because these black bitch ass niggas like him are the ones that I'm referring to. These disgusting black fucking pieces of shit, they need to be deported right along with these motherfuckers. So at the end of the day, what you should do is you should gather an illegal, right? The ones that you're sitting here booty clapping for. And you should go right over there to that shithole place that we call Mexico, right with them.
Some demons in you, bro.
Yeah, I sure do.
And you spill it.
Yep, I sure fucking do. For black bitches like you, absolutely. I sure fucking do.
Your demon vomit.
Right.
Othello, this is
right.
I've heard this before, right? I've heard from other black Americans, not just from me, that a lot of the hate they receive is not from any other group but other African groups like Somalians. And
he's taking dick in the ass from Juan and Pedro, so of course he's gonna cheerlead for them.
Response.
Of course he is. Of course he is. He's one of those typical bitch-ass black Democrats.
I have a voice of Othello. I have to find it, guys. I do have a voice of him.
Yeah, you've been saying that.
He's speaking to some Palestinians.
You've been saying that.
I'm telling you, he's one of those black Democrats who have ruined the fucking community.
Guys, he talking to Palestinians.
I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you, black people like him are the fucking worst.
Is this Adam?
Let me go find this voice. I'll be right back.
Yes, Sunset, I'm Adam's Jamaican cousin.
This is a very good voice I have.
You lie about everything.
Othello, you could try to change.
Yeah, I'm a liar, but I'm gonna
He's one of them black power motherfuckers. That's why he has that bench of shot of Sakor in his fucking PTR. He's one of those black power. He's one of those fucking black power ass motherfuckers who literally are the worst groups of fucking right? Yeah, he's the one that screams at bitches about reparations all fucking day that you people will never fucking get at all. He's the one we could be talking about a sport and he'll go into a conversation about how he fucking is owed reparations. He's one of those motherfuckers. Oh my god.
Palestinians reparation. He's from Palestine, though.
Oh, Palestinian reparation. That's a new one. Go get that recording.
Let me get that recording. Hold on.
Go get it, please.
It would be funny if it would be.
He would suck dick for reparations if he could. 100%.
I heard it wrong, but
he would get on his fucking knees and get on all fours for reparations if he could. 100%.
Where do brain cells go when we lose them?
Deported back to Mexico, where you should fucking be. That's exactly where they go.
These are the admin that you chose, Matt.
Dick sucking the Somali community.
These are the leaders of the room.
Right. And you're the leader of the black community, along with that bitch in your fucking PTR. She's not gonna get you reparations either, Othello. I promise you that.
Othello, you tell me, where do brain cells go when we lose them, Othello?
Hey, listen, Mike Allen. When you hear people laugh like that, it's because they're uncomfortable and and they feel the embarrassment in themselves, right? It's a mind fuck, right? When you hear people laugh like that, he's not genuinely fucking laughing. He knows he's the black bitch that I'm fucking talking about. He knows that he's the black Democrat bitch that I'm talking about, and that's why he feels like that. So let him keep that fake ass fucking laugh. That's what they do. They all do that when they know they're getting red for fucking filth. We just black bitch.
Okay, I told y'all he was gay.
Exactly. Wallace said it in the chat. Very insecure.
Othello, you have something against gay people?
No, but he's gay. He's a faggot.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Well, I don't give a fuck. I don't know. I don't give a fuck.
Far from it. But Mike, he's one of those Democrats right
He just said
they want a booty clap for the LGBT community, but they use them as insults, right? It's like on Threads, right? I get fucking called. We get told that we're on Grindr 3 million times a sense. What'd you say, Sunset?
I said, are we gonna have to pull E. Liddy out of the closet like we did?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, Othello, why would you say like
the door for you.
straight? Why would you say he's gay? It's weird.
See,
bro, I'm telling you, Mike, you just gotta let these black bitches talk. You just gotta let them.
Othello, do you also believe that black people can't go on a computer to get IDs? Are you one of those that believe that black people don't know how to get IDs?
What?
Like, I'm just saying, like,
voter IDs.
Yeah.
No, but he's the one that lets these fucking white liberals tell him that he can't get an ID.
And asked a bunch of white liberals, and they said, "Oh well, black people don't know how to use computers, so they don't know where the DMV is." And then he went to Harlem, and all the black people were like, "We know where the fucking DMV is, and we have IDs, and all our kids have fucking iPads, and we all got unlimited internet."
You remember the one dude? He's like, "You know what DMV is?" Like, "Yeah, it's over there." Fucking.
Yeah, it was Monty Horowitz.
I'm just saying, you advocate for LGBT, but then you called E gay like it was an insult. It was weird.
Yeah, that is weird, Othello.
No, I mean he just has a bitch spirit.
You're like, I support gay marriage and gay rights.
What did I say?
You're a faggot.
No, he just has a whole spirit.
No, you're like Diva.
So I'm trying to.
I have a whole spirit because I want Mexican illegals out of here and Somalis. I'm telling you, bro. This is what these people do.
I'm trying to exercise.
He would literally let these motherfuckers gentrify him and would have nothing to say about it.
But you don't have to be a bitch.
That's fine. That's fine. Continue that fake laugh. Look, there it goes. But look, I called it before you even did it.
Fake pretentious laugh.
I'm telling you, this is what they fucking do when they feel insecure.
It's like you can
When they feel insecure, this is what they do.
Community, so.
You can hear their brain melting when they do that laugh.
I'm telling you, bro.
Oh Lord, Matt and Beaver, you got to do better, man. These are not the people you need to be propping up.
My favorites when you ask the question, they do that laugh. Where do you want us to start? Anywhere you want. Oh, I don't have enough time. Yeah. You haven't said anything about that. You just insulted them. You haven't actually said anything.
Mike, I'm trying to.
Yeah, Othello, you did just call the.
You're not helping me, brother. I mean, there's millions of people a month that, agree with everything I fucking say, bro. So I'm not listening to a fake, insecure ass nigga on fucking this weird ass app to tell me that I don't think Adams
like troll.
I promise you that, brother.
No, it's not Adams.
I promise you right now, Othello is not gonna stop the thousands of people that fucking talk to me a day. Give me kudos for what I say. That's gonna stop me from saying what the fuck I say. I promise you that.
More balance. This guy's a fucking. Wow. This reel has been going for 2 days. Straight.
Congratulations, Matt. You finally made Clubhouse not boring again.
You're with the boring. That's cool. I got a friend in London. He stayed over his visa in India. They threw him in prison. They didn't give a fuck if he was white.
Yep, they did the same thing in the Philippines.
So.
Okay.
So wait, so why'd you have a problem with E saying get rid of all the illegal Mexicans?
The nigga said drop a nuke on Mexicans.
No.
I think
and I don't like what they do. I don't like
everybody gets a little hyperbolic. Come on, he didn't really mean that.
But at the same time, right?
It was a Trumpism.
Yes, I mean, look what Trump did. How he talked about the whole community of Somalis. You know what I mean? And they got grandmothers.
I mean, that's kind of deserved.
Nah, you're talking to ignorant Americans. That's the president. You know what I'm saying? So what does that put in the mind of a person?
Well, then the good Somalians need to step up and tell the bad Somalians to get
what I'm saying? So, no, I don't like that.
Or good Somalians or bad Somalians?
Wait, Othello, you don't like black people telling other black people to...
80% of them are on fucking welfare in Minnesota. You tell me if they're good or bad. They're coming here to fucking pillage. They're not coming here to fucking bring anything to this country. They're roaches.
They're certainly not on asylum.
So I don't give a fuck. They're a roach fucking community. That's what Somalis are.
Every last one of them. So fuck them. And fuck anybody that aligns with them, personally. That includes this bitch here.
Yeah, I'm aligned with
So anyways, like I'm saying, I clearly said that we don't need to fucking drop a whole nuke on Mexico because all of them are not like that. But a good portion of that fucking country, yeah, I wouldn't mind, personally. I wouldn't mind dropping a whole fucking nuke on every last one of them.
Half a nuke.
No. I'd say about 85% of that country needs to go. Personally.
Somalia or Mexico?
Both.
I say Somalia more than Mexico.
I agree with that.
I agree with that too.
100% of that country. I'll give 85 for Mexico.
100% of the Muslims.
I feel like we're getting somewhere. Here. We're making progress.
What do the Somalis provide for this country? What do they do here?
Peoria, if you could get away with dropping
child care.
only the Muslims. They scam like no other.
They provide daycare for plenty of citizens.
Like, what do they don't, there are no benefit to this fucking country. They're actually a net negative. What the fuck? They don't bring anything here. At all. At least the Mexicans, they come here to fucking, at least work, some of them, right? But these motherfuckers, those Somali pussy-ass motherfuckers, they don't come here to do nothing but just get on welfare and scam.
I will say,
They're
now
not
we know with the Tim Walsh
If you
picture.
could go on a time machine and go back in time and kill Prophet Muhammad, would you?
Oh, definitely yes.
Would you burn with the Prophet?
Wait, repeat that question again. What'd you say?
If you had a time machine and you could go back and kill Prophet Muhammad, would you kill him?
Yes.
Would you do like Sahih Bukhari, Volume 4, Book 52, like 60, where it don't burn him with the fire, and I'd burn him with him. Didn't that dude own slaves? Yeah, the Prophet Muhammad owned slaves. He did it in the racist piece of shit. He traded 2 black slaves for 1 white slave. The dude was illiterate. He said so he didn't even write the Quran. Ethiopian, even if he has a head like a raisin. So
I would have made him with horses.
That's what Bella was saying.
To be honest, he probably ruined Aisha to where she could have kids.
That's why she died, never having children. She didn't have her period until after the Battle of Kitover, which is 50. Man, you love talking about this shit, but listen, your prophets don't deny your own, bro. What are the communities? More science temple of American weirdo. What are the communities? And then they justify it by saying that was just the time, bro. It was normal back then. What 9-year-olds when you're 54? No,
a 4th grader is always a 4th grader, buddy.
Yeah. Who was it? Was the one that debated? Who was the one that debated? And he pulled out the ruler, and he's like an average 9-year-old's cervix is only or vagina's only 1.9 inches deep. He's like, sure, you guys. What the fuck? Muhammad had smaller than a. That's what I'm saying.
Or have you ever heard?
He did the debate. He pulled out the ruler and he asked the Muslims.
That's more interesting, talking about Al-Zul command and what he did to this Barney Blue.
Let me ask you a question. Who pulls more from welfare, Somalis or Hasidic Jews? Probably close.
Jews. I say a tie, but I'm gonna say Jews probably. Jews, they have like 14 kids.
So there's that tell them. Okay. Just asking. Okay.
Are you trying to say that Jews don't have any purpose here? Like, are you trying to say that I'm putting them on the same category? I don't believe they're in the same category.
That's something they're pulling. They have whole communities on welfare, like literally, like in Orange County, New York. That whole community is on welfare. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but what fraud businesses?
Are you talking back to like the Learning Center, or how do they pronounce it? Since he spelled it wrong, it's not
Leering Center.
Learning Center. Yeah, the Learning Center. Really comparing that to why are like SNAP benefit if they're doing really well? No, are you comparing the two?
Yeah, that's a great question.
That's exactly what he's doing. He's trying to say that Jews are net negative more than Somalis are, and I don't agree with that.
There's like 7.
Really well.
Good question.
Wait. There's literally 7 million Jews in the state of Israel, and they're blowing up 400 million Arabs, and there's nothing they can do about it. And they've been doing it since 1948.
No, we're not talking about that. We're
May 40. Minnesota, and you are talking. You want to talk about Jewish contribution to the world and to the United States.
No, we're not talking about
I think
that.
there's like, wait a second, there's like 280 noble. Wait. There's like 280 people that will prizes in like science. Wait a second. There's like science that are Jewish, and there's like fucking like 8 that from like Islamist fucking countries.
We're not talking about.
I think Jews have contributed more to this country than fucking Somalis have. This is just a fact.
We're not talking about Israel. We're not talking about the polio vaccine.
What are you talking about?
We're not talking about Germany.
We're not talking about cell phones. We're not talking about Clubhouse. We're not talking about microchips, the internet,
You're not talking about
GPS, ballistic missiles.
They're doing really well.
So hold on. So let me ask you a question. Who do you think has contributed more to this country, Somalis or Jews?
Great question.
Oh, Jews.
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, like, what are we talking about then?
But that doesn't mean that they can fight
Exactly.
Wait, what the fuck are you talking about?
Oh my god.
I think it's up to $19 billion.
So let me ask you a question. Is 80% of the Jewish community on fucking, what did they, actually, I sized it, it's not 80, I think they said about 75% of the Somali community in Minnesota are on fucking welfare?
Tuna, if you gotta
Is there anywhere here in America where Jews equal up to that percentage?
Jersey. Yo, Tuna,
Where 80%
you gotta kill one, you gotta keep the other. Jews are,
There's no way I put it.
Hold on. So you said in Jersey that 80% of that community is on welfare?
Yeah, bro. It's an epidemic over here.
Okay, so if you have to kill one,
You're 100% incorrect. There's no way that 80%
Muslims.
There's no way that's true. That's just a damn fucking lie. No, every place Jews go, they actually succeed. That's why these people don't come here.
Scammers and fraudsters. We know they're doing really well. Especially in Orange County, New York. We know they're doing really well in that community. Scammers and fraudsters siphon off more than
That's how they get more money.
People like you, I always say anti-Semitism is right.
Oh, here we go.
Think about it. The Jews will have work and then put themselves on welfare, but then their kids will make money for them.
Wait a second, thanks. It's always like a retarded, slow thing that's right and everything else like that.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Thank God we're in the year 2026 where you can just look shit up real quick, right?
Exactly.
And it says here,
I like this it's better.
that only 10 to 15% of them are on welfare.
I like this ass better.
Statewide context.
Oh, you're so funny.
A lot of them have a bunch of kids just to be on it. Like, they'll make their kids work for them. That's why they have
I mean, and then why do we always try to use, what is, I think I asked this before. Where has this epidemic come from where we want to use Jews as a scapegoat?
A bunch of them already got caught.
For everything fucking bad in this country.
Like, where did this come? A bunch of them
Like, am I missing something? What did the Jews do to anybody for them to automatically be enemy number one?
A bunch of them got caught with welfare fraud.
We're not talking about harvesting organs. We're talking about welfare.
Well, now they're harvesting organs. This is crazy.
We're not talking about
That's why they have 10, 14 kids. If they can't afford to have 2, 3 kids, they have 14 and then profit off of it.
Okay, well, the fucking Hispanic community does the same thing. No offense to them, but I mean, what the fuck? That's not a Jewish thing that they're having a shitload of kids.
No, but they're doing it crazier. Like, Latinos do it. Like, you're not wrong that Latinos do it. Hold on. You're not wrong that Latinos do it, but they're having 14 to 15 kids per guy. That's insane.
You dirty anti-Semite, bro. That's all you have. It's like,
yeah, well, I'm not on the Jew hate train. I have my problems with every group in America, but Jews are really not,
Not now, but they will be.
Bro, I hate everybody equally. But people like Fangs are like focus on Jews. Shut the fuck up, bro. Like.
It's the truth.
You know what I'm saying? Real enemies in the United States. The Jews, the reason you're broke. The Jews, the reason you're dumb.
It's the Jews is the reason we're not getting that much money back, and the reason we gotta pay so much. So yeah, it's the Jews' fault.
Okay, tell me, hold on, H-Check, hold on. We need to have him explain his fucking position, H-Check, hold on. So, why are they at fault, Fangs?
Because they take more money from the welfare system, and then it leaves less for the rest of us that actually need to take care of the kids that we can take care of. They don't have kids that we can take care of.
I'm trying to clarify right now, Poria. I'm going to let you. So you're saying that Jews out of every other fucking country take welfare.
No,
so then what are you getting at?
I didn't say said that they purposely do that to benefit off the welfare system more than the people in this community in Jersey. So yeah, even though Latinos have a bunch of kids out of wedlock, they stop at a certain amount to where they can take care of it because they have to take care of it out of pocket. These motherfuckers will over exceed that number just to make more from it.
And Somalis are already
got caught with fraud.
You're talking about a state-by-state basis. You're not. So the Somalis in Minnesota are not doing the exact fucking same thing that you're
talking about. I'm talking about here in New Jersey.
But how is that any different? Like I'm not.
It's not any different. But when you were talking to me about here in New Jersey, and I'm explaining it to you on what they're doing on the trends going around.
Yeah, all you have to do is research it. Look, I got it right here. It says due to a very high number of children per household, and often only one earner they've been identified as having a very high rate of public assistance usage, often citing the highest poverty rate in the nation. And that's only because of how many people are in the house. They're actually doing really well in Krias Joel. That's the name of the village.
Yeah, but why is New York paying $81,700 for like illegal immigrants, but the median income is $81,200?
I don't even understand your question, bro. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
Lay off the sauce.
Stop doing coke and listen to what I fucking said, motherfucker.
I mean, I don't smoke, drink, or do coke, so I mean,
coke was a specific drug.
Dude, New York City is now paying for illegal immigrants $81,700 per year per person the way they're doing it, and like the median income for an average New Yorker is $81,200. So they're giving illegal immigrants $500 extra and all the rest of it for fucking free.
So listen to this. Okay, just listen to this and check out the link I just sent. Okay, they got $94 million in federal pandemic aid, and it went to a school of less than 500 students. Are you seeing that link?
I'm reading it right now.
You want to talk about Somali fraud? When it's going on right over here in New York as well. You know, we just only want to hyper-focus on one community.
I never said that they weren't participating in fraud, but we're not going to act like they do in the other group that I'm referring to, or that Somalis are somehow a net positive to this country more than Jews are. That's just not true. But they don't benefit. They don't benefit anything here. They just come here to take. At least Jews, they produce when they get here. Now, I'm not saying this link, I'm going to really read it and actually, really, listen to what you're saying. There's just no way anybody in this room can tell me that those people come here to fucking produce anything. They don't. They just steal.
Bro, the sad part of it is, I'm 50 years old, and I've never made more than $30,000 a year straight up in my whole fucking life. But if I made 30, I spent 25 and then invested 5. And that's what I've done every year my whole life. And my mom taught me to live within my means and my income. And I don't think the rest of the world understands how to do this. And when they don't understand how to do this, they expect the fact that I made all this money that I gotta give it to them. because I have all these resources.
Okay, so hold on.
A series of
So
small
it says here.
acts.
Where I just lost it. Okay, yeah. Most recently, school officials refused to address how the system of less than 500 students is spending nearly $94 million in pandemic aid designed to curb leading laws and other effects of one of the worst disruptions of education in American history. So the total on Jews is 94 million, right, in this article.
Yeah, that's just pandemic. That's not the welfare that this village gets.
Like at a Zoom.
That's just pandemic aid for the school. So that's not counting anything else they got. FEMA or the SNAP, the government assistance that they get. And so,
go ahead. Listen.
If you actually go look up this neighborhood or this village, it's actually very nice. It doesn't look like but they're able to beat the system and produce numbers like the projects, right? And get the money, even though there's actual living quarters and the town around them is actually very nice, but they're able to use the numbers to make it look like they're living in poverty. And so
if we were to look up pandemic relief money, all the money that they've stolen from the government, and, you know, let's be honest, all the fraud that they've been committing, do you think Jews outweigh what Somalis have done? I'm not done reading this article, by the way, but
I don't know.
Bro, you would have to Somalians have the skin, but Jews just do it for the love of the game.
I don't know. You would have to add up months and months and years of fraudulent government assistance on the Hasidic Jewish part in New York. And that's just New York.
And I'm going to actually go do that research, but my point of contention is that I believe they benefit this country more than Somalis do. Just a fact. I understand, and we can all come to an agreement that both are committing fraud in some form or fashion, but like to say that I sound like a broken record, to say that Somalis are a net positive more than the Jewish community.
Would you like me to read off the list of all of the Jewish achievements in the United States? I mean, you gotta be kidding me. I just came into this.
Shut the fuck up.
What do we got? Like 27% of the Nobel Prizes. But would you like me to read like in the United States, like leaders and shit? So
yes, tell me why they just
there's fringe. There's fraud. There's fringe in every community, every single community. Like prosecute fraud in your life. Represent fraudsters. Be around fraud. Exists everywhere. I mean, so just to try to pin it on, say, an entire community, by percentage, it's kind of extraordinary to hear it.
Because it's a trend going on in the community that they're exercising amongst themselves.
What's the size of the community? What's the size of it?
He looked it up. He said 15 to 20% of them are now using welfare.
15 to 20% of whom?
Jewish community, Woodland,
Of
Jersey.
the entire, so the Jewish community, hold on, because there's some dumbasses, I've been quiet tonight, but the Jewish community in the United States, the Jewish population in the United States, do you know what the number is? That you have all this information? So what's the percentage of the Jewish population in the United States?
Like a tenth of one.
No, in the United States.
6 million.
Okay, in the United States, it's a little over 2% of the population of the United States.
Yeah, it was about 6 million.
And what percent of the Jewish population is the ultra-Orthodox Hasidic population that lives in Lakewood, New Jersey, or Muncie, New York?
Probably
that's almost an intent.
200,000.
I mean, you got to be kidding me. So, of that population, whatever the percentages of that population that live in those communities, you're now painting the entire community the entire population within the United States?
I can say majority of them.
Like, I mean,
I can
just
say
the
majority.
This is what
majority
I'm
of the
saying. I'm
Jewish
not jumping
population,
on
you're
this
saying?
whole Jew slander. Like, I just feel
Yeah,
like it's
like, what are you doing? Okay, this is insane. This is just insane. You can dislike, hey guys, you go dislike whoever you want to dislike. I really don't give a shit.
There's a reason, though.
But don't have inaccurate statements. And it's inaccurate to paint a wide brush over an entire community because a very, very small percentage of the community, a percentage of that community.
Not the percentage that got caught. That's what you're talking about. The percentage that got caught doing it.
Even if it's 4 times that amount in that community, the size of that community is like my little pinky inch of my finger compared to the rest of the Jewish community in the United States.
So it's okay.
What are you smoking?
So it's okay. So it's okay. Let them fuck us over because it's a little minute scope.
I mean, like that. The Somali community by percentage is a different conversation. The Somali community by percentage in the United States is a different conversation. Tell me the size of the Somali community.
It's not even just welfare that we're talking about. It's the schooling system. It's the housing system over here in New Jersey.
I can argue school choice with you, Othello, and I can go back and forth with you about school choice, about taxes in New Jersey, because I've lived in New Jersey. Okay, pay taxes, understand.
Listen, bro, if you're gonna rap, you go here.
Under school taxes and
Go
property taxes.
here.
If it's not the
Y'all keep trying to say that this is the same as this.
So you want to argue
It's not.
about how property tax works?
It's completely
in the state of
different
Jersey,
than
how
this.
sending districts
If you're
work,
from
the
Chicago,
school
you
districts,
know what I'm
and how
talking
school
about.
choice works all around the country.
If you
can
from
get
the
in
rap,
an
bro,
argument.
you know what I'm saying.
That's not the
This
point of what I'm saying.
right here,
You are taking a brush and
it's
painting a population that has, how many million? Are we at like 7 million in the United States? Someone give me the number. It's somewhere. It's 2.3% of the U.S. population, and you're saying
7 million.
Thank you. And that whole community, that whole population is committing fraud. Like, just think of how
It's not crazy to say. It's crazy because it doesn't sound it in your head, but yeah, they take it for a lot of shit here in America.
and sophomoric and uneducated of a statement that is.
You're coming in very late.
Abby, you weren't responding to Othello, though. That's the guy.
Whoever I'm responding to, I came in and I heard that and I had to respond.
Yeah,
And I'm happy to take anyone on the conversation about property tax.
And then they give us the little bit
If
of
you want to
crumbs,
talk
and this
about
is fair.
property tax,
Okay, Faith, let me ask you a question,
in the
Faith.
state of New
Do
Jersey.
Jews and the rest of the America... Hold on, Abby, hold on. Because I really genuinely have to ask this fucking question.
Go ahead, Adams.
Othello, I read your article. I don't like the article, right? It's a problem. I will admit the article is a problem. But I have to ask this question. Okay, so we'll get into that a little later. Fangs, you said that Jews are taking over everything and then they leave the rest of you with scraps.
Yeah.
Do we all not have the opportunity in this country to do what we need to do?
We do.
So what do you mean? Like, are they just bullying people around and
it's mainly the lower class. They can't really do it to the middle upper class, but they're mainly exploiting the lower class. Only because a lot of the people
What am I doing to you, Fangs? What am I doing to you, the lower? You have a job or not? But what am I personally doing to give you scraps? What am I doing?
Abby, he's only addressing the Hasidic community, and
yes.
Okay, I'm going to read something from the article. Right? Let's just put out this from the article. They say to put this amount in perspective, right? This is the 94 million that a school of less than 500 got in pandemic aid. They said to put that amount in perspective, in the last round of funding alone, the Curious Joel
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Nearly 40 times the national average and more than double what New York schools spend on special education students. 40 times the amount that we get.
What do you mean we get? What do you think it costs to send a kid? If you and I can tell you in New Jersey because I practice in Atlantic City. You send your kid to Atlantic City High, and you live in ascending district, like you're in Down Beach district, which doesn't have a high school, what do you think that village, that town, that city has to pay to send each one of their tax-paying students to the regional high school? What do you think it costs?
I don't think it
Take
costs.
a guess.
I don't think it costs.
It costs the sending district. It costs the city of Margate,
I don't think
New
it
Jersey.
costs 40 times what any other.
What do you think it costs per student?
I don't think it should cost.
Just answer the question. How much do you think it costs?
Mississippi and shit.
No. In the New Jersey, we're in the state of New Jersey.
You say 40 times higher. You
Okay,
say corporate place like
quiet, Rich. What do you think it costs in the state of New Jersey if you're an ascending district and you have to send your tax-paying student to the regional high school?
About 50,000, I'm guessing.
It's 35,000, something like that. Maybe even close to 40 now per student. Okay? So the number that you're saying, put it into perspective that you're sending to a regional high school that is not even where you want to send your kids, but you have no choice because of the way the laws are set up in that county in New Jersey. So you're saying it's 4 times. I'm telling you that just the one example I gave you, it's not 4 times.
But it's to their own school.
Do you know what school choice is?
Yes, but I'm saying.
Do you believe in school choice?
Of course it is. You're saying that this is going. You're saying that this is to send them to.
I'm saying you live in a town that doesn't have a high school. You live in a town in New Jersey that doesn't have a high school. Let's say you have an elementary school in that town. Maybe you have a middle school. And you need to send your population, you need to send your kids to a high school, a public high school. Or you could opt out under school choice and give a voucher, and they can go to the Catholic high school that's probably half the price.
That's not what's going on here. It's to their own school.
I'm trying to give you an idea of how much high school costs per student in New Jersey. You think the number is a high number. I'm not going to debate that with you, but it's not 4 times the number. And go Google, read about other high schools in South Jersey. This is in the middle of New Jersey. Go look in North Jersey. It's probably higher there. Look in Bergen County. Look in Essex. I gave you an Atlantic County number.
Why are we?
You know something crazy?
Nick said it.
Majority of the Board of Education, they're Jewish. And the majority of the money that they fund and put into these schools, they mainly put it into private
Board of
Jewish schools.
Education of
The
where?
public inner city schools anywhere. Hudson County, Essex County.
What did you just say? The Board of Education anywhere
Board of Education.
is all Jewish?
Majority of Board of Education is in
Where?
Hudson, in Essex, and even in Longbridge. You can even look at Longbridge. They
And how do you know
majority
they're Jewish? How do you
because I
know?
looked it up.
And how
And
do you
a lot of
know?
them try to hide it too.
But how do they try to hide it? And how do you know?
Because if you go on the actual
Because someone
website,
has
they
a
don't
last
show.
name, you're going to assume that they are?
Listen, you're being defensive.
I'm not being defensive. I'm being
Is your point about just New Jersey? Because I'm speaking about overall. When we have this conversation,
But there's a lot of
we're talking about
specific
school
boards. I'm from a specific community in New
last I checked, Atlantic County has a ton of
The
Italians.
Jews aren't on all the
And blacks.
in all the boards.
Yeah, I mean, that's insane. But it's just the most insane thing. And most of us send our kids to private school if we can afford it.
Yeah, the inner city schools don't get that funding. That's why we still have old textbooks from the 90s.
regions.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, and 35,000 a kid in Atlantic City High, they're getting a shit ton of money. Plus, they spent almost $100 million to build the facility that was overbuilt, and it stuck the sending districts with a huge price tag because the inner city insisted on a massive building with massive. You think I'm making this up? Go read the history of Atlantic City Housing. Knock down the old one, build a new one for close to $100 million.
Hudson High School needed that funding, and they
said, no, we're not going to give it to you for textbooks, for new chairs, and for a new monitor that they need for school. They gave that money mainly to the private Jewish schools, kids. Mainly. They said from Patterson High School.
So what's wrong with school choice?
What's wrong with school choice? A lot of people can't move to certain areas where they can afford to go to school.
But we have that right.
But we have that right. Okay, we don't have that right. It's mainly the lower class Jews who are exploited.
My point is that whatever downfall that's going on in New Jersey, and I'm just speaking, I don't live there, right? My mother's from Brooklyn, so I don't really have much to say about New Jersey. But my point is, I don't think it's fair that you should say whatever downfall that's going on in New Jersey is because of Jews.
But it's
again, when you read Othello's article, okay, clearly, if there was some scamming shit going on, I don't like it, right? But my point is that I just don't feel like we should be blaming them for everything that's going on there.
I'm not blaming them for everything. I'm blaming them for specific things that they're doing.
You just said every school board in New Jersey. You just said every school board in New Jersey. Didn't you say that?
You can guess. Mainly in central New Jersey.
So now you're changing what you're saying. So now you're saying
I said Hudson and Essex. Where's Hudson and Essex? Central New Jersey York.
Where's Bergen?
Bergen is
Last I checked, Bergen was... no, Bergen is not central New Jersey.
Well, it's north.
Bergen is not central New Jersey.
Where's Bergen?
Why don't you look on a map? What's Bergen County, New Jersey? It's North Jersey. It is not central, it's North Jersey.
Oh boy, you're right. This is a Jersey argument.
You want to have a Jersey argument? What do you want to argue about in New Jersey? Pennsylvania's a better
Look
state.
it up just to prove it to you.
She's from Pittsburgh. She's honorary.
I'm from Philly. Bergen County is North Jersey. Josh Gottheimer is a member of Congress. He's a great member of Congress. Oh my God, he's a Jew. What are you going to do?
Yeah, I mean, there are Jews that live there. Are you like upset that they have representation in Congress?
You've got one of the best members of Congress.
The conversation started because I said that Somalis don't benefit this country as much as Jews do, basically. And I said that 80% or 85% of the community in Minnesota are fucking scammers, and they're basically just coming here to take. And I said that majority Jews, they don't do that. They're coming here, they benefit this country more than the Somali community does. And then that's when Othello put the article in the chat, which I did read, and okay, I will admit, I don't like that, what I read, right? That doesn't negate anything of what I said, basically, and that's how we got here. Right.
Now I understand. But you know what's interesting?
Jews in America are scammers.
If you look at the day schools and the private Jewish schools around the country, and you will see that at least 50% of the students are there on scholarships paid for by other families and by the community. The local Jewish federations in cities across North America take their money that is donated by the community and allocate a percentage to the day schools so that many students that can't afford to go there have their tuitions paid for by the community. So if you want to talk about taking, let's talk about giving and how much is given and how much is also, and let me give you another fun statistic. 26 to 27% of all charitable giving in the United States is given by the Jewish community. That's across the board. Okay, that's universities. That's diseases, curing of diseases. That's hospitals. Yes, take a look at the statistic of how much is donated by the Jewish community. An overwhelming percentage based on being 2% of the population. So you're talking about taking versus giving? I'll not with you any day and argue it. And you pick the charity, university, pick the hospital system, but pick, let's see, multiple sclerosis. Let's talk about cystic fibrosis. Like pick a disease charity, arthritis disease, and look at the money given and who's donating to help cure these diseases, to help the American Heart Association. Look at who the donors are. Okay, and you want to talk about taking versus
saying that things
We're just basically saying that every community does scam. But again, the root of my point, which started this whole conversation, was basically, I'm going to keep sounding like a broken record, that they don't produce more, the Somalis don't produce more in this country than the Jewish community does.
Right, Somalians.
And that's just a fact. Like,
that's a fact.
But thank you. That's all I was saying. Okay, but so whatever is going on in New Jersey, again, it's not cool. They shouldn't be doing whatever I'm reading in this article if this is 100% true, right? But that wasn't really my point. What I was getting at. But again, we can find articles like what Othello put for other communities too, right? In New Jersey, and I'm pretty sure are doing a lot of fuck shit right now.
There's plenty of white communities and plenty of black communities that have produced scams.
Right, so we can't just say that this is a Jewish thing that's happening there. They're just taking part.
You were just criticizing the Somalis per se, going like, that's 80%, like it seems like they're all there to scam.
I mean, am I lying? In Minnesota, aren't 85% of Somali families, basically 75 to 80% on public assistance?
Plus,
if that's what
this is a fact.
A lot of them don't understand English enough too, so where it's like they kind of.
That's not good. Like, there's got to be some kind of an assimilation angle.
They don't
How much does their community help their own community? That's a question I would ask.
Sure. Do they produce new businesses to support themselves, like supermarkets, restaurants?
I believe so.
Do they charitably give back to their own community?
I mean, I'm sure.
You're sure, or do you know? Do they have philanthropic associations that they give back to their own community?
I should look that up. Let's see.
Meaning if they're contributing and making a thing, they might just be slow and hoarding a bunch of the cash they're grabbing.
What would they be hoarding it for, though? For themselves, right?
Because there's a scared people that when they see cash, they tend to think to save most of it and build with a little bit of it. Just different standards. And we can, penalize them for it, but then, tell them to start investing.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, I stand by my point. If I were to pick a community, I'm picking the Jewish community every time over them.
Well, I like the Jews.
So, I mean,
you said you like
and Othello. What?
Me too.
Thanks. Let me ask you a question, thanks.
Me too.
What is your reason for not? And this is just a question for Fangs, because what is your reason for not being too fond of them?
They're very hostile. They have their own communities. They shut everyone off. It's like anytime another community tries to get comfortable with them or close to them, they just awkwardly just distance themselves. This is New York too. It's like they're like a private group. No one can touch. Cops will arrest you if you say anything wrong to them. It's like they're very hostile against us. And then they do all the fuck shit underneath our noses because they can. It's like, why would we be cool with you? Like, yeah, you did a lot. Yeah, we benefited off you in some degree. But now you fuck us over in the lower class, and then you get all hostile with us, and then they don't even allow other people in the community. Should everybody?
Thanks. Have you ever been to Lancaster, Pennsylvania?
No, I've only been in Christmas.
Do you know, it's not that far. You could drive there from Jersey. It's in Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
No.
It's called the Amish. It's a culture.
Beautiful culture.
It's a beautiful area. If you hang around the Amish, do you think the Amish want you to be in their community and touch them and let's see what are the things you said? Be around them? No. You just the Amish are very private.
Like we're on Jewish land. Like we're
No. That's not what I'm saying. Amish are very religious.
The Jews are just renters. They move in.
Exactly.
So, do you have a problem with the community that's, the Amish are very strict, very conservative. They like to keep to themselves. Is that something that bothers you?
Everyone likes to keep to themselves.
Yeah, but you'll never understand
religious.
Because he agrees with black communities.
I'm not religion. I'm saying your register is not going to be on the same social network of 10 men that are meeting every morning, every evening, and every afternoon. Just because of religious devotion, right? Those people, the social cohesion that makes amongst, let's say, those 10 men and their families and their like, as they go to their shul to meet with the same 10 men that have been there since time immemorial. But, like, there are layers of control of the community that are deeper and deeper embedded in the community. Some guy passing through, a stranger, or even someone that's there regularly, like a policeman, is not going to be privy to, like, the internal bits. He's going to have some, like, liaison at, like, a higher level or, like, some middleman guy. You're not going to be in the Jewish community unless you're Jewish. It's always going to be the case. Just like I'm not in the freaking Catholic community. I'm not in the Protestant community. I'm not in the Baptist community. I'm not in the Muslim community.
Here in LA, right? I call it Black Beverly Hills because that's basically where it is, where there's a high group of Black individuals here, and they live very well for themselves. And they have the same thing. Like, you're not gonna get in that circle unless you're Black.
But you're cool with some
or Black American.
But you're cool with some of them, right?
Yeah, but just like I'm cool with some Jews too. But I understand.
I can't go into those circles just out of nowhere.
I understand that the Jewish community, just like the Black community, just like some white communities, they have
Haitians.
yes, it's all the same shit. Like, they're not just gonna let you in with like
guy in Jersey doing an interview with New Jerseyans, and everybody that wasn't Jewish said they don't like Jews, or they don't mess with Jews like that because of what's going on around here. It's not like, oh, well, we didn't get in
yeah, because anti-Semitism is fun again.
But it's like, no, it's like the people over here, we're not anti-Semites. We're literally lower class ghetto people. Some are.
Why would you devalue yourself like that?
Too, Fangs. We're ghetto people. Actually, we invented the word.
Yeah, the ghetto was the place you put the Jews. They're poor Jews living extended life. They're living like the Amish.
Yeah, the origin of the
like
ghetto
city
starts in
dwellers.
Venice with the Jews. Okay, so to get all that being included, why wouldn't we have an issue with them? We're supposed to be like, we just mono.
Maybe you have an issue. Maybe you have an issue, but that's you.
Because you should work with them. They're here. They're part of America.
Hey, Fangs, have you ever, like, hired a Jewish lawyer or gone to a Jewish doctor or, like, had a Jewish teacher?
I try to get one of my Jewish friends to do it.
Okay, so why do you paint the brush that it's the whole community? That's the problem I'm having with what you're saying.
Because we correlate to the whole community when we don't see Jewish people literally being on the outside, on the outskirts of it. So that's what we do. If we can't see a single Jewish person to where we're comfortable, cool, buddy with, it's like we're gonna label all of y'all like that, especially in New Jersey.
Well, should I label all Black people that way?
You know what it is, Fangs?
Like 50
Listen,
million people that can't even meet and greet.
I will admit something right now, right? I used to have the same, like, not same like you're having right now, but I used to ask myself, like, damn, why do they own the jury just because my mom's from New York? Like, why are they all in the jury? Like, why do they own so much this? Why? But then you know what it is? I feel like you need to have conversations with them and actually sit down and try to, like, talk to them. Because when I started to actually talk to them and sit down and try to understand why things are the way they are, my whole stance on things just started changing. And I just feel like are you giving them a chance to, like,
I'm gonna tell you an honest story. I'm gonna tell you honest story. In Newark, New Jersey, right now, there's a Jewish man that owns a housing complex. Section 8, he raised the rent on everyone that's living in that Section 8 projects in Newark, New Jersey. They asked him, why did you raise the rent? No response. They asked him again, hey, why'd you raise the rent? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Maybe interest rates went up, taxes
They're
went up.
supposed to be going on their check. Whatever their check is, however much they make is what they charge them on their Section 8. They raise the rent.
Well, good expenses have gone up, Fangs. Like, have you ever owned real estate? Have you owned real estate and leased it ever? And had property taxes go up or insurance rates go up? Like, what am I missing here, guys? Like, have you ever owned real estate, Fangs, and rented it out?
No.
Okay, so when you own real estate, like you have expenses when you own the real estate, including property taxes, insurance.
So it's okay for a single mother's rent to go up from $800 to $1,000. You should talk to the governor.
Yeah.
That sounds right.
I mean, what if the person who owns the building, their expenses went up?
by
Yeah,
doing
James, do you think when something like that happens, that this... Hold on. Zuzek, let me ask you a question. Like, this is genuine right now, right? Do you think when something like that happens where they raise things, do you think they're sitting in themselves like, damn, how can I fuck over all these people and I'm just gonna raise their rent because I'm a horrible fucking person? Or are they just trying to meet where the economy is going? So they're not losing money, which is like typically what people who run businesses do. Like, I don't think that people are just sitting in their fucking house like, you know what, I hate these people so fucking much, I'm gonna raise the rent. Like,
But like I said, it is using money too. And if they raise the rent on the Section 8,
Section 8, brother, Section 8, even if the landlord, even if the landlord raises the rent, Section 8 also has the authority to either move those people or either ask for more to pay out, meaning Section 8 will pay on the back end, right, so that those residents doesn't have to eat that. So if the rent was raised by $100, then those residents can put in a request to the government, and the government will see that on the reflected paperwork. The government will look on taking on that back end cost. So the residents doesn't have to do that. How do I know that? Because I've signed up and helped people get on stuff like housing, all these things, and we have to look at the variances and what type of housing they're moving into. Is it project-based housing? Is it tax credit? Is it affordable housing? All those things matter because that dictates the type of rent.
Right, so basically that's not them sitting in their room saying, I'm gonna fuck over all these people because I don't like a bunch of black people or I don't like a bunch of whoever, and I'm just gonna raise their rent, right, Fangs? Let him answer, please. So I really want to hear his take.
yeah, no, it's all about money. It is all about money.
Thank you, Rich.
When the community and the area starts building up, it starts getting more gentrified to where, the property taxes are gonna be up. Yeah, they're gonna charge us way more. But
insurance.
In certain areas where it's the projects, it's not the projects anymore. It's slowly less and less becoming the projects where we have to pay more for rent, but our jobs don't even pay us that much. So it's like, yeah, you can work in these areas, but you can't afford to live in these
to your
areas.
elected representatives
Hold on.
about that.
They're basically telling us you can work in these areas, yeah, but you're not gonna make as much to live in these areas. So you're gonna have to live somewhere else. Now that it's getting more gentrified. So the people that are in Section 8 that make enough to pay for their rent, they can't afford their rent anymore because now they're charging them more to live there. So it's like,
oh my God, it means the neighborhood nicer. Oh no.
Even when they move out, guess who moves in? Jews.
All the Jews look for all the Section 8. That's what you're saying now?
We're seeing that. And even some Jews have 14 kids. They have 14 kids and their oldest kid will take that house that a new family just moved out of because they couldn't afford it.
And you think it's only Jewish people that move into all of these properties?
It's mainly here in Jersey, yes.
And where in the whole state of New Jersey?
It's damn near everywhere in New Jersey.
Everywhere in New Jersey, really?
Yes, it's an epidemic.
So it's along the beaches in New Jersey, or Section 8 housing. Yeah, think of how you sound. Think of how you sound. Generalizations are terrible.
It's true. I know how it sounds and I know you're in your feels, but it's true.
It's true. This is what you're telling me.
Housing all the time, and housing, brother, it's dictated again on your income. But if it's raised, right, if the landlord comes in and says, hey, I want to raise the rent, then the landlord has to turn into the government why I want to raise the rent. Am I putting in new flooring? Am I getting materials? All these things matter because if you're putting in on the pay sheet, why? You can't just raise the rent on the resident.
But you can raise the rent if those things happen, right, Ashton? You can raise the rent if you need to improve the real estate.
Yes.
If the insurance rates have gone up. Thank you,
We don't think we know how to do that. A lot of Jewish people don't think black people or Latinos know how to get in touch with the government or even complain like that.
Why do you think listen to what you sound like?
That's true. That is true.
A lot of Jewish people. What do you mean by a lot of Jewish
A
people?
lot of Jewish people that own
What's a lot? Who are these people?
that own property. They don't think that
That own
get in touch
property.
with the government.
So everyone that owns property is out to swindle, is what you're saying.
They're swindling us, yes.
Yes.
Professional contractors.
All of them. Every one of us, right? God forbid you have something that goes wrong with your heart. I hope that your surgeon.
You're talking into the heart, and I'm telling you what we're going through. And
Yeah, what are you going to do if your doctor's last name is Goldstein? What are you going to do?
Landlord.
What were you saying?
Jew, white, black, government doesn't care. You have to meet certain laws. You have to comply, meaning if you've made improvements to the apartment, then you can raise the rent. The government then will require the residents, right, to fill out a form letting the government know, hey, put in a change request. My rent has raised. Why? Because the landlord has done what? They have remodeled the unit, and you have to check on the sheet either remodel or you can do a request to move. The government also, if the rent is too high, the government will file a summons to not pay sometimes, and the government has backed out and said, hey, we're not going to pay $2,000 a month in rent. The government has control to do that. I suggest you do fill out your summons. If you cannot afford to stay there, let the government know and say, hey, because it's easy. It doesn't matter if you're Jewish. They're not asking you these questions, brother. It doesn't matter if you're Democrat, Republican, black or white. None of this matters. Set all that to the side. Take your butt down there and go fill out the paperwork so that you can have some protections in case your rent is raised. All these protections are out there for everybody.
I don't know if they did that now, but majority of people that live in housings that owned by Jewish people, they just sucked it up and said, you know what, fuck it, we're just gonna pay.
The majority of the people that live in housing owned by listen to how they speak. Fangs, do you have like a career? Do you have a career? Do you work? Do you make a living?
Yes.
Yep. Did you go to college?
Yes. I went to trade school.
You went to trade school, but you didn't go to a university.
No.
Do you ever think of going to a university?
No.
You don't want to. So, in your trade, can you advance in your trade? Can you do something to study more to advance to a higher level in your trade?
Yeah, I'm ACE certified. I'm working on cars. I'm a mechanic.
Okay, so is there a way to ultimately advance in that? That maybe look at.
I'm advanced. I'm an ACE certified mechanic that works at an all-around shop. I make good money. And it's not like anyone that's just out here that's just making shit money. No. We're here in our community working on
But you have to live in Section 8 housing, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I live in Section 8.
So, but you said you make good money. So if you make good money, why are you living in Section 8?
I don't make the good money that they
So how would you make more money in your career?
Groceries.
But how would you make more money in your career? What could you do to advance your career?
There's a specific.
Could you go to school and study more and maybe get a higher level position?
Abby, you're scraping and scrambling the beat.
No, I'm not scraping and scrambling because the difference between you and I is that I spend years and years from early in the morning to late at night studying, working hard to get through university, to get through law school, to work in a career. So if you don't make enough money and you're upset on how you're living, then go back and study and push yourself.
Listen to what you're saying.
I know exactly what I'm saying.
All of those people, you're basically telling everybody that's in the community here in New Jersey, well, if you're not making enough to live, well, just try to study more and you'll make more. Yeah? No, it doesn't fucking work that way.
Studying doesn't help
careers here to where they have to almost live off that income to live in these areas. And the Jews are pushing them out as slowly as they can. You're ignoring that because you're like, oh, well, it's not all of us.
Before coming on this app, did you file a complaint with the government before coming and talking to us and saying, hey, I need to, because, hey, that old-fashioned thing called right now.
There was a protest about it. And I could send it.
Okay, so, but did you file a complaint after the protest was over? Did you file out? Okay, then you need to do, okay, and then because you need to, hold on, because you got to fill out, hold on, brother, hold on, just calm down. You got to fill out the paperwork to file your complaints with the government first, right? Because I help people do this stuff all the time, right? You got to complain with the house. Got bugs. Brother, I live here in Dallas, Fort Worth. Help people all the time.
So that doesn't count. That doesn't count.
What do you mean it doesn't count?
Because we're talking about the corruption here in Jersey.
Look, my problem with people like what Fang says is this: like, you act like the people that are there that are, kind of in fucked up situations right now. I'm not being inconsiderate either, but this is the truth. Like, everybody has an opportunity to pull themselves out of whatever fucking situation they're in.
Not everybody.
We all know. Hold on. Listen, okay, and I'm not doing this whole pull yourself up by the bootstraps bullshit, right? But I'm pretty sure, Fangs, that you know people that are around you or whatever that you may be affiliated with that were all in fucked up situations, bro, and they changed their situation.
So to sit here and act like to act like that, like it's not possible for somebody to pull themselves out of a tough situation, and that we should just blame the government, and that all these people don't have the equal chance that we all do to fucking improve their lives is ridiculous. Like, it's not the Jews' fault. It's like, bro, just figure it out.
It's your fault.
Like, we all have to.
Yeah, just figure it out.
It's your fault,
They're
Fangs.
fucking us over.
It's your fault.
Bro, as crazy as it sounds, yes, it's literally that direct, bro. You gotta figure it the fuck out. So let me ask you a question. What should they do, Fangs? Hold on, Ashton, because we have to dissect this, bro. Because this is a fucking sickness that we're dealing with right now.
It is a sickness.
As if these people are not capable to fix their situation. So what do you suppose that they do, Fangs? What are you looking for them to do?
For the Jewish community?
No, for these people that you claim can't fix the situation that they're in right now.
You're basically talking about, well, you gotta get a further education and make more. Okay, that's gonna take a couple months. That's gonna take maybe even a year or so. Plus, that's also gonna take money that they don't have. So you're talking about maybe even a single mother with 2 kids that has to now go get another further education just to afford the housing that now.
So let me ask you a question. Do you think that there's not people in this fucking world, this country that have not been single mothers, that haven't been single mothers, and they've gone to school and pulled themselves out of the situation? So then what are you talking about then?
I'm saying that, okay.
Yeah, maybe they decided to study instead of fucking off. Like, maybe they decided to spend those hours and actually apply themselves and made those life choices, right?
It's not ignorant, bro. Like, this is what I'm talking about. You're comparing somebody that got out of a situation because of their own
fill out the form. And you're not doing that. Go fill out
Look,
the
Ashton,
form.
we're a form. No, Ashton, this is deeper than just a form. We're talking about like a real problem that we have here right now. That people who think that they're at the bottom, that they can't somehow, some way get themselves out of the situation that they're in. And like, I'm asking Fangs, like, so they're supposed to just sit there and wallow in their fucking sickness or whatever they're dealing with?
What I'm saying,
so then what are they supposed to do?
You're saying that basically if somebody else that has the same situation as they do here in New Jersey, they say, oh, well, certain people got out of that situation. It's different because when first of all, we've been here. We've lived here for years upon years, and we've never.
Do you think that there's not people that are fucked up here in LA that's also dealing with this? Like, people are not the only broke people that
say that.
in Jersey.
Here in New Jersey, we can pinpoint where it all comes from. We can pinpoint the reason for it. And everyone
you can do that same thing in every 50 states.
Isn't Cory Booker a black guy and he pulled himself out and he went to, where do you go, Oxford, Cambridge? I mean, so
there are plenty of
there's plenty of people in Jersey. He's Newark, man. He pulled himself right out.
Hold on, Labby, this is why I said this is ignorant. Because you have people here that can't go to further education. You have people here that are almost paralyzed because of their jobs.
Why
you have
not?
people here that don't have to work these fields.
Why can't they make that choice? Why can't you make the choice to go own a mechanic shop instead of just working as one? Why can't you make that choice to go and apply yourself to eventually own a place? Doesn't sound like you care to do that.
Your response to that was you're young and you have the opportunity to make that choice. Is that what you just said right now?
I said I'm young. I have the opportunity to make that choice. I have the opportunity to get there. But you're talking about people that don't have that ability or probably already wrapped into with their own job to where they have to work.
Why don't they have that ability?
Because they'll get evicted by the time they get that point.
You mean so the choice of applying themselves versus farting around one night, or applying themselves to something else?
Stop what they're doing. Get a further education just so they can afford to now live in a pace that the Jewish people in their community just ran up, and then you're basically telling them, well, get a further education.
It's the fault of the Jews that somebody hasn't chosen to better themselves.
So just quit your job. Who cares if you get evicted in the next few years?
No, maybe in the evenings, instead of going out and hanging out on the street, you open a bar.
Literally nobody is telling them to quit their jobs.
Listen to me, even blue-collar workers that live here in New Jersey, they're facing this shit too. And they're doing shit in our community that we need them to do as far as plumbing, as far as mechanic work like me, and as far as working the electric lines. We need these people in our communities. And
no one said you don't need it, but where's your desire to advance yourself?
About Abby,
you just said you're living in Section 8. You don't want to live in Section 8. How are you going to get out of that? You think we should hand you the money to get out of it, or do you think you should get out of it yourself? And thanks. How do you think you're going to get out of Section 8?
Question, bro. That is a real
question. Do you think we should be handing you the money to get out of Section 8, or you may make a a choice one night to open a book instead of going out and hanging out on the street. Like, you make that choice, right? No, I'm asking you what you're doing to advance yourself.
It's not me specifically, Abby.
Well, you said you live in Section 8.
Everyone here. Everyone here.
Everyone. Every single person.
What are you doing to advance your career? That's like saying everybody else that's over here that's on the brink of getting evicted. Oh, everyone that's getting evicted right now, y'all should all get a higher education to not get evicted. Even though y'all work jobs that...
Listen, I'm not in the business of kicking people when they're down. And I'm manifesting that situation is going to get better for you, bro. And I genuinely fucking mean that. But you're not going to sit here and tell me, because you just came out your mouth and said that you have the opportunity to change the situation. So, I mean, I believe in the next 5 years, your situation isn't going to be what it is right now. And so you would be one of those, but the same drive that you fucking had is the same drive that everybody else is going to fucking have. It's what I'm telling you.
That's not what we're talking about. Obviously, people get out of their situations if someone won a lottery, they get an education, they do something, whatever that happens. But we're talking people here, lower income people here that
win the lottery.
Yeah, you can win the lottery. That's the main reason why I see people in Jersey get out of their situations. When
You think that's how they get out of their situation? They win the lottery? Or do you think they might get out of their situations because they apply themselves?
A bunch of people in Jersey apply themselves. That doesn't mean they get to those positions.
But you could go down to Atlantic City. There's a couple loose slot machines I can point you to. But
listen to what I'm saying. Because right now you're just saying, oh, well, just get a better job. Just go to higher education so you can afford to live in these places. That's ignorant. You're not even tackling the core situation.
So they should just say, they should just say, because from what I'm hearing from you, is there's no other option and there's no other way that they can affect their situation.
No, you gotta turn on the Jews.
There was literally a whole protest here about it, on what the Jews were doing. And because they
And so your whole reason for why everybody is suffering where you're suffering is because...
I'm not saying everybody. I'm saying specific reasons on why they suffer and can't afford a certain amount of things is because Jews are racking up the prices. And because Jews are also using the welfare system, which a lot of other people have to use.
So now we're taking your welfare money too.
That too.
Yeah, I'm not taking your welfare money. And I never took it when I lived in New Jersey, and I'm a Jew. And I never took your welfare money. As a matter of fact, I paid to your welfare money. I paid a huge amount of taxes.
This is the defeatist attitude that is seriously a problem, bro. Within the community.
Circular logic.
No, bro. No. You don't understand, Fangs. You really, like, all jokes aside, bro, you don't understand how dangerous it is, like, what you're saying right now.
Yeah, because they'll kill me.
Like, you're essentially saying that they're just lame ducks and they should just sit there and roll the fuck over. And the reason why they're going through what they're going through...
I didn't say that.
It's because of the Jews. That's literally what you're saying right now, bro.
You want to know what else you're saying, Fangs? And you don't even realize it? You're virtue signaling to the same people that went in Jersey City and shot up a kosher market and shot up people because they were angry at the Jews. This is how you get people hurt, because you start blaming all your ills and all the problems you have on the people. And that's ultimately what happened in Jersey City. That's exactly what happened in Jersey City. And if virtue signaling like this, you get people
those specific things are what you're saying are housing, jobs, systems, all things that you need to fucking survive. And you're pretty much saying that the reason why those situations are the way they are is because of the fucking Jews. Do you not know how dangerous that is?
If it's dangerous, then why can I say it?
Brother, I'm not saying you can't say it. You have the freedom of speech to say whatever you want to. I'm just simply telling you that that's kind of irresponsible to say that they're the reason why those people are dealing with what they're dealing with. It's just not right.
I can literally drop it right now. We had a whole protest, a big ass protest.
Bro, I believe you. But I just don't believe that that whole problem and the whole reason why they're dealing with what they're dealing with, or whatever you're dealing with, is because of fucking Jews, bro. That's very irresponsible.
Anytime we complain, anytime we point it out to say, hey, y'all doing this to us and we don't like that, oh, you're anti-Semites. Even the protest, they called it anti-Semites.
I'm not telling you, but listen, I didn't even use that word, right? I'm just telling you, it doesn't matter if you're blaming any race, right? I think it's very irresponsible for you to say that a group of people are the reason why those people are dealing with what, or you guys are dealing with what you're dealing with. That's bullshit.
So we gotta ignore everything we see and notice.
They just say to ignore it.
I didn't say that. But I'm just sitting here telling you that you have the opportunity, just like you actually admitted to having, to get out the situation. And everyone else that's in those situations
Everybody
have the opportunity too.
People will not get out that situation.
Even the people with fucking kids, I've seen single mothers fucking break their ass, bro, to get out of the situation that they get out of. And LA is fucking high to live here, bro. And so it's women coming from Skid Row, fucking South Central, all that places here that are fucked up, and they can get out of the situations. I'm pretty sure people in Jersey can too, bro.
Yeah,
you angry at the Asians for owning the markets, or the Hispanics, or the people from India that own the markets that sell you stuff? Are you angry at them? Because if they jack up the prices, is it their fault?
Fangs has the opportunity, but the other people don't. Like, this is crazy.
No, I'm not saying that. You're basically saying the opportunity. You're basically saying, oh, well, y'all have
obviously had the opportunity.
A single mother right now with 2 kids is literally taking out of her savings just to afford.
Okay, so how many other people
so she
deal with what she's dealing with that came out here?
Make solutions to something that's not there, and I'm trying to explain that to y'all. Instead of just looking at the people that are responsible for what's going on,
birth control too.
Saying the people that are pushing rights right now, they should make more. That's not making rights. Like this.
Look, bro, all I'm saying is that's a defeatist attitude, and that's not good at all.
Okay, well, at this moment, we don't have a solution for it.
You do have the solution. It just sounds to me like y'all are refusing to find the solution, and you just want to be handed.
We're not looking for solutions. The
Public schools, Section 8 housing, Obamacare. Like, at a certain point, get a job.
Everyone has jobs. We're talking about the working class. We're not talking about bums that are just leeching off housing systems.
No, you can have a job. Bro, wait a minute, bro. Exactly. Like, hold on, bro. Like, this is deeper than just like, oh, get a job, bro. Like, this is a mindset problem we're talking about here. This is not just, oh, go get a fucking job. This is just the will power to want to go fucking change your fucking life. You're basically just saying here, we should just sit here and just roll over and just say, fuck it. We're broke, we're fucked up.
Because, like I said, certain people that work in the communities, they can't get, their career is going to hit a threshold to where they can't make as much within their field, to where they have to live off of
They can't. There's no way. Like, that's all I'm hearing from you right now, bro.
Because it's a real
life. You know how
there's no ceiling in America.
But you just sat here and admitted that you were kind of in the same situation, right? But also said in the same breath that you have the opportunity to get out, right?
No, because she was talking about owning your own car shop or something.
So you don't think that you have the capabilities to possibly own your own fucking car shop?
Possibly, but it's not a guarantee. And it's not a guarantee.
Nothing in life is a guarantee.
Owners are the ones that know
that's not even helpful right now. Everything is a fucking guarantee. Of course. Besides death and fucking taxes, that's what's guaranteed, right? But what is the guarantee is that you can fix your situation, right?
Not everyone can fix a situation.
Like, this is crazy, dude.
I can probably fix my situation.
Something with the Caribbean
So why can't you fix it, but nobody else can?
It wouldn't matter a whole lot.
Why is there even a 5% chance that you
People
can,
let
but
the big
nobody
banks
else can?
once again write their own rules. And change. Well, they're not putting it all back in change. You have this notion somehow.
I'm 28. I pray to God I get to 40. That's not old.
God.
Okay, but like I said, people that are 40 or even 30, they work in these fields to where the community benefits of them.
30 is definitely not enough.
They're not making enough to live in these places. They have to come out of pocket in their savings to now afford to live there. So now if you tell them, hey, if you can't afford to live here, you can always, assert yourself to get more. How do I do that in my plumbing job?
Hey, look, if there's anybody in this room that's suffering from a fucking situation, please do not listen to this man. Because I swear to God, there is always going to be a will. Where there's a will, there is a fucking way. You were never stuck in a situation. I hate people that talk like that. That doom and gloom attitude is fucking dangerous, bro. It really is.
More dangerous because it's working.
How old are you, Sam? How are you?
I'm 24.
Oh my fucking God. Right, for you, you're too young to be having that fucking attitude.
Sounds like similar to a dance. This is like
You can't touch on any subject.
Looking at your pictures, you have a picture of Osama bin Laden. What's the reason for that?
It was a joke. It was a joke.
I mean, we're letting him off the hook right now. This is crazy. You're 24 years old and you celebrate. You sound like life is just fucking over. It's not.
No, I'm not saying that, but it's like I can't address the problems that there's
I didn't say you could address it. The point, but you're addressing the problem, but you're saying that there's no solution to the fucking problem. And
you're telling me no. I didn't say there was no solution. I'm saying the majority of people don't have that leeway to get out of the situation that they're currently in. You're ignorant saying, well, just get a higher education, get out of there.
Not ignorant.
Away. Okay, but you're telling me.
So it's not ignorant, but you're saying that, oh, there's no way they're stuck because of the fucking Jews or the that's not ignorant.
You get
How about working harder?
Situations if you're lucky.
How about working harder, friends?
Right.
How about
Why do you think of that?
Working harder.
Why do you think of that? We need to work hard.
Hey, look, man, I live my life by the motto, nothing stays bad forever, bro, and there's always a way out of everything that's bad. And you need to maintain that. And I've seen single mothers that have that same mindset that nothing stays bad forever, and they're gonna get out the situation. And guess what? They're lit as fuck today. So this is what I'm trying to tell you, bro. Like, I understand that the government, we all know that they.
I can send you more documents, more proof on what they're doing as to
listen, thanks. You act like I'm sitting here saying that I don't believe you about what they're doing. I'm not saying that. I'm telling you that there's a way to get out, to work around those situations and figure out fucking life. Because life is never going to be fair, bro.
Yeah,
like, you're never going to be handed anything.
Minority of people that get out those situations for whatever they got going wrong. The majority is not.
I don't like this at all.
Because it's bad. It's evil. You can be like
therapy session.
Ashton, what would you say to a 24-year-old, Ashton?
Well, the thing is if he has the opportunity to move his things, his brokenness, and get up off your butt and physically move yourself out of an area if you can't make it. I remember when I was homeless on the street, someone told me, well, you'll be here forever. You'll da-da-da. No, I won't. I don't listen to people that tell me I'll be in a place forever. Nope, I'm not in that place. Nope, I'm not on the streets anymore. I think you can do it, brother, with the right help.
So this lady was homeless and got up off her ass and changed her fucking life. So thanks. So what are we talking about right now?
We're talking about
and I'm sorry it's not on downtown LA. You already know how it is.
Here's the deal. The key in life is discipline and following rules. There are so many programs out there, bro, that'll help you as long as you got discipline, aptitude, and fortitude. And as long as you're able to do that, I don't care if you're Republican or whatever, it doesn't matter. Set all that to the side. If at the end of the day to yourself, I have the will to get better and do better, doesn't matter who you are. Those things come along because there are people that are like,
people here have that same mindset. People here are working extra time. People here are working overtime. People here are trying to get more hours just so they can afford groceries. What you're not understanding is you're saying, oh, well, there's a way. But if there's no way, you have an old abuela that has to take care of not only her kids, but her grandkids, that works at the grocery store, but doesn't make enough to house these people. You're talking about people that are moving from 2 bedrooms to a studio. 2 bedrooms, they have to share a studio now.
Brother, I had my clothes in 2 black trash bags. Think about that for a minute. I didn't have a studio.
You're talking about a specific person. I'm talking about a community.
Brother, I'm telling you what I saw out here in Dallas, Fort Worth, not just my situation, brother. All kinds of folks is on the streets, and you had 2 cops.
You know why I don't want to hear what you're talking about, bro? I'm going to tell you this right now. If people could come over here from a whole nother fucking country,
We will date them.
country, a fucked up ass
We will
country where they have
we will
absolutely nothing, and trek their asses to a whole nother part of the world and change their life, you're not gonna fucking tell me as a born American that you don't have the opportunity or that no one around you doesn't have the opportunity to fix themselves, bro. You're not gonna tell me that. Because somebody even from Somalia, the country that I'm talking about, that I can't stand those people, right? But there are some of those people that come here and they fix their fucking lives. And people from Mexico, like I have a problem with some of them too.
We will bait them and we will shoot them all. The crime will run.
And they change their fucking lives. So if they're capable of doing that, why is a 24-year-old who I would assume has no fucking kids having a mindset that you have? You're a born American. Why? That's crazy to me. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Look at all the
Because we see the
Ukrainians that
corruption that's
came
going
in
on in
from
the
the
system
war
in New Jersey.
here
We can change
and what
our
they did
lives
for
by
themselves.
moving
out of New Jersey. That's why everyone's leaving New Jersey.
Okay, people left their countries, brother. You're talking about moving out of fucking New Jersey to move to another state. That wasn't even my solution for you, right? I feel like you can get it done in New Jersey. I gave you the example of people leaving their country, bro. Their country to come to a whole nother fucking country and they fucking change their lives. So why can't you do it as a born American?
You can do it. That's why I said you can do it. You have the opportunity to.
Okay, then. So
what
we like?
You can. I'm saying here in Jersey, you can't. I'm saying here in Jersey, it's difficult. I'm saying here in Jersey, the corruption is terrible to where you can't even afford
It could also be, Fangs, that you happen... Hold on for a second. He happens to live in a state that has the highest taxes of any state in the country. I mean, the property taxes are insane in New Jersey.
Yeah.
The taxes are high in that state. So maybe you ought to look at if that's the right state to live in. Maybe
Do not vote for LaHood in November. Vote for Paul Nolley for Congress. LaHood is a fraud.
Go to Texas, where Ashton is.
Holy shit, ChicagoMayorVote.com.
All of those states you just listed, they don't have as much Jews as they do New Jersey.
Oh, Florida?
Abby,
really?
You are literally talking to someone
Florida
who
doesn't have as much Jews.
Abby, his comment that he just made, hold on, bro. His comment that he just made, this is a losing argument for him.
It's an anti-Semitic comment. I'm going to come out and say it. That
he
was
fucking
an
thinks that the Jews are the reason why he is dealing with what he's dealing with and the people there. And I am very, very compassionate about people who are fucked up. I donate a lot of money to the fucking homeless, bro. I go to Denver pretty often and help these people. And I see life-changing stories every fucking day, bro. You know what Skid Row is?
Is that a man? Is that a dude living on the edge? Or a mustache? Look at that stash. Is that a dude living on the edge of a mustache?
And your whole mindset is, oh, the Jews are the reason why you're dealing with that's bullshit.
Let me ask him something. Hey, Fangs, what would you do?
Not a big reason at all. That's pretty fucked up in my opinion. And that right there, hold on, that conversation and that mindset right there would piss somebody that might not have a lot of wherewithal in their mind to pick up a fucking gun and say, you know what, he's fucking right. I'm gonna go fucking smoke every last one of these fucking Jews because they're the reason why my mother can't feed us. They're the reason why, like, bro, that is fucking dangerous, bro.
That's
and you do have the freedom of speech to say it, bro. You do.
And
you gotta understand that's dangerous.
They're hostile to us. That's why they don't communicate.
And so that's exactly what happened in New Jersey, Fangs, right where you live. That's exactly what happened in Jersey City, right where you live, because people talk the way you're talking. Just think about how you sound. Think of what the hate is. Now, what if we substituted the word Jewish and we put in the word black? How do you think that would sound? What do you think that would sound like?
Horrible.
Pretty horrible, wouldn't it?
That's what's going on.
But no. Think about everything you just said and substitute the ethnic group.
I have to say, listen, Abby, I don't want to say these things.
What would you do if a Jewish person came and asked you to fix their car?
Unfortunately, I fixed Jewish people's cars.
Unfortunately? Why is that unfortunate?
Really, Fang? Do you know that's against the law?
To what? Fix a Jewish person's car?
To discriminate?
Oh my God. It is. But we can't call corruption because we're too worried about discriminating?
No, but why would you discriminate?
Because we're too worried about discrimination. That's what you're telling me. We can't.
How would you like it if I said I wouldn't take a client because of their ethnicity?
And
it was your ethnicity. How do you think that would sound? How do you think it would sound if I said I wouldn't sell my house to someone of another ethnicity? What do you think that sounds like? That's pretty bad, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's what you sound like.
But it's pretty bad what we're dealing with over here.
No. It's against our law in this country.
It's against the law and what they're doing too. That's why corruption.
So you're justifying discriminating? You're justifying it? Now imagine if everyone in this room said they wouldn't do business with someone that's your ethnicity. Imagine every person in this room said that. How would you feel?
I'd feel shitty. But it doesn't take away from what the fuck is going
on. There's no but on it. It's wrong.
Because it's still happening. It's still happening. We can't call out the corruption because you're too worried about
you want to take this
because you don't want to get in your feels. We have to talk about this because there was literal protests about it. We signed petitions about it. We were literally.
Here's the thing.
for you to have a brush over every single Jewish person.
We didn't say
not
that. We
fair.
said the Jewish here in Jersey.
I'm talking about in your area. Give me a minute.
Now you're gonna mute up and let her talk.
You can't paint every single person in your area or sector as an enemy of you. If you do business with folks, brother, you gotta do business with everybody. You think Jerry Jones sits up there and says, well, I'm sorry, I'm only going to allow this kind of people in my... No, he don't give a dang on who he sells tickets to. You gotta have that mindset, brother. Sell. Have an open mind and you'll make more money, right? Money comes to you when you have an open mind to be able to work with everybody. They don't care if you they have it, brother. I didn't set up. Have an open mind, right? And not go down there and have a meeting with them, right? Why be reserved and hold
They don't
back?
want no one.
Understand?
Hey, you know what? You know why I'm giving him a little bit of a pass, right? I'm not giving him a pass because of what he's saying, but like he's 24, right? This is something I expect someone that's 24 to fucking think like, because I feel like, you know what? I was kind of thinking like that 4 years ago, bro. But with growth and a little bit of, you know, prayer, you will get yourself out of that, bro. I just feel like you have a real bad defeatist attitude.
Okay,
and your comment when Abby asked you what would you do if a Jew wanted you to fix his fucking car, and your comment was that would be unfortunate. Like,
If elected mayor, I will instruct all CPD captains and sergeants to set traps and destroy these criminals. Smash and grabs will end forever.
I'm not tripping. No, and I mean you're black just like I'm black. I mean, you know. You're not gonna tell me, okay, Black Beverly Hills is right around the corner for me, and so I see black people flourishing around this motherfucker every day. Right. And all of them did not grow up and were giving a fucking silver spoon, bro. So you're not gonna tell me that it's not possible for you or anyone else in that area of Jersey, because you know what? I guarantee you that there is somebody in that area that you're living in that's going through what you're going through that does not have that same attitude you have. And in the next 2 to 3 years, they're not going to be living how you say that they're living.
How did you know they were?
But everyone knows. You being 24, I expect that to come from you. And all I'm telling you is, bro, that attitude is not going to go get you anywhere, bro. It's not.
I don't want it.
Also, thanks a little advice.
I know you don't. Nobody does. I understand you don't.
Thanks a little advice. Don't talk in generalities. It makes you sound ignorant. Okay? Just say all. You said all school boards. I didn't go through all the dialogue tonight. All school boards. In every place.
Majority of the
No. Then you said, okay, just New Jersey. And then you said, okay, all school boards in all these counties. Like, think about how you speak.
We were talking about New Jersey.
No. Thanks.
We were talking about Jersey from the rip.
Thanks. I'm giving you some free advice. Okay?
I understand the advice, but what you're telling me is
talking in generalities, talking about a whole ethnic group is going to get you in trouble.
No one's telling you to forget about the corruption, bro. That's not what we're doing.
They called everybody that was in the protest in Newark anti-Semites because we were protesting and
I don't know who they are, and I don't know what you're talking about, but I heard you tonight in the room. I don't care about
we all know that there's corruption in the government, bro. Like, I feel like that doesn't even need to be explained on both sides, right? But, like, come on.
Yeah, but if we start seeing it from the people here amongst us that are doing it, and then they're hiding it amongst each other, then yeah, we're gonna have
once again, thanks. All we have to do is substitute the word Jewish.
No one's telling you not to say nothing or have a problem with it. I'm just saying stop saying that shit with a broad brush because that's dangerous.
I want to ask things.
Okay, but that's why we're in the shit now.
Thanks.
There's no justification for being a bigot.
Thanks.
But we have to talk about these things. We're gonna call us a bigot for
I'm calling you a bigot tonight. I'm absolutely straight out calling.
What's going on? That's me a bigot.
No, because you admitted to discriminating. You admitted to your bias. You admitted to your hatred. You admitted to it.
What did I say that was discriminating?
Oh my God. Do we have to replay the whole room again?
Replay it.
Mike, do you want to talk? Because I'm going.
Everything that I said that the Jewish community that was doing
this point, thanks. You've kind of centered the room, and we've had such a good room for days. So Mike is going to talk, and at this point, thanks, we're going to move to Mike, and you're going to mute up. You're going to have to listen to a Jewish person tell you to mute up.
Okay,
it's going to really help you.
I've always listened to them. Yes.
Yeah, it's going to be hard.
I didn't want to. I'm not trying to change the conversation.
No, but please, Mike, it's fine.
Well, Fangs, I want to ask you a question. Like, let's say you snap your fingers, you wake up tomorrow, and all the Jewish people are gone from New Jersey. What do you think changes?
Holy shit. First off, that's terrible. Second, I think a lot will change. I don't know if it's going to actually change extremely, but I know certain things will change, yes. I know certain schools will probably, because if we replace them with the people that are in our communities that we trust a little bit more, then yeah, we can start seeing some change. We can start seeing money go to inner city schools like we needed them to. We can start seeing rent not go crazy high. We can actually go off based off the income, which is Section 8. How is it crazy? How is it crazy?
So you're saying like
we're putting more money in inner schools, and we're lowering the rent.
So you're saying the Jews are converting.
I'm saying the Jews are scamming us like crazy.
What would you like to do with the Jews?
Hold them accountable.
What else would you like to do to them?
Get in there and get to know what
How do you intend on removing them?
I didn't say remove them.
So what would you like to do to them?
I don't want them to be in certain positions because I feel like they're using those
How are you
positions to benefit their
How
own.
are you going to do that? You're going to have a campaign to get rid of the Jews?
The Jewish people, they only keep themselves in their circle. They don't let anyone else in, mind you. And so if we try to get into their, like even the Board of Education, we try to get close to the Board of Education, they're going to, mind you, it's a vote on where the money can go and what the money can be spent. Majority of Jewish people that are in the Board of Education, they're going to vote on.
Let's look at the Board of Education. Isn't New Jersey the one that had the black woman that was on the board?
Yeah, but they still have to make a vote. It doesn't go by, oh, well, if this person says so, then it's all right. No, it's a vote. And they have majority of Jewish within the voting system.
Really? So why don't you pull up the school board?
Ma'am, if he does the math real quick, there's 365 million Americans, and you know dang on well if you got that pie in school, you split that pie into triangles. We got 13% black folks, others white, certainly more mixed.
So we're giving it 5 days, and then
you get the idea. The Jewish, that's a small percentage, brother, so you can't sit up there and say...
You don't live in New Jersey. Respectfully, you don't live in
New Jersey. No, sir, it doesn't matter. The program you're talking about... Yeah, no, it doesn't. Because what I'm trying to...
Because we're talking about Jersey and the corruption going on here.
No, brother, because fraud and all that goes on here too, brother. All that stuff you talk about. Hey, look here.
Yeah, but it's in our systems that we needed to, in the housing and in the public school.
Look here, hey, man, somebody went to prison today, okay? Went to prison here for doing stuff with public school money, right? So, at the end of the day, they don't care if you're Jewish, black, white, whatever. If you're doing things that are illegal here in the state, you'll get arrested, period. They ain't sitting up there.
Some of them got arrested for it, but they keep it under wraps.
They wouldn't. No, they didn't. They went to.
Yes, they did. For welfare fraud, a couple of them got arrested for it.
The people here went to prison as well, brother. You have to have an open mind, and as you get older, see, the good Lord says that comes with wisdom, which right now, unfortunately, you gotta grab a hold of.
Ashton, do you mind for a second? Ashton, 1 second. I just want to read something. He said Essex County, New Jersey. So I just pulled up their school board. So listen to these names: Regina Bledstone, Medina E. Muhammad, not a Jew; Hassini K. Council, not a Jew; Casey Dudley, not a Jew; Perel Anjanka Kamika, not a Jew; Josephine Garcia, not a Jew; Shaniqua Johnson, not a Jew; Tashira Cosby, not a Jew. So that's your board. Yeah, there's not a Jew. I mean, take a look at what I just read, and I apologize for the mispronunciation of some of those names. But yep, I just randomly picked up Essex. Let me pick up another county that you talked.
Go to Hudson.
Okay, that was Essex. Now, where you said that the school board is controlled by Jews. Now, one of those names was a Jewish. Not one.
So.
They're black names and Hispanic and Muslim.
Okay.
Those are the names I read.
What's your point?
What's my point? I think I proved it, counselor.
No, it's not. Because the money that we're still looking for in these public schools.
Did you or did you not say that the school board was controlled? It was all Jews on the school board. Am I the only one that heard?
You list off the names in Essex County and list off everyone in the education.
Did anyone hear him say that earlier?
Yeah, I did say that, but it still doesn't prove.
Okay, so I just disproved you completely.
No, you didn't, because the money
on one county. I'll go to another.
Okay, like I said, money is still coming out of these inner city schools and going.
What's that have to do with your statement that the school board was all Jewish? You were wrong. It's saying I was wrong. Can you acknowledge you said a misstatement?
I was wrong. I can say that.
Okay, let's go to another
I was
county.
wrong about that. But at the same time, I'm right about them taking money out of public schools because they are taking money out of public schools. We still
That's
have
called
textbooks
school
from early
choice.
2000s.
That's called school choice. We have that all over the United States.
We have the choice to not afford textbooks, new desks, to get the graffiti off the walls in the school. We have the choice not to put the money towards those things. We have the money to not afford certain maybe monitors to where we can detect guns. That's why.
Okay, I'm on Hudson County. Jose Suarez, Hector Gonzalez, Asaf Muhammad, okay? Robert Akrina, Janine Cleary, okay? Not one of those names is a Jewish name. They are Muslim names, and they are Irish, and they are Hispanic, okay? That's my second county. Shall I go to my next county? What was the third county? Guys, is anyone catching on here? Banks, you lose on this. You are incorrect. Yes, you
doesn't take away from the problem.
It takes away from your argument that the school boards are controlled by Jewish people. There's not a Jewish name I read.
Banks, did you vote for your school board? Banks, did you vote?
Ashton, I'm sorry to have interrupted you on.
Banks, did you vote for your school board?
No.
Wait, you didn't even vote?
No, I didn't vote.
Public service announcement. Everyone wants to get hung up in the presidential elections. Local elections are the most important thing that you've got. Like, you got to find out who's representing your district in Congress, who's on your school board, your city council, your mayors, your aldermen. Some of these school boards, no one even runs against them. They're just like there. They win by like 20 votes. It's fucking crazy.
I just found
your local elections.
I just found Jersey City. This one's interesting. I found a Jew, actually. Okay, we've got the board president, Velasquez. We've got the vice president, Dijon Morris. So she's Hispanic, he's black. Dr. George Blute, a black guy. Natalia Yafo, I don't know what she is. Alaf Muhammad, black woman. Appa Patel, a Indian woman. Tia Resbella, a black woman. This guy might be a Jew, Dr. Matthew Schneider, possibly, and Lorenzo Richardson, a black guy. That's Jersey City. I could keep going. New Jersey has 500 and some municipalities. I'll hit every one of them if you want.
Just listed, that disproves everything I just said. No money is coming out of these schools and going to the Jewish community. Nothing, not a single cent, not a dollar. That's why we can afford everything we need. You're right, Abby. You're right. Keep going.
Well, I'm just disproving what you said. We control all the school boards.
That's why we can't afford new monitors.
Well, maybe you need to go lobby your state legislators about school choice. But that's not my problem. That's your problem. If you don't like the law, go change the law. Go lobby under your First Amendment right to petition your government and talk to your legislators. But right now, there's school choice.
We tried to do that, and they called us anti-Semites because we found out who was responsible.
No, I'm calling you that for what your statements were tonight.
All right. We're just imagining things. We're just pulling a rabbit out the hat. Everybody in Jersey.
Well, no one is ignoring what you're going through. What we're saying is essentially stop blighting every person that is a Jew in your area.
That's the community that's responsible. We're not saying every Jew. That's the community that's responsible. We're not saying every Jew is doing this. We're saying there's a community that is responsible for it. And now we're calling us anti-Semites.
Whatever the case may be, you guys to get with your school board. You guys to get with the people that actually hold the purse.
Even the housing system?
Sitting on, brother, look here. Whatever it is that you feel is making you angry, whether it's the housing system, whether it's the school board system, brother, whatever the case may be.
Everyone's struggling over here, but we're struggling even more now because of it.
Hey, I just told you, I was homeless and my clothes was in a trash bag, in a black bag, all right? 2 black bags at the time when I was at a shelter, and I'm not anymore, right? So at the end of the day, and I'm a woman, so you're a dude, you can get out here and do all kinds of stuff. You can work in the oil field, right? Do anything in your life, and go out here and go work, because let me tell you something, brother. I had a job and I worked at a steel mill, okay? So don't sit there
and say to yourself, no, ain't no wow. You either get out there and you work and you do something. And you know what I mean? And so at the end of the day, there are too many programs out here, especially in Dallas-Fort Worth, larger cities. You live in a bigger city than I do. There's got to be help for you. I would suggest you to even to your local religious communities. There's a lot of resources. Watch this. Remember, guess what? They'll pay 6 months of your life. So that's up to you to ignore the resources. We help somebody get 6 months of their lights paid for through a program called Community Action Partners. Watch this. Go Take Action. Community Action Partners. Take your butt down there if you need help. That's a federal program. It's out there.
When I say
so
numbers,
there's
I mean
no
it.
excuse.
I'm John Kitover. I know how to keep a budget balanced and a sense of humor.
Work to you to go get them.
Anyone can do the work to get themselves out of certain situations. Anyone can. You're talking about a community of people that can't afford to do that, as you're saying, because they already have houses.
What are they spending their money on? What are they spending their money on?
A lot of them can't even spend their money.
What are they spending their money on?
Groceries.
Only
taxes,
groceries, no luxury items.
Food insurance, no. Barely anyone can afford anything luxury. Barely anybody can afford to go out. We can only go out maybe like once every a month now. But it's okay if you find a way. There's a way to get out of that situation. Like, come on.
Just study more, duh.
You really know what's going on down here. You wouldn't. And Abby, if you
only go out once a month. They want to go out twice a month.
But I don't, because I worked really hard and I studied really hard.
Okay,
so I don't.
Right now,
okay, that's the difference.
Okay, but you're acting like
you think I came from it? I didn't come from it. I didn't come from money. I had to work. I worked and I studied. Okay, and made it for myself.
Congratulations, Abby.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate your acknowledgement of that. So no one handed it to me. I worked. I took out student loans. And I studied and I applied myself. And I wanted to go out and party with my friends and I wanted to buy great shoes and purses and I couldn't because I had to spend the money on school and to apply myself.
Because we're not
well, there you go. So
that's where we're struggling.
We make our priorities. Just like Ashton told you she did.
Okay, the struggle is always going to be around. We've always been struggling. It has now got to a point to where it is gone out of hand because of that.
You're one thing that is a blessing. Meaning, you're a dude. You can go out here, seriously, brother. You can go out here and do anything that the good Lord made a man to do, including moving furniture.
What are we talking? Are we talking about the corruption that they're doing? Or are we talking about getting yourself
what
out of
I'm
the struggle?
trying to explain. Hold on, brother. Before you start chopping me down like a tree in the backyard. Hold on, brother. You chopping wood real quick back here. All I'm trying to tell you, brother, is this. There's ways out there that you can get yourself out of whatever situation it is.
I know that, Ashton.
But you're complaining. Brother, don't complain.
Because there's corruption going on. Ashton, come on now.
Speak out. But you got to speak out about it to the right time.
Or it's not going to be the control and power over the strait that the U.S. wants. I think it's just going to cut up the region and cause more internal conflicts. You have 8 major or 9 major ethnic groups within Iran. The Kurds are going to want their peace. The Azeris are going to want their peace. The Balochis are going to want their peace. It's just going to be wild, man.
Honestly, I do not think so. I'm not with you on that point. Let me.
I want to hear you. I want to hear you out. Please go.
Thanks. First of all, the culture of being martyred is a good thing. Entangled with the Iranian patriotism, whatever, is what you see. Look at the borders with Turkey, the other borders that people can't actually get out of the country. There's not much traffic. People can leave, they're not. My extended family, my grandma, grandpa, they're we're staying here till the end. And these people are 70, 80, 90 years old. And my parents are not leaving Tehran. And so combine the two, the ideologic, kind of enraged Islamic part, and the people who are oh, you're attacking our nation, we're gonna stay here, fuck the Islamic Republic, we're gonna defend our nation, because the Islamic Republic doesn't define Iran. Combine the two of them, they're playing the long game. America basically doesn't have any chance of winning this war. And I had another point
about the division. Like, my prediction is that the country's going to get divided up. All these ethnic groups are going to be armed and are going to start attacking one another. Because that's what happened in Libya, right? That's what happened in Iraq. We had that unrest a little bit in Afghanistan. Not really, not as much. Like, you had the Northern Alliance and the Pashtuns and all these different groups warring for a little while. I mean, it didn't happen in Syria because we just gave up the country to a fucking terrorist. I don't know. I fear for a completely divided up Middle East to continue to be divided up even more.
So, just to tell you, 40% of Iran are minorities. They're Baluchis, they're Kurdish people, and they're Azerbaijanis or Turks. So all these people have ties to the other side of the border. For example, Baluchis have people in Pakistan, Azerbaijanis have people in Azerbaijan or Turkey, Kurds are in Iraq and Turkey. And what you saw in the past few weeks is that Trump did reach out to the Kurdish head of whatever they have, Pejak.
The PAK.
Yeah. And then they said no, because America has betrayed them the past 50 years in Iraq, and like when they encouraged them to go against Saddam Hussein, and then Saddam basically massacred them. And who was this guy? Like Reagan? Who came before Congress and said, yeah, we're not going to do anything. So this time when Trump reached out to them, they're like, no, we are not going to rise up against the Islamic government, because they know better. And the reason that I think that they're not going to be divided is because they have ties to this piece of stupid land, which is Iran. And they hate the government, the regional government, but they feel like this compassion and like this, this identity that's tied to Iran. Even like you have Armenians who live inside Iran, who declare themselves not as Iranian, as Armenians, but they never wanted to like a piece of land for themselves, because throughout the history, Iran basically kept all of them in. Like, you have the second largest concentration of Jewish people in Iran. That's why you don't see any anti-Semitic rhetoric coming out of Iran, because we have like a large Jewish population. Like, Jewish people are just like other people. Yeah, Israel is fucked, but like Jewish people are like people. That's why I think it's highly unlikely that they get divided, but that's just me.
I trust the Turk or an Azeri before I ever trust a Kurd. As an Armenian, I have roots, deep roots sowed with blood that was caused by the Turkish and the Azeris, but the Kurds were the arm and the sword that they used, and I trust the Turk before I trust a Kurd. Any given day, twice on Sunday. I think that they're doing an interesting thing. I also saw that the PAK sort of backed off. There was some skirmishes prior to the bombing on the borders, back and forth between what they're calling occupied Kurdistan, Iraq and Iran, the border of Iraq and Iran, right before the bombs started dropping, and then these troops pulled out. But we do know that like there has been certain intelligence operations and training these guys. So I don't know. I think that's my biggest fear. Do I think it'll happen? I'm leaning towards yes, but I respect your position as somebody from the region. You would probably know best. My culture isn't divided up like that, but we do have ethnic minorities that live in Armenia, and they fight for the Armenian flag just the same. Like, we have a Kurdish subgroup, the Yazidis, the Yezdis, who fight under the Armenian flag. They call their banners up and they go to war standing next to us, fighting the Azeris. So I get it. I can see what you mean.
We even label them as like national heroes.
Yeah.
They have songs about them, bro.
That's, yeah, of course, Assyrians as well.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you that the balkanization with G actually of the various ethnicities in Iran will not happen, and part of it is just because for the reason that G explained, and also it's not as if this ethnicity has been around for 200 years. I mean, these ethnicities have been in Iran. You have to forgive me, it's kind of very dating here. They've been here literally for a couple thousand years, and throughout all of these conflicts in the past, we have not seen the separation of these ethnicities into separate, lands or sovereign countries. So in a sense, there is a higher allegiance to being an Iranian than being the ethnicity of, your group Armenians and Azeris, Baluchis, and the rest of them. So I would say it's nothing you can say 100%, but it's highly, highly unlikely for the reasons that both of you explained. I mean, you, Emmett, you think that's a possibility. I would say maybe, but it's highly, highly improbable that something like that would happen. Yeah, go ahead, Jane.
Sorry, Eddie. Do you know why Iran's name was? Why is it called Iran, not Persia anymore?
Yeah, so I was under the impression
they don't always get the spotlight, but they carry the weight.
Quiet. The renaming of the country from Persia to Iran was done by the first Pahlavi king. But this is actually
no, but why?
But let me just explain to you why I heard some information recently, but it may not be correct. If I'm not sure if you're familiar with
the good thing is that
fantastic book King of Shahnameh written by Ferdowsi. Throughout that book, which was written 1,000 years ago, he doesn't talk about Persia. Actually, he said Iran. So what I've heard is being said, and this may be correct, that the name Persia actually was given by the Greeks and other invaders who were actually looking at Persia, fighting with it. So it was not a name that it was actually
a voice to use.
Persia. It was actually Iran. And then it became Persia shortly, and then it became Iran.
Very clear one.
I'm not completely sure. The only evidence
it's a little bit
that is correct partially.
Yellow strap silly comes from with the track in the numbering because we attach everything here.
And the book was written,
all for legit. And if you guys want to see more,
my question was, why do you know, like, it was formally changed to the name of Iran? So at least Persia is the name of the sun. So the Greek myth is that Andromeda, the galaxy, has one night stand with Zeus, the god of gods, and they have a son called Persia, which is modern day Iran.
All of this can be fixed.
Okay, that has been blessed with most minerals and like everything, blah blah blah, which you can see. That's kind of true. No, that is the myth. But why was the name Persia changed about like in early 1900s to Iran? It's because the first Reza Shah, the first one of the Pahlavi kings, converted from Persia, the empire, to the holy states of Iran. So he technically, like the United States of America or UAE, acknowledged that there are like multiple ethnicities living in this land, and let's call them not united but holy states of Iran. And that's what is in the history, because Iran, to begin with, when he came to power, was basically completely divided. It's like, okay, this is the holy states of Iran, and that's when we converted the name Persia to Iran. Just whatever.
Yeah, thank you for that. I will actually look it up because this came to my attention not too long ago. And
ایالات عالیه ایران.
Okay.
enough about it. I mean, who thought that that little country Iran can just have a chokehold on the whole world's economy? Isn't that crazy?
I think it's a testament to its history.
It's actually the testament of the purely
Nothing, I'm over here chilling.
geographical kind of condition to the Strait of Hormuz. And if that did not exist,
That's not ruining my vibe. I'm making fun of
it's just basically
It's all she's worthy of is being made fun of.
and causing this constraint at the mouth of the
I like that though. That's what gets me mad.
and it's not as if Iranian or Persian or any government without thought about it. It's just the way the lay of the land. That's the way it is.
Has anybody gone back and looked at like 1956 when
They don't
Brits
always
were
want to
like? There's another in the region. It's called the Suez Canal, which Egyptians right now have the right to control. And the same thing that happened right now happened in 1956 when Brits wanted
How those books are balanced because I keep my eye on every nickel. No borrowing, no wild spending. Not on my watch. Hold that thought. Oh, come on. Well, that's come out of the coffee budget. How those books are balanced because I keep...
Nasser, like the leader.
He was at 21 and climbing. He lose record driving 30
I'm on
minutes.
my way. Hold the line till I get there. Open the northwest gates now. Finish everything into the canal. Go. Copy. Floodgate 7 armed. Cruise back from the edge. Hold that line.
Mayor River Gauge is at 21 and climbing. He lose record driving.
Competent American leadership. Eisenhower sent word to...
The largest shopping mall in the United States is not in New York, not in Los Angeles. And some people say once you walk in, you never want to leave. It's not a flashy glass skyscraper.
Wait, so dude, why are you up? Wow.
Yeah, Eisenhower was
I'm in Malaysia, and I've decided to get something traditional. No, they still did it, but they didn't have the support of the strongest army in the world at that point. So the British were kind of forced to fight with the Egyptians on their home soil, which never really pans out.
I mean, they actually didn't have to. Nasser, the leader of Egypt, basically put a bunch of rocks in a bunch of vessels and drowned them in the canal. The same way.
Blocked it off.
Yeah. And they couldn't do anything. But at that time, by that time, Brits basically lost accountability as like a great military power. And they fucked off.
Are you thinking this is the foreshadowing of the end of the American imperial age?
I think so.
Could be. It could be. The sentiment in the country is, or was prior to the bombings, that we're tired of fighting the police state of the world, right? Like Trump ran on this idea of like being a hermit and just fixing domestic issues, and then I don't know what the fuck happened, man. I don't believe in the whole uranium shit. Iran had already enriched this uranium to 60% back in 2021 as a reactionary thing, all the while claiming that they're not developing weapons. And they were open to investigations and the probes, and I think he fucked it up. The Art of the Deal, best-selling author and current president.
Yeah, the one thing that he cannot do is to make a deal.
I agree. It's crazy. We were having a conversation in here about when Largiani got...
It's probably just the we're 14 kids, so that
was like...
I was burned with the fire, not burned. Like I'm saying, look what the
but great nonetheless, and it was just interesting.
When I say numbers, I mean it. I'm John.
Our guy wrote a book about making a deal, and there are guys who are writing books about it.
Tonight, neighbors in Riverdale are talking about one
corporation with Muslim philosophy, which kind of doesn't
Congo,
make sense.
why did you change your name?
Well, I was trolling. I crashed out on Sky because I was
No.
my family.
Oh no.
your fucking right.
My father, and I gave it back to her, and then she said she didn't do it. It's okay. I called her a bitch, and then I moved myself down. But when I moved myself down, I also moved Samoa down out of anger. I don't know if you've met G, but she is also from the region, and a lot better than Scott.
Who?
G, the cat.
Or something like that.
Yeah.
I think that was the issue. The person believed that he was entitled to more information than the State Department gave him. I think that's what it was. But anyway, we're waiting for the Supreme Court to decide those voting cases.
I am.
Where you fucking lived. And she did, I don't think she lives in Jersey anymore, but like.
She said she did.
But the point of the matter is, you live there and you didn't even know who represented the area that you live in, but you want us to sit here and believe that you know what's going on.
And by the way, you have a black senator and an Asian senator, just in
That's
case
great.
you know.
I would hope they do something about what's going on.
So are they working against the people in cahoots with the Jews?
I don't know. I hope not.
Well, by your logic, the answer would be yeah, right?
It would be yeah.
Not only does Cory Booker have a good relationship with the Jewish community, he actually speaks Yiddish as well, which he learned it when he was in Cambridge or Oxford. I can't remember which school. There's very, very very good relationship. The other senator, not so much, but they're not Jewish, both senators. Okay. So you look at your members of Congress.
For my generation, because this kind of rhetoric is definitely, becoming more popular, and
I don't want to make it popular. I just want things.
Well, it's too late. All right, it's already there. Right, it's just getting worse, and unfortunately, the Democrats are making it okay to be that way. And I'm not saying that you're a Democrat. I don't know what political party you affiliate with. From the sounds of it, you're kind of like raging against the machine, which I would think is general with anybody. But
I voted for Trump.
So you don't like black people?
I don't like black people.
This is kind of disappointing because you're in a Trump room right now. So you're not making the case that we're
And his family are real estate and they're Jewish. You do know that, right?
Consistent.
Yeah.
They're landlords and they're Jewish.
I'm in Malaysia, and I
Do not move to Florida. There's water.
What's the point of that? We have an issue without me saying.
No, I'm just telling you that's Trump's stuff.
If it's a specific
Trump's a national real estate family.
That's a great saying right there.
Buildings all over
That's a
Brooklyn.
great saying, guys. Everyone stay calm. Get back.
I'm pretty sure he did.
Everyone,
But to this
that's a good
extreme,
quote,
over
honestly.
Probably.
I love
It's
that.
not even like that. It's not even like
Probably. I've talked to the people in New York that don't like him. They'll have a lot to tell you about his real estate.
Is 7 in US, having
I own a home in PA.
$23 you can get this inflation what? All of it affordable for this 23. All of you can.
Why would I pay rent if I own the home? Why would I have to pay rent? No, I own it. Actually, Philadelphia hasn't gone up at all. It's in downtown Center City, Philly, and actually nothing really has changed there in a number of years. I wish it had, because it would make my investment more valuable, but truly hasn't.
Yeah, at this point, that's almost going to be the case of how every one of us is going to get out of the situation if we just leave Jersey. Everyone just leave Jersey. And just go somewhere where they're not screwing us over. Systemically.
So there's a way.
I don't seem to have a problem.
Yeah, to leave completely. That's the way.
So there is a way.
Johnny, you deal cards here. You do pretty well with that.
Atlantic City is nice.
I went to Atlantic City. Yeah, Atlantic City's nice. But what I'm saying is not just my community.
Yeah, but there are Italians and Jews in Atlantic City. What are you going to do about that?
Italians are even complaining.
A lot of Italians.
Italians even came up to the north protesting.
I have some black associates in Jersey, and they some of them don't. I'm not saying again, don't take what I'm saying. They don't really sound like you fangs. They don't sound like the doom and gloom that you're trying to make it. Jersey is
They're not going to the source of the problem. They're just talking about the problem. If you go to the source, you're anti-Semite.
Of course, they're saying corruption and shit is going on, but like they're not just painting a broad brush that it's just the Jews.
But who's doing the corruption?
Everyone. Every race that's a part of the fucking the government there.
Right? No one specifically.
Yeah, there is somebody responsible 100%, but it's not just the fucking Jews. That's the point I'm trying to make here. There is 100% corruption where you live. Absolutely. But the point that I'm trying to make, bro, it's not just the fucking Jews, and they're not just doing it in cahoots with the fucking Jews.
Hey, David, which county in Jersey?
Burlington. I grew up in Middlesex.
Okay, so you may be able to pull up the school board in Burlington on your phone. Also, who's your representative in Congress, David?
And are you Jewish, David?
I'm not Jewish. I'm Roman Catholic.
David, who's your member of Congress? Who's your member of Congress, David?
I don't want to say, but
But you know him.
Yes, of course.
I know he knows who it is.
He's a family friend of ours.
Right, and who are your two senators?
It's your boy, not gay, Cory Booker, and the other guy, or the other person.
The one that took Menendez's phone. And what do you think the makeup of the school board is?
I had razors hidden in places.
Burlington, and what's the other
I had bands.
Middlesex is where I grew up.
Camden would be an interesting one to look at.
Isn't Camden like a really bad area?
But when I click on
There's also a county.
Donald Trump is in
It has a big Jewish population in it.
Yeah, that's my best friends all from Cherry Hill.
My father's I could have sworn somebody told me that Camden was dangerous.
Look at the school board in Patterson. Patterson is what, the most Palestinian community in Bloomington.
Patterson is like a very foreign. They always say Allah Akbar at their school board meeting.
Probably. Well, my mother is from Brooklyn, so we've been to Jersey a few times. You know what I mean? She's from Brooklyn.
it's like crazy or balls.
Yeah, I have family. I was born in Miami, though. So you know the Miami, New York connection. That's where it started.
Fun fact, there's more Jews that live in New York City than live in Tel Aviv. Yeah, there's over 1 million Jews in New York City.
More than Israel. Right?
Yeah, I've heard that is Israel.
Yeah, because Israel has 20% of the population are Arab.
I'm gonna rate you.
Well, it's like they say Miami's the most populated city.
Why are kids born in the...
What do you think's gonna happen in Cuba, guys? Do you think it's his next move?
Yeah,
He's gonna turn to New Jersey because all the Jews.
Yeah, I think Marco Rubio.
I think Faith comes in good faith. I think he's 24, which we'd all love to be 24 again. I think he's in good faith.
Mike, where were you living when you were 24?
I was down here in South Florida. I was born here in Arkansas.
If you're married, don't dare put this watch on. It's the most dangerously attractive piece on TikTok. One glance at your wrist and all eyes are on you. And listen closely. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Gold symbolizes protection, fortune, and harmony.
In Jersey, I grew up around a lot of, we also Sopranos.
being run without leaders.
But, I grew up with around people who were part of,
The mob?
that area.
I love Italians. I went to school with a lot of Italians.
I went to Sunday,
Wait, you knew people that were in the mob, like legit?
Yeah, of course. But everybody does.
Yeah, that's like a normal.
My city, you kidding? Where I live now, like they owned our city. We actually have a museum here.
The Mob Museum, yeah.
Yeah, it's a great museum. They built our city.
Yeah, they take care of the neighborhoods too. It's weird.
You know,
So my grandfather ran a number dude when he was growing up.
When you talk to the old entertainers here, Mike, so many of them like the city better when the mob had it.
And they have the best dinners, might I add.
That's what that's so funny. My grandfather's friends, dude named Joe. He's like my dad's cousin.
Right now,
And like I said,
the most visited tourist
my
spot.
grandfather was growing up, he ran numbers since he has kids for the mob or whatever. And him and this dude Joe, they were just kids. He is my father's godfather. He would come down to South Florida, most of the mob music, and like go to the restaurant. And he would let anybody order. He's like, we're gonna get this, we're gonna get that, we're gonna get this. Just bring it all out at once. This is what we're gonna get. Everyone's gonna love it. All right, thanks.
Yes, and they make deals very aggressively, and it's like you cannot refuse when they give you something. Like if they, yes, if they offer you food, yes, don't tell them no. I learned that shit the hard way too.
My mom was laughing at that. People, like the mob would meet there, or whatever. That's what my grandfather would tell me. My father would tell me. But yeah, he would come down. He's like, "This is what we're getting. Nobody say shit. This is how it's working."
And their favorite line is like, "Oh, guy."
That's true.
South Philly's like that too. Growing up.
You know, when I was in Vegas for CES, my client took me to the restaurant at the Sierra, the steakhouse underground. That was very popular. At the Sierra downtown. Or Circuit, whatever it's called. Yeah. It was the underground steakhouse. That was actually really good. But it was yeah, it's supposed to be like a famous guy, right?
Thank you, sister.
Yeah, the whole atmosphere is very good.
Thank you,
There's a lot of older restaurants. If you see
sister.
Yeah, of course, yeah, one of my favorites.
the restaurant that's in the movie is Peoria. When you go back here, you should eat there. It's a really good Italian restaurant, but it's
Is that the one that he owns?
They used it in the film.
The watermelon Arizona tea. This is one of the niche ones. It's retailed at about $140.
You know, if there still is a mob, you'll see them there. But
very committed.
It's like an old school. It's like a South Philly Italian kind of vibe.
They do a good job of staying under the radar too. That's the difference between them and like other. I wouldn't even really call them a gang. It's because they stay under the radar.
Well, they can't be in the industry in Nevada or in Jersey. I mean, Jersey's even stricter. So, you know, they got to the gaming control kind of took care of that. It's so regulated, so incredibly regulated that they're really not in the industry. So they're in like ancillary businesses. They can't even be a vendor in the industry. So they're just in other kinds of businesses.
Like cement and